Hello, everybody! Welcome to Season 3. For those of you that are here watching live and not catching up on YouTube sometime after, say, February of 2025, you might be a little you might be a little confused. So Season 1 stretched on for so long that I actually am breaking up Season 1 into 2 seasons. That breaking point being back in Le Chèvre when they took that downtime last time. And so that was Season 2. And so Season 3 starting now after this downtime activity that they're doing. To make it up to the PCs, the fact that the seasons weren't broken up beforehand, I have doubled the amount of available luck for Season 3. So feel free to go ham for how much luck you offer them, because we've doubled the normal allowed amount, and they can go ham on how it is that they spend their luck. Because then we're going to fall back into normal for Season 4, which will be next time we get to a point where we can do downtime activities, somewhere 12-ish plus sessions from there, however that falls. All right, so where were we when we left off? The crew had their downtime activities. They scoped out a whole bunch of different situations, learned some skills, kind of got a bearing of what's going on inside of Haudh-Gwenn, and then finally realized that maybe they need to start moving soon. No, we can wait a couple more weeks. Oh shit, Beltran left and headed east with the 120 some odd soldiers that he had training all winter long at the barracks. The hell was that about? Oh, all right, well, things there. Made some new friends. Leon, Lander, met up again with Yara and Elliot, did some studying. Oh, also made a new friend named Ashtara. Also hung out Ashanti, thank you.
Roz has your back, Scott. You have your fan on, your AI on.
I will turn this.
Thank you, Roz.
And fan is on. Yes. Okay. And which is important in the winter because of the heat. And you also chatted with Jaden, came back and seems to be doing significantly better last you saw her. Yeah. She seems to be starting to mellow out.
Have that meeting?
That's where we left off.
We'll get to that. Okay. But when you guys see her, she seems to be mellowing out. All that being great news, you also were able to acquire your gem, even though there was a different situation than was on the bank. You're able to acquire your gem and sell it for a significant amount of money, Wade, and turn around and spend that on a bunch of stuff. Now, if y'all are watching live and you're like, why are they not starting at 8 exactly? It's because like 11 minutes before that, Keegan dropped his wish list of shopping. And so, listen, he's a DM.
And 3 minutes before 8, Scott decided we should finally talk about it.
No.
Yeah.
It was 11 minutes before 8 o'clock is when he sent me the wish list.
Boys. I gotta go get my food.
Don't worry. We know he was busy upstairs drawing his hairline back in.
No. I have a whole plate of like yummy, like there's lamb and chicken and all sorts of other stuff, and a wife just walked in the room with a baby.
We can fit the door.
Hi, wife.
If she puts it on the plate, I'm gonna be concerned.
I was so glad to say that.
Oh, I actually grabbed one, I think. I just put it at the bottom, but thank you. I'll take it.
Oh, okay.
I got lamb and chicken. Ooh, baby back ribs.
Hey.
God, we don't see the ribs. All we see is the bait. Oh, God.
I want to show them how cute you are.
I literally had that thought, but I hesitated.
All right. Well, love you. Bye.
She's just so cute, though. I could gobble her up.
Oh, Gwen is so absolutely adorable. I wish y'all could see how cute she is, but unfortunately, whenever she looks at cameras, they break. So, it's very cute, though. I swear.
Like father, like daughter.
Okay, yeah.
Where were we? So, y'all sent me the shopping list. Let's go over the shopping list. Wade went and bought for his own character through the guy that's like, let me make your clothes for you. He's making for Koa some very fine quality, very stylized lamellar leathers. This is, if you look at Pathfinder 1E, you'll see there's different types of lamellar, or lamellar, however you want to pronounce it. And leather is one of them. It's more or less functions very similar to chain shirt, sorry. So it's a light armor, one of the best light armors. SirKiken is getting, for Mikhail, he's getting his studded leather, but again, stylized and very fine quality. They're getting, for each of them, those potion belts that can house 2 potions that they can drink as a swift action, which is nice. So all of them are getting outfitted with that. That leaves them with 92 gold pieces left from the gem. They turned around, and at the rate of 15 gold apiece, they're buying 4 potions of Reduced Person, 1 potion of Enlarge Person at the rate of what is it? We're just going to round it to 10 for the total of so for 10 gold total, they're grabbing 3 Cure Light Wounds potions, and so that's going to be a total of, what did I say, 60? So that's 70 gold spent. At the rate of 3 gold apiece, they are buying 3 Endure Elements potions. So that gets them from 70 to 79, I believe.
You're writing this down, right? I saw you.
Out of your 92. That's okay. That's 13,
I wasn't ready.
That's okay. That's 13
But he started.
gold. That's 13 gold
Okay.
left over. And with the remaining 13 gold, they were contemplating buying a couple of different items we discussed. Keegan, I believe you talked about grabbing a potion of making your weapon magical.
Yeah, I think it's just magic weapon.
Magic weapon, thank you. An oil of magic weapon. Unfortunately, that costs 12 and left you with only 1 left over, but you also were talking about getting a healer's kit now that you have training. And that costs 5. And so I actually are live now making the decision team. Do you want to spend 5 on the healer's kit, 12 on the potion of whatever I just said 2 seconds ago?
Okay, so right now I've got
magic weapon,
I've got
oil.
3 Shrink Person, 1 Enlarge Person, 3 Cure Light Wounds, 1 Magic Weapon, 3 Endure Elements, 1 Healer's Kit. Am I missing anything in there?
The healer's kit and the magic weapon are this or that, unless somebody in the party can pony up 4 gold pieces.
Got it.
Yes.
Technically,
let me just go to the bank and take that out, Scott.
Oh, unfortunately,
it would be there.
You're not welcome in the bank, unfortunately, for some reason. Your kind is not welcome.
I know Mikhail has a gem to sell, but I believe the point of that gem was the books in.
Yeah, just to get the auction stuff done. What else?
Koa's got one other gem I think he can sell.
In my opinion, go with the healer's kit. Well, is this a masterwork healer's kit you're going for, or just a basic one?
Just a healer's kit.
Oh,
so I can do more than just first aid.
Oh, with 10 uses, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Well, instead, what I'll do is I'll let you pick 2 different names in chat, okay? Each of those names are going to roll a d10 for the 2 different names you choose. You can take the better of the 2 as like advantage. And this is a healer's kit that the hospital gave you to go on your way. So you get to pick 2 names in chat, and you get to have advantage on that roll.
We'll go with Ellie, because she's an MVP on my channel. And Norway, because I haven't got to play with them in a while.
No bias.
You
all had an equal chance to be selected.
Well, 2 people that you played D&D with. No bias.
Yep.
Hey!
Unbiased doesn't exist. Yo. All right.
Hey!
Holy crap.
Back-to-back 10s?
Okay, I won't lie. Keegan, I'll give you a choice here. I'll give you a choice. Because it's back-to-back 10s, you can either take a single healer's kit with 10 uses, or you can take a masterwork healer's kit with 5 uses. That is a choice.
That is
half
a choice.
the uses, but you get the +2.
I'm going to go with the one with 10 uses, because Treat Deadly Wounds uses 2 uses each time. And yeah, I think I have to err on the side of making sure I can do that as many times as possible, just in case.
Cool. And that
really
was
not going with that whole Valiant Few thing if you take the mini.
Yeah.
True. All right. So that means you do have the 13 gold left over, which means you spend 12 of them on that potion, Wade. The oil.
Oh, that one.
The oil of magic weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to write down the value here. This was 12 gold, the magic weapon. Pure Light Wounds, we said was about 10, because Gwen's a friend.
10 for the 3, yep.
Enlarged Person was how much?
That was 15 by itself, and each of the reduces were 15. And each Endure was 3.
It's like 60 altogether. For those.
I still vote we rob the bank while everyone's gone. Just putting that out there in the universe.
I hate to throw this out there. I believe we are 2 gold pieces over on cost, so we're going to come up with 2 gold still. That is up to 94, and I've got 92.
Where do you have this written?
45
I have one. I can give you one.
Wade, where's it written?
in my notes.
Notes where? On Notepad? On your PC?
WordPad, which I reinstalled after Windows deleted it. Thank you.
Okay, so it's not anywhere where I can see it.
Here, you know what? I'll copy paste for you, buddy.
So it was 1 reduced person, 3 enlarged, 1 magic weapon, 3 endure elements, 3 cure light wounds.
There you go.
Oh,
I got 91.
For some reason, I thought enlarge was cheaper than shrink whenever you were originally saying it, but maybe I'm incorrect.
No, you said they were all 15.
Okay.
So if that's one, and
you
that
know what it is?
It came out to 91.
Endure
but-
elements, they're 3 each, not 4 each.
Yeah. Did I type the wrong thing?
I'm looking at what Wade wrote.
Oh.
So Wade, you're not over by 2, you're under by 1. Cool.
All right. Perfect.
And then to wrap this up, you also were looking at grabbing a couple of mundane items like potions and so on and so forth. Those absolutely you're welcome. Not potions, haha. Rope and so on and so forth. You can just look up the price of those and you're good to go there. And I know you're also looking at the folding pole. Those go for what, like 2 silver each or something like that. So cool. You're good to go. So you guys can, with that remaining 1 gold, you can spend it on getting your rope and your folding pole and some other mundane items that you needed for the adventure. Awesome. Exciting way to start the new season. A little bit of shopping. Anything else that you guys want to cover? Kind of wrapping up before we jump into the new adventure.
I remember I was wondering, did we ever find out what happened with Ashtara's big ass house when she left?
No. Let me
That's a good
think.
question though. Like, if it's did she keep it? It's just like vacant, or
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I was just thinking for a second. You would have looked into it because you spent the entire winter in Haudh-Gwenn, and out of curiosity, we would have found out that she put it up for sale, and nobody has purchased it yet.
Oh. Okay.
But is it furnished?
yeah. How do they do it in Haudh-Gwenn versus Lishev? They auction off all the shit. You buy the house, like, oh, did you want the furniture? That's an additional twice as much as the house is worth.
It is, in fact, furnished.
Damn it! How much is it listed for? Hold on, maybe we should do a sell and buy.
Right.
We're moving in, baby. We're gonna be Beltran's neighbor.
Oh, he'd love that. I was gone for 3 weeks. You let those fuckers move in?
Excuse
I'm
me. did you
fired,
trim a
everybody.
tree on my property? Well, the branch was on our side, Beltran. So yeah, we trimmed the tree. We just have like the most petty fucking feud.
Just build an arbitrary fence we don't need.
We get a dog just to piss on his lawn.
I won't lie, those fence disputes are not
That would be
exactly
fun.
the most fun thing with neighbors.
No,
Nope.
that depends on your neighbor. I had really good neighbors. Whenever we had to work out a stone like retaining wall, and it was technically on our property, but the neighbors were like, "Well, it's to retain our land." I was like, we were like fighting over who would pay for it, but like in the opposite way of you would think. I was like, "I can cover it." They're like, no, we can cover it. I was like, "What if we just split it down the middle?" And they're like, "Sure." It was actually really nice.
Wow. That's funny.
Yeah.
I have the issue of my neighbors behind me. I've probably told the story 100 times before him. They moved in about 2 years ago. When they moved in, they bought the house, and then like we knew the neighbors beforehand. We talked to them all the time. When these and the neighbors before that, Brittany knew like from childhood from the area. But anyways, so these people bought it, but then they were never around. They would just like come by and move like a couple pieces of furniture and disappear before we got to say hi. One point in time, we even made cookies to go over and like say hi to them, but then they were gone before we got to say hi. And then they moved in, and we didn't see them. And then they lived there for a few months, and then it got awkward. Where it'd be like, okay, well, they bought the place like 6 months ago. They moved in about a month ago officially, I guess, and we still haven't said hi. And then we got that whole, it's probably awkward to say hi now. But then like there's this beeping noise that goes off in the backyard that never stops 24/7, about every 5-6 seconds, like a beep, beep kind of noise, not nonstop for 2 years now. And now it's at the point
They
where
installed an asshole detector, and unfortunately, it's facing you.
fuck you. But then now it's at the point where it's like, now if I go over to say something after I never even said hi when they moved into the neighborhood, I kind of feel like a dick. So now we just deal with the beeping noise in the backyard because I feel bad saying something because I never welcomed them to the neighborhood. So.
Wow.
Go welcome to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then 3 days later, be like, hey, that beeping noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that I've waited the prerequisite amount of time.
It's like now you have to like do it just to, and I've done even when they moved in, sometimes I'd be like out back on the back porch, like working, and I'd see them and I'd wave. And like every time the husband was out there, I would see him out there. And so I'd wave at him, but then it turned out he was on one of those like 2007 headsets, like those Bluetooth, like sticking out of the side of your ear headsets.
Those are
and
so
I wave,
obnoxious.
and he would just like ignore me and keep talking on the phone. And I'd be like, cool. And then the wife would occasionally wave, but then walk the other way with their kid. And I'm like, maybe it's just me. So
No, man.
yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
O'Reilly.
I forgot I have a mystery scroll. There was one scroll I didn't identify. I can't remember where it was from. I just know there was one that I hadn't identified yet.
The only place we
I'd
got
like to
scrolls
identify
was from that pouch by Alcimia, right?
I think we found some in in the.
It was either
in the pouch
Alcimia
by
or else it
Alcimia.
was
No, I stole a bunch of scrolls out of the storage
Oh, yeah.
unit thing.
Did we identify those?
Yeah. We identified a bunch of them. I just had one that was unaccounted for.
I don't think you
that
ever
I've
told
listed
chat
as
what those
mystery scroll. Oh, I didn't? One is Oath of Anonymity. One is Drench. One is Fastidiousness. Detect Magic. And then I have this mystery one.
I think Scott naturally has fetidness. What was the second one?
Can we have a spider climb one? Or did you
Drench.
say that?
That's a potion.
Drench. I had that
yeah.
aura in college.
Nice.
I've lost it since
Right
I lost
on.
my hair, though. Yeah,
It always goes to hair, doesn't it?
it does.
I have bad news for you, Keegan.
You don't remember it either?
When you failed to identify,
Oh, I haven't tried identifying it. Because I think it was in bad condition at the time. I'm just trying to remember exactly where we got it. I don't know if this was one of the ones that was on the body.
there were 4 inside of the where Jake stole them, and you just listed all 4 of those.
Yeah, I had one before that I never tried to identify. That was just on my sheet. That's why it didn't get listed in the other ones, because I
bet I
didn't
know
notice
It had
it.
to be Alcimia, or it had to be the body with the animal attack.
It was the body. Yeah.
Yeah, we know what that
exactly
one
what it
is, don't we?
Did we?
Isn't that the hide from?
That was the
Animals
potion. That was one of the potions.
Oh, that's a potion. Oh,
Yeah.
I know what
so
the
the potions
scroll
I
is.
have are
I know
Cat's
the scroll
Grace,
is.
Spider Climb.
You rolled and you
Oh.
failed, and you rolled and you failed, but I think you were level 1. You're level 2 now, which means you're allowed to try again.
Oh, okay. I think if I do read magic, I just know what it is if it's on my list.
Oh,
That's why I don't
trained
remember
from
rolling
earlier. Finished at level 4, completed. It was on level 5, which did not complete. So there would be 2 plus 4. Scott.
But if it's not, then I think it's a spellcraft.
1 second. It is a spellcraft. Hold on.
Okay.
And it is on the bard list. Let me look at read magic.
It's one of those rules that I always have to review, so I don't know it by heart.
DC 16 spellcraft or any symbol spell with a read magic and permanent. You can decipher magical inscriptions in objects, books, scrolls, weapons that would otherwise be unintelligible. Deciphering does not normally invoke the magic containing it, although it does. Furthermore, once a spell is cast and you have read magic inscription, they're able to read. Oh, yeah, you can identify what it is, but you still might have to make a spellcraft check to you just have to roll a spellcraft potentially to cast it or whatever, but you won't have to because it's on your spell list. It's summon monster.
Oh,
yes, it's actually
unexpected.
Yeah, it's actually a very powerful scroll because it's summon monster level 2. Right? Give me 1 second.
We should
Okay.
give that to Aldo so we can use it whenever he's particularly drunk, but still needs to get it up.
I'm changing that. Sorry, it's a very powerful scroll. It is a summon monster level 3.
Hey,
And I
never
think,
be able
is
to
that
cast that level
above
spell.
where you will ever be able to cast?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
will be
thought.
one level short.
Yep. Sans, epic 6 feet grabbing that enhances that. Is a very powerful scroll.
Yeah. So that's pretty much always going to need a UMD roll.
Yes.
Dang. Okay. Okay.
Makes you wonder where that person got it from, but that's a different
Uh
conversation.
huh.
I would say we should just sell it if it's that valuable and get to take the money, but I don't know if we want that in anyone's hands, do we?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're just gonna keep that one right there.
Okay, cool. And that, I think, it takes care of all the equipment-based questions, conversations, so on and so forth. Any other side chatter we need to have, or are we good to go?
Well, I did hear
on-
while I was away that you've got to summon monster level 3. So just putting it out there once again. We go in the bank, we summon monster level 3, and then we rob it.
Very simple plan.
Step
God.
1, summon monster. Step 2, profit.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a minimum of casual 5.
Mm-hmm.
So it lasts for a half a minute, 30 seconds. That's probably enough time.
But how much money is that scroll worth?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he
Off the top of my head. Yeah. Not a small amount. That's for sure.
Uh-huh.
It'd probably be pretty tough to move in a deer, honestly.
He goes in there and he summons an electric eel.
That's someone else's problem. I say we cash out.
Right?
As someone who just watched more money spent in 3 minutes than we've had this entire campaign, I miss it. I miss having it.
That was nice. I think I'm just gonna keep it. That is our current emergency money stash, basically. If we do want to sell it, I mean, Nathan would probably buy it because he was trying to buy the spell book. I don't even want that fucking spell book. So
Yeah, imagine we had that spell book right now.
Yeah. Also, each of you should write down at least 1 cure light wounds on your sheet.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put 1 on
Okay.
mine. So I'm currently sitting at 1. I think was it moderate light wounds and 3, or moderate wounds and 3 light wounds, and then each of
Okay.
you would have 1 light wounds as well.
I think we collectively only had the 1 cure moderate, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I accidentally left it on my sheet, so I was making sure.
You can leave it on yours if you want.
No, I'll just change it to light. That's fine. So that'll be 1 light wounds, and then I have the cat's grace, the spider climb, the mage armor, and the hide from animals on my sheet. I'm definitely gonna put the light wounds into the belt, and probably the mage armor.
Alrighty.
Probably, yeah.
I have the
Actually,
other
no.
ones written down, not on my sheet, but separately. I'm not sure where we want to keep. Like each of us would probably have an endure elements. Each of us would probably have a shrink person. Then we have enlarge magic and magic weapon, which I don't know. I don't know if it matters who carries those around.
I mean, I imagine you're gonna have the enlarge because it makes most sense for you to use it in combat. If it ends
Unless
up getting used in combat,
we need to terrorize the town, and we have Aldo disguised as like a large, scary creature.
right? Yeah, I would say just don't put it in the belt, so that way if you do need to hand it off, then it's easy.
Oh yeah, Scott, the Swift belts. Those hold 2 potions. Okay.
2. Yeah, I'm gonna put my cure light in there for now. And I don't know what other one I'm actually gonna put in. So
I'll probably put 1
Should we go with
light,
that?
1 moderate for me. I think that makes sense.
yeah.
I
And
think
then
that
you
covers
have-
everything for me, Scott.
Great.
Aldo, did you want to carry the spider climb?
Yeah.
That might make sense for you. So yeah, I'll take that one off mine.
All right. Well, I guess we've delayed enough. Is it dungeon diving time, boys?
I think so. Or wait, I guess we're supposed to talk to Jaden. I think that was what was going to happen. Yeah. Oh, and then like the rope and stuff, I guess we'll put on Simon? Yeah, Simon.
How much was the rope?
I think he said we were just lumping the other stuff into that last gold piece. I don't know how much rope we're getting.
2 miles for a gold piece.
I
I want 10,500 feet of rope.
I mean, rope is pretty inexpensive. Not that cheap, but hold on.
I think it's like, I don't remember.
Oh, right now. Jesus Christ. Let me search through this. It'll take a minute. Unless Keegan gets it faster.
No, I wasn't even. I aborted. 2E rope.
I think I searched the hard way.
It is 5 silver for 50 feet.
Of hemp or silk?
Hemp.
Okay. 5 silver, 50 feet. There's a silver. It's a silver every 10 feet, or a copper every foot.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah,
1 gold
accurate.
to be 100 feet.
Yeah.
Well, there goes.
Don't you guys already have a ton of rope though?
We'd lost some of it.
Yeah, I am not currently carrying any because mine is still back in the keep because it was being used as the shortcut from.
Was it not still some on the
low to
donkeys,
high.
the donkey and horses or whatever?
There was. I think we have like 200 feet of rope left. I think we'd lost about 100 feet.
Okay, there's none on Simon. Let's see, Jacobo.
Check Garfunkel.
Oh yeah. Jacobo still has 200 feet.
That's what I thought we had. So just change it to
Okay.
a 300. I took off the gold. If you don't mind. I guess that was very demanding of me.
Yeah, I've already got it.
Only
open.
usually
You're
that
good.
mean to Scott.
6, which means I forgot how much it freaking weighed because I always do that. It weighs. Does not say there. Take off the 2E. Isn't this fun, chat? Don't you guys love shopping? It's 20 more pounds.
Honestly, some of chat loves it.
Mm-hmm.
Some of chat just uses background noise while they're at work.
On the bright side, we're out of money, so we kind of can't really shop anymore.
we are. We are
This
now
is the
again.
most broke I've ever
broke.
been. I've got 2 moonies and a silver.
I think I have 1 Mooney because some guy gave
Thank
me
God
one.
we have all
that,
these
that
lucrative,
rich dude gave me
high-paying
some.
jobs coming up.
Yep, we're definitely not doing this for free.
Big Softly Quiet. Aldo's like, man, how do I get this 30 gold?
Honestly, I just blanked like the last 20 minutes. I don't even know where he's up to.
Wow. You realize that
And-
means you don't have to
friendship.
give him any of the potions or the belt,
Oh,
right?
I've already wrote down the ones I've been spoken to. See, that's got my attention.
Grab this healer's
What?
kit.
Are we still shopping though? Is that what's going on?
No, we literally are done now, I think.
Yeah,
So
I think we're
It's
just
talk to
trying
Jaden,
to-
and then it's Jaden, then
Yeah, keep
Ruined, I
time.
think.
Yeah. I think, yeah, we were just moving the items around at that point, which that's done.
Man, I love okra, Oh, holy hell, does it get stuck in your teeth?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
I heard the same about Oprah before our sponsor, Manscaped. If you guys also don't.
Oh my god. The food is not burned by time. Okay, I'm eating delicious Indian food and the spice has not gotten to me, but you just made me snort some up the back of my nose. I'm gonna actually need a minute. It went up the back of my I've been fine this whole time, but now it
You heard him
hurts.
bad. Yeah, you
You
heard
look
him
so
bad.
good today. Oh, it's too bad he wasn't here for that compliment.
Oh
Scott,
no,
you look like
we
shit
missed it.
today. Oh, it's too bad he wasn't here for that insult.
I guess was better than the insult.
All right, so attempted murder. That's on my rap sheet now for the day.
Okay, so we don't get the folding pole, but is what it is. Like we are out of money. Wait, how much freaking money do I have? Oh yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out that all that money we put in the bank, man, sure could have helped.
Yep. Knew I should have just buried it in the backyard. Damn government. I have a Mooney. I have one Mooney and one silver.
Ha! I've got one more Mooney than you.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Remember, I paid all that silver to go work at the hospital.
Hey, at least it paid off for you. You got a healing kit.
It's true. Yep. Oh, I still have that weird spiked knuckle. So if I punch someone, I can do lethal damage if I put it on. We also have almost no rations. So it's probably good we're not doing a big major adventure right now.
Yeah.
We probably are going to have to sell something just to be able to travel again, though, after this.
We do need money. Well, we got enough to...
Yeah, we really...
We've got emergency things we could sell.
Yeah, and I can sell we can sell our old armor, too.
That's true.
And yeah, then we still have emergency stuff. But yeah, we'll worry about that when we get to it.
Cannot believe you made me snort lamb up the back of my nose. It's not where animals belong.
I think he just presented the opportunity for you to do it. You took it.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you're a go-getter.
All right. Okay, there we go. We're done with shopping. Jake's half paying attention now, and I think we're good to move on. So you guys wanted to go and speak with Jaden, right? Where were you hoping to meet with her? How you guys seem to be excited to talk to her. So whomever it is that's like going to speak with her as the primary, feel free to set the scene.
Oh, okay. This is after her hospital visit thing.
Yes.
I don't know. I imagine it would probably be more likely be while I'm working there. So I don't know if it'd be like a point where like I'm just meeting up with the other two or something right after getting back from there. And she happens to be around at that point because I don't think Mikhail would be like looking for her. He's just like knows she's there to be treated.
I imagine this is literally the last day of the downtime activity. You are just frustrated.
Then yes,
failing left and right to try to understand this magic. Just failing constantly, and the magic does not click for you.
Yeah, I feel that.
You come walking out of the place trying to head back to your friends, And don't even notice that you walk past her. Don't even notice when she calls out your name. Seeing that you're in a bad mood, she kind of like leaves you be. Like she doesn't continue calling your name. She just follows after you, though trailing a bit behind because she kind of walked off with a bit of a storm and she's moving at a more relaxed pace. You finally get to where it is you're supposed to meet with your buddies. Tavern, as you're finishing the plans for, going in. You guys can speak about this pretty openly at the tavern that you've grown accustomed to. And as you go walking in, two of them are coming around the corner. You give them like a heads up, a head nod, suggesting like you see them as they're approaching, and you come to a stop outside the door, just like taking that moment to collect yourself. The two of you see that as you're, the two of you walking up, see that he's standing there. He acknowledged you standing right outside the tavern, and as you're approaching as well, you notice that Jaden is walking up behind them, coincidentally. You all got to kind of like meet up at almost the same time, but she's the one that speaks first when they're still probably about 30 feet out walking up, and she goes, "Mikhail, are you okay?"
Kind of jumps, turns around, and goes, "Oh, yeah, no, just working on something. It's not really working out. How are you doing?" Kind of gives like a look of like kind of like he's a little uncertain of how to approach if she's good or not.
She says, "Certainly better than you. I called your name 3 or 4 times. You didn't respond."
Oh. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm a little in my head at the moment. Then I'll probably like walk a little slower.
The two of them approach as she says, "Well, I don't know what's pissing you off, but sometimes you just need to take a step back and look at the situation." And she like gestures outwards, and she's like, "Spring is here. Sure, it's a little chilly today, but look." And you guys are able to like look up and out, and honestly, it's a partially cloudy day. There's a little bit of clouds in the sky, but overall it's a pretty sunny day. You can see there's lots of birds, floating about, whether they be pigeons or other birds or whatever it might be, that are flitting about from the rooftops that are around you. You can see that the snow is very heavily into a melt, whether it be icicles dripping pretty rapidly off of, the edge of buildings, or the snow running down into gutters, if there are gutters otherwise running off of the roofs nearby. Yeah, the ground is a bit of a slush to it, but honestly, it's not that bad. Tonight, you don't think it's going to be that cold. Hopefully it doesn't turn to ice overnight like it did the other day when, well, Aldo's not the one that fell, despite how, intoxicated he was. We don't need to talk about it. Either way, so the day really is, it is a beautiful day. Despite it being a little bit chilly, despite all the slushy snow around, it feels warmer. It feels nicer. Like you can feel spring is genuinely in the air. The groundhog came out about a week or so ago, and somebody shot it, so don't have to worry about that shit.
There's guns?
Yes, with yeah. Absolutely.
Damn.
Yeah. So anyways,
wrong.
so you guys are starting to kind of like look about, and you, whether you choose to appreciate the how nice the day is, or whether if you're just kind of like shrugging off the suggestion, she says, "It's a nice day. Take it in. Take a step back. Relax for a second. And where are you heading off to anyways?" She says, looking to the other two that joined up.
He's still kind of looking around. He goes, "We were just gonna hit the tavern. It is actually kind of a nice day, I guess." Don't take this the wrong way. Just surprising advice coming from you. You really are doing better, huh?
She raises an eyebrow and then just looks overly insulted, and says, "I guess you're buying me drinks then." And then turns and goes into the tavern.
Koa lets out a sigh. He's like, "Oh, thank God she's still there." Thought it was a doppelganger for a minute.
He goes, yeah, guess that confirms it. Oh, well. They really can't help it, it looks like, though.
Yeah, so, still confused as to my own reason for having a dream while I was there.
I guess when you're ready to ask those questions, the place isn't going anywhere.
There'll be plenty of time for that later. We have a lot to do this spring, so I suppose we should anything else before we are ready? Go into the ruins.
Not sure off the top of my head. I'm still going over formulas. Let's get a seat and have a drink or something. Maybe that'll get me in the right mindset.
Perhaps water for me. I'm not sure I can afford a stiff drink anymore. We've been on quite the spending spree.
Like, feel at my coin pouch. Oh, yeah, maybe whatever's on tap.
This is not a paying job, right? So we're gonna have to figure out something to make some coins soon, or else we're gonna have to actually figure out how to move the stuff in the cave, because we did go a little above and beyond our means this time.
Yeah, I mean it'll help in the future, but see, I've still got a short sword and I mean my old armor. It's got to be worth something, especially if I can take a little time and repair it.
Out of game, Scott, do we know how long it's going to take for this armor and stuff to be ready?
Oh, great question. You would have commissioned it 2 weeks ago. Let me look.
Yeah, right after we sold the opal.
Because I had said that to Jaaek a while ago.
Well, we took 1 extra week last time, so we actually had 4 weeks since we sold the opal, I believe. I don't know if we would have done it right away, but we took 1 extra week last time, and was it 3 weeks? 3 or 4?
I think it would have been 3 weeks with the extra.
3 weeks with the extra.
I think so.
If we'd done it right away. I guess that's a big if.
It was 31 to 47 days for Jaaek. So it was 31 to 47 days. So give me a second. And so it's only been 14 days then out of the 31 to 47 because you would have commissioned it 2 weeks ago when you got the money. And he can only do one at a time. The difference
Very
there is
inefficient business practice.
well, there's because you're going for the very high quality. You're not just going for regular stuff. You're going for made for him specifically. Could I get somebody in? Can I get 2 people in chat to roll me a D8? You guys want them to roll low?
Oh God. Lance.
Keek,
Never mind.
pick the other one.
Cozy Kitty Cats. That's
All
the name I
right,
see.
Cozy, let's go.
Lance, you fuck. Good work, Lance. Thank you. I changed my mind. I want Cade.
Hey, Cozy, all right. Heck yeah.
That'll be 9. That'll be 40 days for the first set. Yeah, 14 days.
That could have been so low.
Yep.
Okay, well, it's gonna be a minute.
Yep. So
Technically, by rolling D8s, we were fucked out of the 31. We had a minimum of 33.
Mm-hmm.
that's fair. I'll take away 2. 38 days. You're 14 days in.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Do we have the potion belts now, though?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crap for days at this point.
Yeah.
I have an important question.
Hmm.
Whose armor is first?
I'm assuming Koa's.
Okay. So Koa's would be in 38 days, and yours would be half again that, which would be 15 plus 4, so 19 days afterwards. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. All right. You guys walk into the tavern.
Kate, I defended you.
Yeah.
She's walking over to a table that's empty, holding a pretty decent sized pitcher and a couple of glasses. I guess she's being cheerful after all. She sits down, puts down the wooden mugs or whatever, and starts filling them up. slides one over to Koa, one over to Aldo, and pours one for herself.
Okay. Mikhail like just kind of observes this for a moment. He goes, "Okay, that was not the most tactful thing to say. I'm sorry."
She looks at you like almost like an innocent surprised look. Oh, if you needed a beer, you can get it at the and she gestures to the bar.
Okay. He says, "Okay, fine. What do I need to do? How do I apologize? I get it. That was rude."
She looks at the pitcher and says, "I guess you can get the next two."
How much was it?
We are so broke.
It's several copper, whatever it is.
Look, that matters right now. Okay, like, we don't have much more than several coppers.
This feels like session 0 again.
I said several copper, not several silver.
Yeah, that's still.
I don't have several silver.
You have one silver?
I have a single silver.
That's 10 copper. Here you go. You have several copper.
It's just 20 to 30% of your net worth.
Swear to God.
No big deal.
I swear to fucking God. Okay.
Don't worry, we're accruing interest at the bank.
Right?
All right.
I have 12 copper or whatever. Fine. So I go, okay, I'll pay for the other 2 rounds.
All right.
He goes, but really, I'm glad you seem to be feeling better.
She says, "You're acting like I was dying of a disease."
He goes, no, it's just, I mean, you had told us what you'd been through. I mean, that's a lot. That's not easy to deal with.
Yeah, and it'd be worse if you guys didn't come and help.
Yeah.
She like there's like a pause for like a second or two, and she goes, "You seem like you need a hug." All right, and she like pushes her chair back and gets up, and she's like, looks to Koa, rolling her eyes. He can get emotional, can't he? And then goes over to give you a hug.
As soon as she does that, Koa looks to Aldo like laughing that it's Mikhail fumbling and not him for once.
Mikhail looks very confused. He has a look on his face like he's like, do I need to wake up? What's happening? He does not look.
And she pulls
Aldo just
you in.
Says to Jaden, he's like, I think he'd prefer if you yelled at him a little.
And she goes, "I'm not playing mommy." and
it looks like you are. He raises an eyebrow.
We'll chuckle at that, but then sit at the table and say, "Listen, if you guys are meeting together at a place like this, you look like you're up to something. What's the plan?"
I need a minute. He just kind of sinks back in his chair.
3 of us, the same as it was when we went west. Places to explore, things to do.
She nods and says, "If you're going to be secretive, that's fine." And leans in and says, "Listen, if you need my help, I'm here. But if you don't, I was actually thinking about heading down to Jurda's Crack."
Right. You did mention that. Which could be useful. I don't know. We've kind of got a lot of things already set up to get into where we're going. And then he kind of leans and says, we're just going to explore the ruins here.
The ruins, they're guarded by a pretty considerable group of people, aren't they? Bandits or something?
Yeah. But I mean, Aldo's been doing a lot of the legwork to make that a little bit of an easier process.
I don't know if Aldo expands.
No, he doesn't.
He can't. That costs 15 gold.
Sponsored by Blue Chew. Anyways. Not sponsored by Blue Chew.
but we mostly
Bluetooth,
have
if
that.
you want to sponsor, we are a bunch of nerds.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is true.
Jake's divorced. He could use it. All right.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. I got
It just hides my packet of blue chews.
Are you tired of being little? Scott can relate.
Hey, no, I was just going to make the joke. Wait, Jake's short. Damn it. All right.
Slow too.
Moving on.
So I was gonna say, yeah, I think we've got most of the ruin stuff pretty well prepared for. But yeah, folks out in the crag could I'm sure they could use more hands.
Yeah,
we may be able to eventually as well, if you go out there, perhaps gather what info you can, and maybe one day if we figure out how to handle things around here, we'll need some help with bigger issues.
I hear they started doing some training of their own because they got bored over the winter.
That's good.
Oh, nice. We didn't hear that. It's probably smart.
You've been locked up in that masked lady's room the entire time.
Yep, making very little progress.
Very little progress. Are you kidding me? Everybody talks about her so reverently. Everybody's like obsessed with her, and then you just go walking around chumming, like it's nothing.
Sounds like a cult.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that, and it gives off some certain vibes. But I mean, no, she's very intelligent, but don't really know her. I think that's on purpose. I don't know. It's just I'm trying to bridge a gap that I haven't really in my studies before, and it's frustrating to struggle at it. So maybe I'll appreciate it a bit more when I'm on the other side of it.
I don't think it's anything we can help you with.
Doubtful. Unless, well, how much do you know about magic?
Well, where I'm from, everybody is tested at a young age. It depends on your family and it's the likelihood, but usually around 3 for families that are known to have magic in it. For families that aren't, by 6-7 years old, you definitely need to be tested, because if you're tested positive for magic, you have to enroll in the schools. It's not mandatory, but considering that you're going to be doing military service at some point in time, it's best that you learn how to control that, so that stressful situations don't lead to critical danger for everybody around you. Anyway, depending on how well you test and how quickly you're able to study in it, that changes what you train, what kind of path you train down. Some train to be Gish, some train to be proper, mages, and so on. I do not have magic in my blood. No, Rayron did. His family is known to have magic. He had it in his blood, and he was training to be a Gish. I think he was always jealous of his brother. His brother was really tested really potent for magic, but we didn't see much of him. He kind of went off and did some other training elsewhere.
I myself also... Go ahead, Aldo.
Has anyone, like you said, people can refuse, but I'm assuming they generally don't. What happens if they do refuse?
Training in magic?
Yeah.
You still get taught the fundamentals anyways when you go through your military training. Just to make sure that you can control your... The problem is, if you have magic in your blood, if you have magic boiling to the surface, this is what I'm told, and then you're in a scenario where it's just dangerous, deadly situation, and you don't have control of your emotions, of your mind, then things can happen around you that you don't want to, and that could put you and the people around you in a worse situation. So you have to have some fundamental training just for your own safety. But yeah, you don't necessarily have to train in magic itself. There's some people that choose not to train in magic because the sheer number of mages that just get sent to the wall, they don't want to be what's kind of seen as almost being excommunicated, even though it's not really what it is. It's an honorable service, but people would almost rather fight in the front lines than stand on the wall. So, just kind of like lets that drift off.
Mikhail, perhaps I could be of some help, though. There was a time where I tried to imagine myself throwing a fireball, and I swear after a few moments my hand was a bit sweatier and warmer than it had been prior.
Oh. I don't think that's going to help, Koa.
She shrugs and says, maybe. I don't know the first thing about it, though.
No, I'm trying to develop something that enhances the body's natural ability to heal. Basically, you would rest, right? It would help you relax while sleeping, of course, but then the magic would actually start to take effect. Your natural healing would be boosted significantly. It would make it a lot easier for us to bounce back from injuries and the like, especially because potions are expensive. And
so you're trying to make a spell of like a good company or something, because I can tell you the nights I relaxed and slept the best were often nights after the tavern and bring someone back.
She throws a piece of bread at you.
I was getting hungry, thank you.
She says, you're probably thinking about it all wrong. But look, she says, like you said, you're probably thinking about it all wrong. I remember there was this one time we were in a fight, and it was a pretty rough battle, and we ended up winning, but not without a significant number of injured, and a few unfortunately were lost. The assigned healer that was with our company was going around and treating the most critically wounded. Those that whatever healing they could do just to save their life, and then those later on, what could be done to keep them ready for battle, so they can keep fighting the next day if need be. And I was asking him how it's done. Like, do they heal the body? And he was saying the body is healed, but he's not the one that heals it. And I was confused because I literally saw the wound healing, and I was like, well, do you make the body heal faster? And he's like, no, he doesn't change the way the body works. He opens the body up to something. I don't remember what he was saying. It was a word I'm not familiar with. It opens the body up to something, and that's what makes it heal. So he wasn't making the body do anything. He was allowing the body to take something into it. Do you know what I mean?
I might actually. Huh. He actually starts jots down a couple of notes. He goes, I'm not going to focus on it too much right this second, but that's really insightful. Thank you.
She shrugs and says, it's all contained to me.
Yeah, sure. Did he ever talk about focusing on his hand until it got really sweaty?
She looks at you, looks at Koa, and then looks at you and throws a smaller piece of bread at you.
Well, I don't even have a drink, guys. Remember?
I thought you went to the bar and got one. The whole thing.
No, I got hugged instead.
Anyways, so go on. Anything else?
He just kind of chuckles and says, he goes, okay, yeah, that might help. We'll see. But in the meantime, as far as going down to the crag, do you have any idea when you were going to go?
Yeah, I think my time here is pretty much wrapped up. That's why I was curious to see what you lot were up to. If you don't need company, if you've got it taken care of, then I think I'll head down that way.
Yeah, I mean, we'll stop by eventually.
Honestly, I'm kind of doing it for me. I haven't seen it since, well, it's part of the treatment. Kind of got to let things go.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure it'll go well.
Yeah, so you sure you don't want me to come with you? A couple extra days of not having to head down there.
Getting more sure by the second.
Yeah. Maybe I should head out in the morning. All right.
I forgot what my fucking horse was. Daisy? Was that my horse that I gave her?
Yeah.
Okay. You still have Daisy, right?
I still do.
Okay, good. You don't want to walk that whole way.
She actually was getting ready to argue with you on it. When you say that, she brightens up and says, "That's right. And I should probably head out early in the morning." All right, well, nice talking to a lot of you. I'll see you when you head down to the crack. Good luck on your adventure, I guess. And she'll stand up and slide her mostly drank mug of beer over to you.
Saved a bunch of copper. Hell yeah.
Was it several, not a bunch?
Yeah.
Several is a bunch where we're at right now.
More bunches of severals. Okay.
So you take the mug, it has like maybe 2 sips left, and then you go to refill it with the pitcher, but Aldo had already polished it off.
I'm just getting water. I'm not spending any money now.
Cool. And she'll head out, allowing you guys
Well, that was
to
different.
work on your plan.
Well, that was different.
Yeah, magic. Crazy stuff.
No, not that. What? Am I crazy? Jaden acted. She was different.
Oh yes, she was very much different. A lot better it seems. Though
Looking at the table, what were you guys doing?
What do you mean? I looked at
You
Aldo
seem-
like guiltily, like trying to still play it off like nothing was happening.
Well, you're obviously distracted. Weren't paying any attention to the conversation, and now you're doing this dodgy thing that you're bad at.
Aldo's very good at it. First of all, second of all, I was paying
Talking
attention.
now, though.
He like looks over his shoulder. Ignoring that. I was paying attention until you guys got deeper into the magic stuff, and then I'm not gonna lie, I got a little zoned out, and well, playing for our drinks was a bit more entertaining, I suppose. But Jaden, for the small sample we got, does seem to be a bit better. But when push comes to shove, I still, wonder how dependable she would be. Her issue was never really whenever things were at their best. It's as soon as anything started to not go well that we had to worry.
Yeah. I don't know. She definitely seems a lot different. And I mean, after as highly as Leon spoke about the place, helping him with his issues, I'm hopeful. Not convinced, but hopeful.
I'm also hopeful. I just don't know what part of her is getting healed versus what part of her is just her.
Right. I mean, yeah, she might still be a loose cannon, but it definitely seems like we saw her at her worst. And
This is
considering
pretty
the
bad.
situation, it makes sense. And it was bad. But I feel a little better about her going down there with Edric if this is the attitude she's taking towards it.
I don't disagree. Again, my concern is just still what happens whenever things start to go sideways, or hopefully going back to such a terrible place doesn't undo some of this work.
Yeah.
I myself can't say I look forward to going into every room in that place again.
No, I definitely understand that.
Oh.
But
Well, it's good news though, hearing that they've been training all winter.
yeah. Yeah. Well, we might be able to use that soon.
Could probably take out an entire army, right?
Maybe not quite that, but
That was my attempt at humor.
I wonder how they're doing though, food wise.
Worth checking into. We do still need to get Gwen over there, so perhaps once we're done with this business in town, we can go over there and kill 2 plains cats with 1 branch, as they say.
They do say that.
Whoever
They should. Be quite a feat.
I think killing plains cat with a branch would. I don't like that saying.
Why not?
I think killing one plains cat with a branch is already a pretty crazy feat. 2 just seems
Yeah, now imagine you did it twice. The
Just
same
seems
branch.
unrealistic.
Yes, but if you
Like
wanted to
you're
make a boastful tale, then you would say it was 2.
Well, if you want to make a boastful tale, it still has to be believable. There's no way. Like, Koa, I've seen you fight, and I wouldn't even believe you if you told me you did that.
Well, give me a chance, and perhaps after I exercise a little bit more and find the right stick, I'll do it just to prove you I can.
You want to fight a plains cat with a branch just to prove me wrong?
Yes.
And understanding, it means you have to kill 2 with the same branch in order to really prove your point.
I never said how old they were. They could be very old or very young.
Okay.
Wouldn't feel right killing them when they're very young, but very old, and they've already been nasty, right?
I'm like Koa, they're clubbing baby seals just to win a bet.
See where the morality ends. No. Okay. We might have lost the plot on that analogy a little bit. So about these ruins, I think we're about ready to check them out now, right?
I sympathize with Jaden here as to where I wish we could put it off a little bit further, but we already kind of have, so yes, perhaps it is time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look, we've got 2 ways in there, right? We either go through the council person's house, or I've put in a lot of legwork with the gang over there. We have someone on the inside. I've got uniforms for you guys. I'm pretty sure that's probably the unironically safer route, just because we know a little bit more about what's going on there.
Yeah. I would agree. I think taking that route, and then we can use the passage in the house as like a backup if for some reason that goes wrong.
Yeah.
It would be
We
good
also
to know
know
where the passage leads, though, if we need to make an escape a different route. But I agree that going in the main way makes the most sense.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Is we know people come in and out of the one that the for lack of a better word, bandits are guarding there. But I don't know that we know anyone that's gone in and out of the other access.
I would hope no one, unless the bandits themselves have found a way to get over there and are robbing the nobles or whatever. But even that, I kind of hope isn't happening. I'm assuming, other than the staircase, which we know is dangerous, that most of the more dangerous places are locked off even to the bandits. Perhaps over time, a lot of the initial traps have already been set. So our main worries might be places that are less traversed, which may include the trapdoor. That could still be very dangerous in there if people haven't been traversing it.
Good point.
But they have to know. If you owned a house, you'd have to know you have a place that leads something like that.
I guess there's a possibility they don't. There's a possibility they don't. I don't know. I would be a little surprised though. Yeah.
The information I seem to get, I don't think they are aware.
Strange. Perhaps every noble house in Haudh-Gwenn has a secret passage that leads somewhere. We know Ashtara did. Perhaps everyone gets one,
Yeah, that would be interesting. So, well, I don't know. I think you grabbed most of the info on it, Aldo. What do you think our next move should be?
We should go with what we know. And we do know that one with the bandits seemed to go in there at least to some extent, right? You had a guy that was selling stuff from there. I've made a lot of inroads there, so I think we should start. Definitely where we should start.
Okay. But that leads to my next question. What are we having to be disguised as?
Aldo just smiles, and he says, "You'll see."
I was worried you'd say that. Okay.
Viewing what I remember from my information on the ruins, it will feel like someone is watching you. It's important not to go in with too many, but it is important to also know the right path. The door upstairs hasn't been opened, but the stairs leading to it are crumbling and unsafe. And there's some kind of jelly there that can be used in alchemy and potion making and such.
Right. And Gwen gets shipments of it, right?
Yes. And it can be used for different
deliveries.
things. Accelerant, catalyst, and reactant, I think. So, if we're going in, those are the things I know from the main entrance. If we want to investigate the other path, I mean, Aldo, you've been the one doing the recon on this. Do you want to peek in and take a look, or do you wish to just go in the main way and not worry about it?
I think for the, I think this time we should just go in the main way. We know the other ways there. We might be able to find it once we're in there, right? But I mean, if I take a peek and go down in there and it's some trap that I don't see, and then I get locked out, and then you guys, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be a whole thing.
Bit dangerous.
I do think that if we don't find a way to that entrance while we're in, we should eventually investigate it. There might be more information or more things, or
for sure.
So eventually we should check it out. It's just a matter of whether we hurry and do it now or after. But,
yeah. Okay. No, I think that's fine. All right.
Let's get to it.
So that'll be. We're going. Wait, we're going now, or I guess we could.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? It's weird.
Well, we got to wait till it's a little bit later in the day anyway. Can't go too soon.
Yeah, it's true. It's weird to be doing something again after just being in town this whole time.
We're not going to have the luxury of having our horses in there, so we're going to figure out what we want to carry in. We'll obviously want torches and rope and such. We do only have a handful of torches left, unless you all restocked. I think we have about 5 of them.
Yeah, just about. I mean, I can light things briefly, as you've seen, but we'll have to just make do with them. I mean, because we're taking the route that Aldo's managed to secure, we can, if we run into something we're not prepared for, we can come back out, approach it later. Worst comes to worst, I can do some performances and stuff and try to restock a bit of money if we need to get any specific tools.
That's true. Perhaps we should have been doing that while the city was a bit lighter on people.
Maybe. Hindsight being what it is, might have chosen to do that if I knew this other route was going to be so difficult. But at least now I also have medical training, so if we get hurt, I can help out.
That is good. That's one thing we've sort of not had a lot of expertise in. I myself barely apply my own bandage. So
I'm glad to not do that anymore. Thanks, Mikhail.
You're welcome. All right.
Unless something happens to Mikhail, then Aldo, you're back on.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course.
It's only my life in your hands, so no worries.
Well, it's worked out so far, right?
So far. Yeah. All 3 of us.
Well, should we get started in the morning or get started this evening? I suppose
This
if we're going to be
evening.
in the darkness,
That's
it won't really
when,
make a difference, right?
That's when traffic picks up over there. Going beforehand would be a bit, odd.
All right, I guess that's our plan, Scott.
Yeah.
Out of game, you have a token to get us in too, right? So we don't have to pay anything.
Yeah, I do. I just read that, but I haven't brought it up yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. You guys were able to procure a good number of assets to help you get in here pretty easily. Now, remind me, how many EP did you get?
For this, 1, 2,
7.
3, 4,
Seven. I count 7.
7. Yeah, I got 7.
As a reminder, if you spend 1 EP on a die roll, it's just a simple 1. It gives you that +1, which is nice if you know the DC and you know, like, fuck, I'm off by 1. Spend 1 edge point. Cool. If you spend 2 edge points, you get to have a +2. It's quite the pricey fee for just only +2. If you spend 3 at once, you get to re-roll the die instead. So you can have a +1, a +2, or a re-roll, which is useful if you roll insanely low and you're just hoping to get a bit higher. There's no rule saying that you can only do one or the other. So you could theoretically spend 3, re-roll, and be like, fuck! And then still spend 2 more to get another +2 if you wanted to. But as a reminder, luck dice are always last. So if you choose to use edge points or anything else, luck die are always the last thing that you're going to use for it. Okay, because that's a meta mechanic that comes from chat as opposed to one that's built into the game. Cool. So back to the yes, have luck dice here. All right. So back to the game. You are wait till the evening comes. You finish your. I'm sorry. Keegan, did you buy any more pitchers of beer, or did you just let that one pitcher be the last one?
I let it be the last one. The person who I owed an apology to left, so
you have a very disappointed Koa and Aldo. But
Nah, that's a work day. We're good. Always good.
Yeah.
You have a very disappointed Aldo. So you So you guys are able to, wait until night falls, so on and so forth. The sun drops and the temperature does as well. It ends up being pretty damn cold tonight, like one of those nights where it's below freezing, but just above enough that the ice doesn't actually form because, the ice there, whatever, the water there is dirty enough that, 30 degrees or whatever isn't actually making it properly ice, maybe just like a thin sheen here and there. So if there's any amount of creeping that you've got to do, stepping through puddles could always be an issue. A thin layer of ice could be in there that might crack under your feet. So that could be an issue. A small reflection of snow or water that's on the ground from the stars or the moon's light could be an issue. But overall, it's a relatively mellow evening, just cold. While you're back at your hotel where you guys are staying, you have Aldo is going to assist you in getting into the disguises you didn't even realize that he helped to design for you. Not just disguises, but also suggestions of personas to match the disguises. Jake, you already rolled insanely well or did various other details or what have you to succeed at this. You just did well. You don't need to roll the disguise checks to get them into the disguises. They just simply fit them. Could you go ahead and one at a time for each of the 3 characters describe us which disguises they have and what your suggested personality traits are?
Yeah. Should have planned this before. Aldo's
I was
is
gonna
that
say in
of
fun
a...
fact chat, he never told the other PCs, but apparently he never told himself either.
Aldo is just like a smuggler. He's got dark clothes on. He kind of looks a bit dirty. His hair's like a little bit like matted. But generally just like a nonchalant, dirty person. I don't know. And then you've got Koa's, which is rather Koa's security, right? You got the smuggler, you got the security. So obviously, he also is given a wig, a long red-headed wig, and his clothes are baggy, but he's a big guy, so He still has his armor on underneath, like probably a black cloak of sorts. But Mikhail's is bright red. He's got the cabin boy. So he's a bright red, a little too tight for some reason. I don't know why.
Cabin boy.
What else?
Cabin boy.
Cabin boy with pants that are too tight.
And he also is. Let me think. He also has a wig, but I need to think of what wig.
Oh man.
Mikhail has a blonde wig.
Cabin boy.
A blonde wig.
Jesus Christ.
He's the cabin boy.
Deck. Lower.
No, not a bald cap. Everyone has to wear wigs.
Oh.
He already has long hair. It's just gonna be a hell of a wig.
Yep.
It's... Okay.
Well, hold on. It doesn't necessarily have to be a wig, depending on what he describes. It could always be extensions.
Mm.
It's up to Jake.
He said it was blonde.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe I've gone too far into wigs. Yeah, we'll go with extensions then.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. Wow. All right. How does the cabin boy fit into this crew?
I don't know.
Smuggler, security, cabin boy.
Koa will comment, I think we should wear these when we perform. These are excellent outfits.
He's just like staring, just dumbfounded at the pants. It's like, Aldo, what the hell? You're too
I
good
didn't
at
come
this
up with this. We took
voice.
somebody else's identity. They were supposed to be here, and I heard that they'd been held up.
This is a choice. I've seen how good you are at this.
It's definitely not. This is just unfortunate. I'm sorry, Mikhail.
For me,
there's nothing I can do about it.
Oh God. Okay.
Perhaps if we stayed to a stricter training regimen throughout the winter, they would have fit better.
I am in excellent shape. How dare you?
Koa starts laughing. He's trying to maintain a straight face.
When did I become okay? You know what? Me and my too tight pants will see you at the ruins. Like snatches up his clothes.
Oh, good. You're going separate from me.
Don't forget the extensions.
Could we
Comes
have
back for the extensions.
could we have the cabin boy in full garb be the one to give the ad read for Blue Chew?
Yes, I don't
Okay,
know what the
that's
hell
a great
Blue Chew
Ken doll
is.
impression you're doing.
Go ahead and change my alignment, Scott. I think this is my villain arc. I think this is how it starts.
All right.
It's dick pills in gum form? Oh, okay.
Okay, chat, since his pants are just unfortunately too tight, this is what's going to happen. Anytime Keegan rolls a nat 1 during the session while he's wearing the outfit, I'm going to have chat roll a die to see if his pants split. And we'll see what happens. We definitely don't want Lancelot rolling. He is rolling insane tonight. Okay.
Fuck.
Do we have names for these characters?
He rolled for Cabin Boy. Actually looks good on Mikhail. Jesus Christ. Nat 20. No. Okay.
Does someone want to pick names?
You
That's
guys wanna
3 names
delegate
in
to
chat.
or you want to pick your own names?
I don't know. Last time we got Gargalith, so hey.
That wasn't last
Yeah.
time. That was like literally 100 hours of session ago. That was
feels
that
like
was a
last
very
time.
long time ago.
At Gargalith. We got
We're not picking
Oh,
Sub-Zero.
please.
Jared
Mikhail's
Lawrence.
got to be Von Berg. Please.
Von
please.
Berg.
Pardon me, I'm Von Berg, the cabin boy.
I'm Von Berg.
I know cabin boy is more like Leo Von Berg.
Cabin boy.
We already have a Leon.
Leo Vaughn was the joke. Leo Vaughn, like
I know, but
he's not.
So we got
Leon,
Bobby, Robbie, and Von Berg.
I've watched maybe in total about 5 hours of Leo Vaughn, and he is just not. I think he's made me chuckle.
He's not for me.
Yeah, like I've just seen him on like other people's podcasts. I'm just like, he's just not funny, ever.
Yeah,
he I watched his podcast. We had Neil deGrasse Tyson on there, and it was just like it was like watching an adult try to explain relatively simple concepts to a kindergartner, and the kindergartner being like, "But crayons taste like ice cream," and I'm like, "This person is not. Why? No."
Like, why are you interviewing him? Who set this up? Yeah.
Nuggets galore? Yeah. Is that
he's
like
not for me.
Pussy Galore's brother?
Anyways. Okay.
God.
A lot of galore.
A lot of galore.
Okay. So I
guess I'm Von Berg. Yeah.
So that evening you have the smuggler, the cabin boy, and what was the third persona? The
security.
The muscle.
Security. Yeah, the muscle. We're heading in, and you guys were walking up all in your different disguises. Honestly, let's be clear. Whereas Mikhail feels absolutely foolish and is doing the best he can to make that walk work, even though he's worn tight trousers before, this has got to be some sort of revenge situation. He can't not have a funny walk to him with how much it's squeezing his thighs. But it's okay, because even if he is walking funny, either A, people are like, yeah, that fits that person. B, aren't paying attention because it's dark out and there's a lot going on. Or C, Koa is absolutely living up his persona. Let's be clear. He's playing security. He's supposed to be the badass, and he is a badass, clearly, obviously, duh. So having Koa walking up and playing his role very confidently, no, it's working out very well. The three of you are walking through the ruins area of Haudh-Gwenn. This is the area where, to describe for those that haven't heard it before, this used to be part of like a proper castle, like with a bunch of buildings around it, so on and so forth. A castle isn't just a single structure. A castle is walls, a large, central structure, or to the edge kind of structure with a bunch of buildings inside of it. Sometimes there's towers, so on and so forth. This whole area would have been a castle, but has collapsed long ago. Some sections of walls still stand up, and you guys walk by one of those sections, and the moonlight highlights raiders!
Ollie!
In the moonlight, you see raiders! You see a fox trotting along the wall over there. Ring-a-ding-ding-ding-ding-ding.
Quit while you're okay. You're no longer in.
Somebody redeemed that I have to be nice to you, Scott, and I'm just gonna not roast you. Does that count?
Nope.
I'm just gonna not.
You have to say my ring-a-ding-dings are the best dings that have ever ring-a-dinged.
I definitely don't have to do that. But I will say you have a nice smile when you think you're being funny.
When you think you're being funny. The rest of the time, your snaggletooth really is really prominent. But when you think you're funny, it's hidden. Now, okay. So where were we? No, apparently now you have to insult me. I'll wait.
I don't have anything nice to say, and I was taught not to say anything at all in these situations, so.
I was gonna say, all the easy insults, it's such low-hanging fruit that even I don't want to go for it.
What's funny is I know I could go back to the hairline, and it would work. see, I didn't even have to do it.
Moved.
I didn't even do it.
Check the videos.
But I caused this. All right, are you happy?
The oldest sessions are not on this
Scott.
channel. Somehow the oldest sessions are on Chilluminati, because that makes perfect fucking sense. So if you find the Illuminati and you chew on them, you can find the sessions from 8 years ago. My hairline is not moved.
No, your forehead just took an enlargement potion.
Molly, Wade's trying to get us sponsored by Blue Chew. Is there something you need to tell us? Moving on. Oh, speaking of sponsorships,
I don't know. I think it's a penis thing.
My buddy is almost done getting his prototype models of the dice that I told you guys about forever ago. I told you about that, right? It's IRL real physical dice, like physical dice that you touch and hold with your hand, and you roll them, and it appears on Roll20.
Yeah. I forgot. I always forget what he was calling it, but I remember the concept.
Dimension Door Games.
Oh, I did remember it. I just thought I was thinking the wrong thing.
Yeah. It's almost done. He just had to get in. I won't bore you with the details. But either way, so almost like getting prototypes, and it's really fun because I can actually roll my physical dice, and you guys get to see it on there. But back to game. So we you guys are approaching, and
you have beautiful dice, Scott. Really beautiful real dice. And your hands look like normal-sized hands when you roll them.
I have large hands, thank you. And these are what my dice look like since you complimented them. They were from Dice Hard Games, a previous sponsor. So check out Dice Hard dice. They're really good. Well, not the bottom ones. I've had those for over 20 years. But the rest of them, they're metal. They're amazing. They're beautiful. I love them. They're very heavy.
Molly, I'm too old to bend down that low, babe. We'll give him a step ladder.
What?
Ugh. God, I got a heartburn from being nice to you for like 2 seconds.
Okay, back to the game, Wade. As you guys are walking along in this moonlight and the starlight that's there, you can see one of the sections of wall even happens to be up there. And despite the fact that you see a fox trotting along the base of the wall, on top of it, you see that there is a guard that's standing there. They do have a crossbow in hand, and so they are standing up there and kind of keeping an eye as you're passing by. You're the only people passing by the area, so they're certainly not like keeping an eye on you. And as previously stated in some earlier session, Aldo had looked up and seen that the crossbow didn't exactly look like it was well maintained anyways. So this is probably just a person that knows how to point and shoot, but probably doesn't have the best aim, so it's not too threatening. Now, when you get closer to where their actual, the location that you're going to, where their actual base of operations is, that is where the central structure, the keep or what have you, of the castle would have been. This castle is predominantly, collapsed over. So, like the third and fourth levels and so on have completely collapsed down. And even the second floor of the castle, I'm using American terms here, not the ground level, the one above it, even that has had some of it, collapsing in on itself, leaving only some of it available. However, the ground level, or the first floor, as we would call it, that is, of course, completely intact. And as you guys are approaching, you can see that there are people that are above as well here. So one on, again, a small, tiny section of wall coming off of the central structure that's standing there has a crossbow. Another one that seems to be standing outside of like a broken area of the wall where there's a bit of flooring inside that they can hold footing. You guys are able to notice them when you approach, not because you rolled the high perception checks, but because Aldo has scouted the area well enough to give you a heads up of where to look when you approach. And holy shit, that is awesome.
Dang.
Someone brought it up. I had to show it off.
That's a lot of streams.
Yeah. 250 million. Wow.
I mean, it's not as much as my YouTube channel, but it has done it in a sixth of the time.
I mean, that's impressive. 250 million. That's crazy. One of my favorite things that comparisons is people never understand, like, because you hear like million versus billion. People never understand the difference between a million and a billion. It's like, how long is a million seconds? It's like 11 days. How long is a billion seconds? It's like 37 years. So Wade is somewhere between 11 days and 37 years worth of streams, if you will. So, but either way, that's crazy. That's a lot. That's a lot. Kudos, sir. Kudos. On the approach, Aldo would have given you a heads up of where it is to look, and so you can see they like where kind of like your eye darts there, and instinctively, whether it be discreetly or overtly, and you're able to see the people that are standing there. Similarly with crossbows, so whether or not they're well maintained, you're not entirely sure for these. You imagine this close, they're probably a little bit better of a shot, maybe a little bit better of a crossbow, but you can't confirm that from the darkness and the distance that you're at. You can also see there's a couple of people kind of lounging about here. Nobody that immediately approaches you, because as you're coming up, you're walking with confidence where it is that you're supposed to go, so they keep an eye on you. They know that they can attack you from behind as needed, and let you approach the building. As you approach the building, you see there's two people standing right outside the door. One of them leaning up against the wall immediately outside the door, another one like several feet off to the side. The one that's several feet off to the side walks up to intercept the three of you as you're approaching. Hey, the fuck you doing here?
Aldo just reaches into his pocket and he just pulls out and holds like the token between like two of his fingers.
He goes, he's like, fuck off. And like, snatches it out of your hand. Because like he clearly doesn't believe. He's never seen you before. He has no idea who you are. He looks the thing over and like holds it up so that the moon's light is reflecting off of it. And he goes, "Hey, seems legit." And like tosses it over to the person that's leaning against the wall right by the door. And they, catch it as they lean up off the wall. And they also look it over, make sure it's good, front and back. And even though it's not made out of gold, they bite on it because, I don't know, maybe they think it makes them look cool. Maybe it is some way of identifying whether or not it's real. But they do bite on it for a moment. They look at it one last time. And then they shrug and say, "All right." And we'll flick it back over to you guys as he leans at the door. And he gives a knocking sequence. The knocking sequence he does, a couple of the raps are loud, a couple of them are quiet. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check, all three of you. Wade, your wife said her tummy aches. Fix it.
I am. I'm offering her grease and salt.
Oh, okay, cool. There you go. Good husband. All right. So you are with your perception check. Wow, those are some really good rolls. Our percussionist is able to make out the pattern perfectly, and so he believes that he can.
Needs more cowbell.
He believes he can rewrite that prescription if he needs to in the future. And so you are, gives a knock, and somebody on the inside you can hear remove some sort of lock or latch or whatever it is that they have, and they open the door to let you in. The person that's immediately on the inside is a pretty decent size half orc that happens to be inside there. So when I say decent size, I mean the when you go in, because the structure, the building was originally designed for Mole being hobgoblins, aren't very tall. So the ceilings in here, they cap out at about 7 feet tall. And this half orc is close to that, with his boots making him even closer. So certainly their head is not touching the ceiling, but the lower ceilings that are in here make them seem that much larger and more imposing when you come walking in. So you go walking into the place, and you can see that the walls are for the most part held up fine, but the torchlight that's inside here allowing you to see also shows that there's areas where there's some sort of, maybe it's a plaster or a different type of cement or whatever it is that they've used to reinforce bits of wall where there's crack here and there along the way. You've seen this kind of stone many times before, so I don't need to describe it again, but there is cracks that are running throughout it. Honestly, it probably would have crumbled long ago if it wasn't for the veins that runs through the stone that's there. In some areas, as you're walking down the hallway, you can see that there are even, what are they called, like wooden struts that are put in place to help reinforce for areas that might be even weaker. You know to avoid that so you don't cause some sort of cataclysmic collapse and just get buried alive in TPK. Anyways, now that you're inside, the person that's in there, aside from letting you in and giving you an appraising look and you seeing how large and imposing they seem to be, they don't say anything to you or interact with you in any way. You guys kind of have a degree of instruction. Where do you go from here?
Well, we have to decide whether we go to the door. I don't remember what all you found out, Aldo, but I know I
didn't think I found out anything to do with, like, once we're in here. Or maybe I did, but I didn't write it down.
There's a door that doesn't open upstairs, but the steps are crumbly. Downstairs is where the jelly is. I don't have any other information other than that at the moment.
We should go downstairs then, right?
Yeah. You said we don't know what's upstairs at all, right?
There's a door that no one's been able to open.
Other than a door, yeah.
So unless that door leads to, like, where the advisor guy might be.
Yeah.
Because if this was a castle, you'd think he would have been in a room higher up, right? Maybe not. Not if he was. I don't know.
I mean, at the other keep, it was on like the upper
Highest
level.
point, right?
Yeah.
maybe this is the opposite. Maybe the lowest.
I mean,
point. I don't know.
Or at
To
least
be
on
fair-
the highest level that we got to, at least.
Yeah, it was all. It's hard to say it was all one level because like the one room that was there had stairs ascending the entire time. It was like a wide room that went up as it went, and then there was one hallway, and everything was the same level. And then there was the outside. It was a pretty simple place. But anyways, I'm sorry. Continue.
Oh, you guys just want to take it into RP?
Yeah, go ahead. I imagine
Yeah.
it was whispered as you're like walking down. So I imagine you walk down the hallway as I described beforehand. It opens up into a chamber there. Whatever this chamber was at some point in time, you don't know. It does have pillars inside of it, so this is clearly it had support for whatever floor was above head. It is a wider, more open area, so you have to imagine the pillars that are here are literally to support the ceiling, since the walls are a bit too spread out. But inside here, while you don't see any immediate stairwells up, down, or otherwise, you just see a bit of swept to the side crumbling, some makeshift furniture that's inside here. You do see one individual. They look over at you, giving you an appraising look before they go back to whatever it is that they're working on, some kit or whatever that's on the ground by their legs. You can't quite make out what it is from here, but that's fine. Standing at the entrance to this room at the end of the hallway that you came down and the doorway you came through, you can stop and have a quick whispered conversation. Go ahead.
So, up to the locked door or down where we know the substance was?
I think maybe we want to check out the door, right?
I mean, the door's locked, and well, I can possibly pick it. It's probably not why, because look who we're surrounded by. It's definitely been tried before.
True, but we do
Sure.
have a key that they didn't.
We do.
If it's
Yeah.
something similar.
And we do. I don't know if it's a key to that door, but what if it's more to it than just a regular lock?
I'm not touching the door with my bare hands. I can tell you that.
Definitely not before looking.
I mean, if we go up there, we do have to be careful about the stairs. They're not in great shape, from what I was told. But
Yeah.
if we do manage
We-
to get in, it's a place that we know is not disturbed, or shouldn't be.
Yeah. It's the thing
Well, we
I'm
can
most
try
curious
that
about,
first
but
if you want.
it's the thing I'm most curious about. But if you think we should check out the downstairs just because it's easier first, then that makes sense too. Stairs aren't going anywhere.
The only thing is, this guy's going to be watching us. Whatever we do.
Uh,
And as right
Yeah.
if he hears anyone, we have whatever it was you presented, right? So they can watch all they want.
yeah. Still, maybe downstairs first, then I guess.
Fair enough.
May as well.
For whatever it's worth, it's important to try to stay on the right path.
As in, right versus left? Or correct?
That is the question.
Oh. Do we know what the correct path is?
Nope.
And I guess we stick to the right. So, I don't know. I guess we'll hug the right side wall and go downstairs.
Sure. So as I said, you were having that conversation, that whisper conversation. I was here, and then it's like, even if you wanted to like push that conversation anymore, when you're like, right? He's like, that's the question, or whatever it was that Koa had responded with. The guy kind of like looks up from what he's doing, seeing that you've been standing there, whispering conversation for a while. He's clearly growing suspicious about how long you've just been standing there, and that's where you just like, yes, we hugged the right wall, and you start walking because you don't want to stay there any longer. Clearly being like agitatedly observed. So you start moving down that path and trying to get to where it is that you need to go. Following the right wall, you do in fact come to a doorway, the door long ago having been rotted or ripped off the wall, and you see that there are stairs descending.
Now, from what I know, stairs, I believe, up were the ones that were crumbly and concerning, but that doesn't mean that these wouldn't be.
So just be careful.
Yeah, be careful either way.
All right.
Let's not get too comfortable just because people have tread this before. If we know anything from the last place, it's that everything is out to kill you.
Yeah, very well could be. I plan to treat it that way.
Hmm.
So I guess we're going down.
So we'll go down the stairs. Scott, while we're going down, I'll keep an eye out for traps and things, but more so because I think this is a well-trodden path to an extent. I want to look at and see if I can identify any traps that have been removed or have been sprung and never reset, anything like that.
So you're going first, then?
Yep.
Wonderful. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, sir. That's a great way to start the day. No hype trains to help you. All you got is luck, if that's even worth it.
No, we had a level 4 at the start. Snog and I both.
There was a level 4 at the start. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up in the beginning.
2+4s.
Yep, you do have 2+4s to start with. And don't forget, you are technically infiltrating. So technically, you can use 1, 2, or 3 EP out of your 7.
Is this a role we could have assisted with if we're all looking for traps, or is this just a him thing?
I mean, he's the one that has the skill for it, and he's ahead of you. What are you using for light, by the way?
We have 5 torches.
Torch it is?
Yeah, if it's dark, we'll use a torch.
Nighttime on the ground. Tends to be a little bit dark.
Well, I guess we didn't know when we came in here if there was like pre-lit torches around, since it is a traverse area.
There were, but not on the stairwell going down.
Okay.
Gotcha.
What do we think?
3 would be a reroll, but I mean, that's no guarantee of anything. Like, I don't know.
No.
If +4 would get you to 12, what do you think you need to see anything useful? A 15 at least?
Probably.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. If you want to hit a luck by itself, probably not worth it. If you want to use a +4, then I'd say use a luck so we can see if we have any.
I don't know. We could roll with it, but it's just like...
Or we could roll with it.
We'll just roll with it.
Okay.
Take the 8.
Yep.
This is what you notice on your way down. There are definitely areas where traps should have been identified. Some where very obviously they've been dismantled because literally people have broken or ripped open parts of the wall. And you can see on the inside where bits of metal or what have you would have been that it was removed from. There are other areas where you can see that their traps are clearly been warned as being there. There's markings on the wall or boarded up spots for you to step on so it doesn't set a plate off or whatever it is. Clearly identifying that, so on and so forth. However, this does not identify all of the traps that are in the area. This is, of course, still a thieves guild, if you want to call it that. A criminal organization place. And so some degree of defense is still useful for them to keep in there. And so, unfortunately, you don't notice the one of the very few that they kept to have for their own safety's sake. As you're walking down and noticing that things are already either triggered or blocked off or dismantled, you grow comfortable. And so you didn't notice the spot when you step into the step onto a plate, and a bit of metal shoots out from the side and attempts to stab at you. This kind of trap is an attack roll from me as opposed to a reflex save from you.
Yep.
Luckily for you, I rolled trash. So even your flat-footed AC, because you don't have uncanny dodge, do you?
No.
Yeah. Your flat-footed AC is above a 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you have armor on, I think.
Yep. And with my dex, it's higher.
No, I said flat-footed. Flat-footed doesn't include dex.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, no, with my armor, it's fine.
Yep. So because I hit a 10 total. So I rolled trash. So a spear ends up shooting out from the side. And from the wall that's there. It actually should have been 3 spears, but one of the 3 holes that would have shot the spear didn't even have anything loaded in it anymore. One of them, it did shoot out the spear, but the top third of the spear, where the head would have been, wasn't there anymore. And so what you got jabbed by, into your clothing by a broken bit of old wood. So it just chipped off even more when it hit you. It didn't even do anything. And then finally, the third spearhead did in fact shoot out. But when your foot hit it, you walked out afterwards. So it's like it shot out and then you walked into the spear, causing it to crack even more. So even as it went to go auto reset, it couldn't even pull itself back in because it was like cracked sideways over the opening in the wall. This trap is dead now.
Yeah. Scott, you have a very unoriginal background.
I paid an artist to custom make this background specifically for me, and then I sent it to you. Like it's as original.
Hey, I don't make the rules.
They
I don't make the rules.
created it for me.
Whenever I paid for art for Graph and then you killed him, I don't think it's a really good excuse.
Stalker, you can't get mad at me. I'm not the one that redeemed it. It was probably you that redeemed it.
All right.
Scott,
Aldo
there
just
was a
like
redeem.
freezes.
Oh, looks like that proves our reasons for needing to be careful.
Yeah.
Good.
I think so. Yeah, it looks like they've still left a couple here. Right. Gotta be more careful.
Yes, I thought
There's a lot that's been taken apart though. I don't know if you noticed on the way, so it is kind of reminds me of how many are on the thing, as long as no boulders. And he looks around.
Noah also like looks up when you mention boulders and starts looking around like he doesn't want to relive that.
Same. Well, I don't see any.
The location of this particular one, you think they intentionally left this one intact?
I know.
Well, we really do have to be more careful. Sorry, guys. That could have, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it didn't. We'll just be happy with that and step lightly. Was a pressure plate?
Yeah.
I'm gonna check since he's already stepped off of it. Is the pressure plate he stepped on, is it marked in any way?
It was not marked. No.
Okay.
There's probably some instruction, like count the first 87 steps and then you're good, kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. So somebody's definitely been stabbed by these. I'll just ask. You think we should mark it?
Nah.
I mean, it doesn't have anything on it yet. Okay. Then he'll
Well, it's
step
not
over
resetting properly anyway, so I'll have to rearm it.
I step over it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, there's still that like broken spear that's like dangling out the hole or whatever, you know, because it can't get reset inside there. When you guys move past this one, the stairs do turn, and they take kind of a sharp turn to the side, 90 degrees, and then you walk a very short distance before it takes another same 90-degree sharp turn, and then before it continues down, like it goes out a little bit, before it properly continues down, you can see that there is pathways that come off of here. They go down little halls that break off. You don't know where this goes, but you think it sounded like you guys wanted to go all the way to the bottom. You don't know where this area leads to.
Yeah, I think we're trying to find the jelly. I think.
Yeah, so I guess
Yeah.
move on, because we're just in like a stairwell, right? So we just keep going till we find something.
Correct. Yep. So
Yeah.
you're going to keep pushing by and going down the stairs some more until eventually it comes to the bottom of the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, actually, sorry, Jake, go ahead and roll me another perception check.
Yeah.
About time you boys stopped rolling twos. Let's go.
Are you happy with that, or do you want to luck or modify that somehow?
I'm happy with it.
Okay. With 17 total, as you guys are walking down the stairs, you do see there is a spot where you can see another trap that's set there. It's kind of a funny one because the foot plate that triggers a trap is super obvious. It even is already at a bit of a tilt, like it had been pressed so many times over the years that it's not like sagging a bit down, has like maybe 2 millimeters off at the edge of it from the others. And so you notice it and it's like, oh, hold up. And you can see that that's there. But on further inspection, you realize it's not just one step. It looks like maybe the next 3 steps this is the case. So it gives you an idea like, this could be like one of those scenarios where it was the boulder before where a whole bunch of them get slidey. But there's no indication to suggest that a boulder could fit down a hallway this wide and tall and et cetera, et cetera. So instead, looking around, trying to see if there's anything else to assist, you notice that there is in fact a plate in the wall that if you depress that plate, it locks the steps steady, at least for a short period of time, so you can walk down comfortably. So like I said, you stop for a second, you realize this, and you're like, you slowly press the plate in. When you hear it click, you can see that the steps look more firm, look more like they've straightened out because whatever mechanism that holds them in place is now properly holding them upright. You test it with your foot, it's safe, you're able to make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Once you get to the bottom of the stairs, you can see that there is, in fact, a door that's still down here. Still is the wrong word. Still would suggest it's the original door. This has clearly been replaced. It's not mole style, mole anything whatsoever. Well enough made that it pretty much fits perfectly in the frame, but not a mole door. Very heavily reinforced.
Oh, well. The door open?
You go to check the door. The door does not immediately open. You can go ahead and roll me a perception check there, Jake, and you guys can assist if you'd like, if you're looking over the door with him.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You do not assist.
You didn't need our help.
Oh wow! Holy shit! I just saw Wade's. Oh okay, yeah. So when you're looking this over,
I got hit.
When you're looking this over, trying to see how it is that the door opens, you do notice that there is a strange-looking depression in part of the door. It's not super overt because the depression that's in the door there, you actually have to move a bit of the wood to the side. You slide it, and then you see there's a small depression there, and it looks exactly like the token that you have to walk down the stairs.
Oh. Aldo gets the token back out of his pocket and kind of like pushes it into it.
Yep. When you push the token inside there, nothing immediately happens. But when you slide that little wooden bit shut, so the token's inside there, and you slide the wooden bit shut that had it in its way, that seems to do the trick because you hear a latch open.
And open the door.
You push the door open, and on the other side, you're kind of surprised what you see. Sewers. Like old school, there's a walking path on this side. You think there's a walking path on that side. Hold the torch up. Yep, Koa can see there's a walking path on that side. The gap between the two sides, even though the sides themselves are fairly narrow, only about 3.5 feet wide for your footing that's there. And the gap across the way is about 8 feet wide, so the whole thing's maybe about 12 feet across. Including where the liquid is. And then on the, by your feet, you can see that there is a liquid that is right there.
Does the stone in this area look mole, or does it look like we're just in a Haudh-Gwenn sewer?
Great question. First, I would say, that it's sewers because of the smell. It's very obvious that it has like that rotting kind of smell of the putrid stench of refuse and whatnot being down here. And I will also say that of refuse being down here and the rotting, like mold or whatever growing and so on and so forth. But it does smell strange, different. Maybe because, if you're thinking like rotting smell, almost like a septic smell, if you're familiar with the septic smell, it's not contained like that. This is like an old sewer, right? But Wade, to your point, no, it does not have that special type of stone that the mole ruins had, but not all parts of the mole ruins have specifically that stone. A knowledge, architecture, and engineering, or to a lesser extent, a knowledge history, might be able to, or if you have like a specific mole, like an architecture or design or whatever it is, kind of check. I don't know what you guys have in your character sheets. One of those would help to
part
discern.
of a natural phenomenon from pooping and peeing.
It's not. No.
Knowledge nature, I think.
Can I use a mole history lore?
Mole history would work if you have mole history.
Yeah.
Yep.
If I don't have any of those things, can I still roll one?
First of all, you almost rolled an ass one, and that would have been beautiful. Second of
It
all,
stayed on that 20 for a long time.
Yeah, it did. It did. It was like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, it just edged.
That's when your pants get looser. No. So you are able to roll a history check, but I don't think you even have a rank in it, do you, Wade?
I do not. History nor what was the other one? Engineering.
Yeah. If you don't have at least one rank, you cap out at a 10, which would do nothing for you. Keegan, you have a 21 total. There are multiple ways to modify this. Do you want to modify it, or are you happy with your 21?
I'll keep the 21.
Okay, with a 21, I can just simply say this: you have seen non-specialized stone mole design before. This looks to be mole. It is very old. It's not even necessarily the design or type of stone that's used. It's also just like the amount of wear and tear over the years, just how eroded almost it looks, right? Like it is clearly been here for a very long time.
Okay. Yeah, he'll tell them, say, hey, this is definitely mole make. The erosion, the wear and tear and stuff it's about the right age. Oh, God.
Is this the first place going down that we've been able to go? Or did you say there was another level we could have stopped at?
This is the first one I've heard.
Family, man.
Yeah, I think it was the first.
There was an area up above where it teed off, but this is the first area at the bottom of the area. So I'm sorry, I'll let you guys keep RPing and then I can have more description when you're ready.
Well, do we go back up to either the door where we had the intersection, or do we venture out into this?
I'm not quite so curious about this right now. Honestly, might need something to help with the smell before I want to walk in there.
We actually do have, I think, alchemical things to help you with that, I think.
God, I need alchemical things just to deal with you.
That's true. That's true. Like
blue cherry. Very high right now. Oh, God.
Is there any signs of people like you know, like they come down here to like, you know, is there that guy comes and like gathers slime? Is there any like tools or things or anything like just around the vicinity right now?
That's a great question.
Indicate anything?
So looking around exactly for that, and you are able to see that like about 10, 15 feet to the side of where you are, there is in fact a small little what's the word, like framing, if you will. So it's made out of mostly wood, a little bit of metal. But you know, like if you were to have something to hold like beakers or flasks or whatever, like almost like a frame to drop those into, is something like that off to the side. It's not immediately obvious what it is. You just see something on the ground over there. So Aldo would walk over, look down for a couple of seconds with the torchlight that he has, and realize, okay, this is probably where they put the containers as they're scooping into them, right? And that leads your eye to something else. You'll then like lean over the edge, you know, as safely as you can, and hold the torch above and look down below. Yeah, you've seen refuse before of many different viscosities and you know, colors and what have you. This is strange. It almost has, now that you're focused on it, almost seems to have a bit of a glow to it. Not a true glow. Like if you look into the darkness, there's no, you know, illumination coming off of it.
We found Gwen's toilet.
There seems to be a bit of a glow that is here.
Hate that. I said it. I hate it. Can I stop feeding myself? Hold on.
I've also been feeding my Gwen carrots lately. And oh man, nothing like neon orange poop.
Aldo will yell out to you guys and being like, look at this. His face screws up.
I'll go look.
Yep.
Does Dr. Malcolm say in Jurassic Park that's one giant steaming pile of shit?
It's funny because they're looking at the strange, how did I describe it before? Almost like greenish, bluish, seems to have an internal glow, kind of like goop to it. But Koa is searching and he literally just finds somebody's giant log that got dropped down here and it's like floating along. It's like a real toilet wrapper, and he's like, "That's one steaming pile of."
Koa gets the idea for a log flume. He's gonna start a water park.
Oh God. Oh.
Is this the stuff that guy gets? That's gross. That's really
I mean, these
gross.
are like tools for it, and it comes from what is it?
I don't know.
You're the Koa trailing, watching the log float down. You're the magic guy. Any way of figuring it out?
Maybe. I'll get a bit closer to it. I'll just go. I'm not tasting it.
Nobody said you should.
It's a really weird first thing to suggest, Mikhail.
Do you want me and Koa to turn around?
I'm not going to taste it.
I get what you're putting down, Koa. Aldo turns around.
Oh, for fuck's sake! That's can I
After
try to
like a
identify
moment-
the goop
Still with us, Mikhail?
without tasting it?
I won't lie, you said that, and I'm just like, thank you, PC, for clarifying that to me, the DM. And Jake's response, like you had said it in game, which I think you actually did, and I didn't.
Yes.
Oh my God. So, anyways, so yeah, you without tasting it, how do you collect some?
Are there any actual like vials or anything in the little rack deal that you were describing?
It's empty.
Gross. Okay. Hold on.
All right, Mikhail. If you're done tasting it, I can try to assist. If this is something,
I'm not fucking tasting it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not tasting it.
I'm just like looking through my stuff. He goes, do any of you have any like empty vials or anything from old potions?
One of us was bound to bring one after the lessons learned last time, right? No, I don't.
Hopefully, I haven't had to use any.
If I can get some solidarities in chat, we can say that your characters have a empty potion vial on you. Maybe grab an extra one or two from Gwen's from Gwen's place. Yeah, see, Lance needs solidarity for that nat one that he rolled, failing everybody. So yeah, you have a couple of empty potion vials on you there, Mikhail.
Okay. This is gross. I'm gonna use Mage Hand to scoop some of the goop up into the vial.
While you're doing that, can I knowledge nature this stuff, Scott? Is it something nature would work on?
One, Keegan, that's pretty cool. I like your use there. That's pretty fun. Give me a second to contemplate that. Wade, 2, you do have ranks, so you can roll. Roll, but I will tell you the DC is pretty high for you to get anything.
Okay.
Mikhail's pants start to split a little as he's leaning forward casting Mage Hand. But aside from a hit, really stressing the
my one ripped your pants.
How does he? Right? How are bad things? Bad things happen to me when other people
ask chat to roll anything. I didn't ask chat to roll anything. But they're really
rolls
stretching.
a 1, my pants rip. Fucking Flute Dude rolls a 1. Now I have a villain.
You can hear the pleather creaking. So anyways, you sir are roll me a what's it called? A spellcraft check, please, Keegan.
Okay.
Are you happy with your 18?
I kind of want to roll luck on that one.
Sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you got a 4. Nice. Okay, cool. So with your 22 on your Mage Hand, there's a really good roll that you got there. What ends up happening is you use your Mage Hand to you put the vials down inside the little container thing that's there, get it repaired, and you're like, I have nothing to scoop with this. I'm just going to use a little bit of magic or whatever. You cast Mage Hands. It's limited what you can do, but this makes sense here. You don't want to put your hands in that shit. You scoop up the vial or whatever, and you have the vial go over and dip into the stuff. It has a very slow flow to it, and so you put it against the flow that's there, so it kind of like gloops into it. But as you put that in there, you can literally feel as though the vial is being tugged out of your hand, tugged out of your control. For like a moment, it feels like it's being tugged away. But that's not exactly what happens. Very quickly, you realize it's not the vial being tugged away from your control. It's the spell being tugged away from your control. You can literally feel as though the mage hand itself was almost kind of like wrestled free. And you can't quite identify if it was another will taking over the spell or your grip on the spell releasing, so you just would have lost it entirely. You weren't able to determine that, but you're able to realize this is what's happening, and you're able to maintain control of the spell with relative ease. And then as you are hoisting the vial up, and you got the gloop or whatever it is into it, maybe even a bead of sweat on your forehead as you like kind of like wrestled to do this. It wasn't over. It wasn't like grunting or any big actions. It was all just completely mental. You bring the vial over and rest it back inside the thing, and while still maintaining control over the mage hand, you realize it feels stronger than usual. Like the actual mage hand, something about it just feels stronger than it usually is. You can't see it. It's not like a visible, tangible thing that's there. It's a force in your mind.
Yeah.
So the mage hand just got that gorilla grip, right?
It's a G.I. Joe Kung Fu grip.
Oh.
Mikhail goes, caress me now.
Well, you did talk a lot about it tugging and grunting and whatever else. I don't know what was going on there, but...
No, he said it was not grunting. Not.
No, that was grunting.
It was not.
Is that a cat? No.
You just never seen a cat before? Why did you have to ask?
It's I don't know. It's not that floofy, and it's very skinny. So it just seemed
He's
little...
like 6 pounds, and he's 18 years old.
6 pounds is so light. Holy shit.
He's the most he's ever weighed is like 7 or 8.
That is a skinny cat. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, I'd like
I got
Heater's
food, so he's in here.
I'd like Heater's play with Brat, but Brat got hit by a car, so
He might eat him
Okay.
then.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
So I get the vial back.
Yeah, it's already rested in there, and then unless you release control over the mage hand, because duration of concentration, you get, like I said, it feels stronger than usual.
That's weird. Okay, there's definitely something up with this goo. It's affecting my spell in some way. Now it feels a bit stronger. Doesn't seem bad.
Your spell seems stronger, or the goo seems stronger?
The spell. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Just feels like there's a bit more force to it.
Can you test it?
Maybe. I don't really want to fling this vial anywhere, though.
If this is the correct stuff, then Gwen said it could work as a reactant, a catalyst, or what was the other word?
Reagent.
Accelerant. But perhaps it's acting as like a, I don't know if I'm using the terms correctly, but a catalyst to strengthen your magic?
I guess it could be. I can definitely tell there's a difference. Okay.
Is that because you ate it?
No, I didn't eat any of it. I'll float the vial over to Aldo. It's like, I didn't eat any of it. Here, take this. It's got some of the goop like all over the sides where it got like swam through the puddle of it.
Aldo just like rips a bit of his cloak off and he's like takes it.
There we go. Yeah, we can study that later.
Does Aldo sip
Now,
it?
if you want to taste it, you can.
No. Oh no, I'll leave that to the experts. He says he wraps it like up and just like hands it back to you.
What kind of tools were sitting nearby, Scott?
Just that. The like bit of wood and metal framing for putting like flasks or vials or whatnot in.
Nothing that's used to actually like grab the stuff?
Nothing for scooping,
Yeah.
no.
Yep. So I could have put it in there, but I want to take it, so.
So I wonder if
A
it's because
vial
you
of
used
goop.
magic to gather it that you had some kind of thing happen. Perhaps if we just used a blend. sword or something, then
While they're talking, BRB.
scrape off with no issue.
Yeah, it definitely seemed to affect the spell. I think if we just had, I don't know, a pail or a spade or something, it wouldn't react too much.
Well, if I'd thought about it, I would have brought something like a bucket or something with us, so we could have gathered some of this for Gwen and saved her the trouble of paying to have it delivered. But
So what's the plan then? Are we gonna check out down here, or you want to go back in and up?
I think we can go back up and see what was at that other little split off part of the way up. This is I can look at this later when we're done.
Unless you want to solve the mystery of who produced that log. Odd specimen.
Oh, ew, no.
So these are the sewers, right? They run all under Haudh-Gwenn?
I mean, I imagine so. They're usually not. I mean, yeah, they usually run the entire space.
You know what else is in Haudh-Gwenn?
The bank?
The bank. I think it's just keep kind of pointing to the bank, don't you think?
I understand where you're thinking, but I don't know that being here specifically in the sewers that cover all of Haudh-Gwenn leads specifically to the bank. Does the bank
could
even
get
have a
under it.
bathroom?
I don't know if it has one of those, but we could get under the bank if we really wanted to.
And then
We'd be under the bank. I wonder where this goo is coming from, though. Like, what the source of it is.
I don't want to know what the source of it is.
it might be important to eventually figure it out. If it's something just good, then at least we would know what's creating it, so that if Gwen needs more, we know how to do it. If it's something bad, then hopefully it's already contained, I suppose.
Scott, does it look like there's a particular source for this goo?
Well, as I said, there is a mild flow to it, and the torch only goes so far. And you guys haven't walked the path either way, aside from like the 10-ish feet to get to that where the vials could be rested more easily. So, if you wanted to answer that question, you'd have to go opposite way of the flow, and see what's going on there.
Okay.
And
he
to
does
be clear,
kind of
single file, you guys can walk pretty comfortably. When I say pretty comfortably, I mean it's technically an acrobatics check DC 2. Nobody here is going to automatically fail a 2, are they?
No.
Okay. So you guys are good.
He does kind of wander that direction and goes, maybe we should walk the path just a little way, see if maybe the source isn't too far off. Like, completely ignoring that. Aldo was like, I don't want to know the source.
Mikhail, was this one of the places... I should have gone over this before. Perhaps we did, and I've just forgotten. Is this one of the places you had notes about? Whatever the curse is supposed to be here?
This one? No, nothing that I've linked to it.
Not like a monster shit or something? Okay.
No, I think I'd remember. And I definitely wouldn't keep that from you.
But we're talking about the source of the goo. I'm thinking, what if it's actually some kind of excrement from some horrible creature that wanders around down here eating people's shit?
Wouldn't we want to know that's the case before we keep letting it go into medicine? I mean, I'm not saying I want to, like, wrestle with the thing, but, like...
Well, either we're walking into a possible fight with something that we don't understand and we're not ready for, or we're pursuing something a little bit different than what maybe we came to the ruins for.
Yeah,
talking about banks and this goo.
Oh, the bank thing is separate. I don't know. I mean, this is also of mole make. It could be connected to the ruins. Well, look, I'm not going by myself. If you don't want to go, he starts coming back.
For somebody who really didn't eat it, you're really interested in this stuff.
It affected my spell. And it's getting used in potions and medicines and such. I'm confused how you're not curious.
I am curious. I just don't. I'm just trying to focus on what exactly our source of action is here. And, we can walk around in here and follow this a bit. That's fine. But we need to be prepared. In jest or not, there could be a shit-eating monster down here, or there could be another door with undead monsters or something behind it, and this is leaking out from under the door. I mean, we don't really have any idea, do we?
No. But sure, he's like already back over with you because
I'm not saying
we can hold off for now.
We can keep going. I just want us to be prepared for something. I don't know what.
Oh, well, of course. I mean, the whole time we're here, I know we're in danger.
If we're surrounded by this stuff and we have to get into a fight, will your magic work okay? Do you think it might negatively affect it?
Seems like it's empowering it.
You haven't let go of concentration yet, have you?
I have now.
Okay, continue.
Because he wrapped it in something and gave it to me, so I don't have it.
You're good. Sorry, Wade, I interrupted.
Again, this is a silly conversation, and yet it's one that warrants that just the same. So far, we've only seen one attempt on our lives going down the stairs, and it was a shitty spear, luckily for us. But whatever was behind those doors in the mountains seemed awful, and Yara could smell, evil or whatever it was. If there's something of equivalent nastiness here, and we're finding this magic empowering goo, I just worry that the source that may be leading us to is not so good. These are curses, right?
Right. Yeah. No, you could be right. But I don't know what you want me to say. I'm not being careless. That's why I'm not going by myself.
No, I agree. I suppose I felt like it needed to be said out loud as we walk down this path. Again, talking about banks and such, which I understand, but
yeah, I felt that way about saying that I wasn't going to taste the stuff, and that didn't work out for me.
We were looking away, so it's potential that you did. And,
definitely didn't.
Let us know if you start to feel funny.
Does that say Dirt Girl Doxy?
What?
As in Foxy Doxy?
It says Dirt Girl, which I do not believe is a synonym for Foxy by itself. But if you're asking if it's Doxy, I would say there's a good chance, being as there's a mod sword icon there.
Well, that and it's a Doxy emoji.
Perhaps some context clues, Scott, would have helped you get there without the confusion.
Well, when did she become a dirt girl? Okay.
Well, I don't know why you're asking anyone other.
It says that she's verified, so
I mean,
Doxy, I apologize. Scott here is getting older, and he's forgotten how things work on the internet.
Why?
All right, so we're not exploring the source of the goo.
I thought we were.
We are? Because
we are, Koa. Just want to make sure that we were prepared if the source could be something terrible.
Doxy, just to catch up.
I guess we're waiting to see if Aldo does it.
They went into the sewers and found out that this goop inside the sewers that literally has literal shit floating inside of it was being given to Wade's non-girlfriends to be used in potions. But conversation for a different time. So who's gonna walk that path first?
Mikhail's leading the way, right? This one's Von Berg. Von Berg is in the lead.
I mean, hold on, but he can't secretly taste it if you guys are behind him and watching his every movement. Maybe he should be in back.
I was gonna taste it. I wouldn't care if they watched. All right. That's not shy. Anyway,
the first time his true psychopathic nature is shown. He just grabs a turd out from the sewer. You think I'm afraid of goop? I'm not even afraid of this.
Can I roll intimidation?
Anyway, Snickers joke.
Hell, you're not yourself when you're hungry.
Oh my god! I saw a comedian talk about that recently. I can't remember his name, but he was really funny. It's a really funny joke. I'm not going to reiterate the joke right now in case it's misinterpreted. But anyways, moving on. So Let's see.
So yeah, I guess Mikhail's in the front.
Yeah, so Mikhail in first, Koa in the middle, and Jaaek pulling up the rear.
Yeah.
Jaaek, does that mean you're just going to hang out by the door and make sure enough? If they go far enough, you need to follow. You will, but
I mean, that's what I was thinking, right? But no, we'll tag along with the group.
We're Scooby Dooing this shit.
So how close to one another do you guys travel? Meaning, how many torches are you going to light? Because obviously, if Mikhail's in the front, he's going to have a torch in hand, right? And a torch gives 20 feet of bright light, 20 feet of dim light, which for you, Wade, that doubles.
I would imagine we're walking like friends walking down the street together. It's like we're kind of
fairly close,
not too far apart. It's probably not wide enough to be side by side, but like
it's only 3.5 feet wide, so you definitely
probably fairly close.
Yeah,
but a few feet of each other.
We're also single file, so
if you like lean forward and reach with your arm, you can tap them. Gotcha. Cool. But you obviously want to give enough breath that if somebody slipped, you can maybe catch them. Maybe whoops, like one of those. Cool.
You can either catch or dive to get away from the splash.
Just dive along the wall so you knock the other person nearby in as well.
Yeah, this is not Dawson's Creek we're by. We do not want to get this splash.
Cool. Where were we? So Keegan, you have the one torch. Wade's character is going to be effectively a square behind you. And I imagine Aldo would be like maybe a gap square and then the one back there. Just keep an eye on things so you guys are all within the bright light. And you're going to walk forward. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. You and Wade. You don't have to, Jaaek.
Said I don't have to?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, am I 2 1s in a row?
You are. As you're walking behind Mikhail watching, you are literally seeing the pleather pants has these micro cracks inside of it. They were really stressing. You don't know if Aldo just didn't know Mikhail's size or if he did this on purpose, but they look very uncomfortable. As a matter of fact, you need to intentionally look away because watching how uncomfortable they are almost made you lose footing once. So
I'm wondering if Mikhail had to use the restroom when we turned around, and when we pulled them back up, it caused the tear. Did he produce the monster log?
You saw that before that happened.
I thought I did, but things get confused in these mole ruins.
Imagine a wizard using like time stop just to like make it not seem like they were in that bathroom for that long. Just went pee. All right.
There we go. Dignity intact.
The first poo-pourri was just prestidigitation.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so back to Mikhail, however. You don't travel very far. You only go about 50 feet along the path with your perception check. You're able to clearly be like, if there's a crumbly spot or a spot that doesn't look very safe, you're able to, sidestep it overstep it yourself and warn the others behind you that no acrobatic checks need to be made. The place has a slight curve to it. So it's not a straight line. It has an ever so slight curve to it. And of course, what's important, it has a slight grade to it as well. I mean, only like a 2% grade or something like that. Very, very mild to ensure that the flow happens. Speaking of the flow, where you were starting, there was that goopy shit was on top, as previously discussed, and seemed to have a small flow to it. But where you end up walking the 50 feet to, looking outwards, you can see as you move the 50 feet, it is not all moving at the same speed. As a matter of fact, there's some areas where the liquid on top is moving at different paces and almost seems to be splashing around a bit. Holding the torch out, you can see, that's because where you started, the goop ran the whole width of the tunnel, right? But now that you've moved over 50 feet, it's no longer taking up the whole 8-foot width of like where the liquid rolls by. It's only taking up about 6 feet or so. And then without even having to walk any further, it's up to you if you want to go any further, you hold up the torch and you look ahead, and you can see it goes from maybe taking up only 6 feet to 5 feet to being about 50-50. So the liquid is rolling in from wherever this tunnel inevitably leads from, but this goop seems to be coming from somewhere closer. You can go a little bit further if you'd like. Again, not rushing forward, carefully moving closer, and see if you can see it from a distance where it seems to be coming from. But it definitely doesn't look like this was always goop. It's mixing in with water at some point.
Yeah. He does pause for a second and seems to like kind of debate whether he's going to keep moving, and goes, okay, I'm going to get just a little closer. Looks like something is mixing together to form this goo. Then he'll kind of start moving forward unless someone
Mikhail,
stops
before
him.
you go, I just want you to know your pants are ripping at an alarming rate.
I was trying to do the whole mind over matter thing and really not think about them.
Yes, but walking directly behind you, I've not been able to look at anything else. I'm a bit concerned that,
Flattering.
Yes. Just in case you'd brought a backup pair of any kind, perhaps you don't need to wear the disguise anymore, and maybe perhaps you could have some dignity on our way out. The Valiant Few may not live up to their name if you walk out pantsless.
He goes, what? Where would I have carried a spare pair of pants?
That's true. I'm not sure you could put a single copper in these.
I can't. I tried.
What
This is
were you
all I've
saying?
got. Okay, I can. If you want me to take 10 minutes to repair them, we can do that. I don't. Oh God,
There's not much left.
Aldo, did I hurt you? What did I do? How did I get here?
You just, that was just the hand you were dealt, man. Like, the others fit, us better, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely believe you.
Thank
If you need anything off the ground, ask one of us to grab it for you, is all I'm saying. Now, you were talking about mixing of things together. You don't think one of the sources is, he, like, looks at the flowing sewage?
It might be. Let's confirm.
Well,
Now I will move forward.
Okay.
And very decidedly not bend at all. Pretty much. Very carefully.
You're going to be very careful, of course. Are they going to continue to follow behind you, or because you're just trying to go up a little bit further, you're going to break away from them?
That's up to them. He didn't give him any
I would
particular
continue to follow,
instruction.
but Koa will try to refocus his efforts and perceive other things now that he's got this out of his system.
You go right ahead and roll your perception checks, boys.
Oh, let me do roll again.
What's 400 times 20? Like, the odds of rolling another one have got to be pretty low, right? I guess right now it's a 1 in 20 chance, but theory, like...
You
Nice.
look away from the splitting pants. Now we need him to roll a 1. So you hear
Oh, okay. You do want me to
and you
roll
just
again.
ignore
Okay.
it. Too bad. You guys move up only about another 15 feet or so. You could go further if you wanted to, but well, two details. One, you move about 15 feet or so. You can see 10 feet after that, so a total of 25 feet further from where you stopped beforehand. There is a crumbled area of the path that you're walking on. It's probably about 11, 12 feet across. If you wanted to try to gain enough momentum or freestand jump that gap. It's not an easy jump to make, so probably not worth it. And like I said, you're going to hang back that extra 10 feet or so because you don't know how, what's the word I'm looking for here? Crumbly the stone is going to be as you get closer and closer, so you hang back a bit. But that's okay, because the two of you are able to not only identify that and stop to stay on the safety side, but further up you can see where the ooze seems to have come from originally. On the side of the sewers, that's what I'm looking for. On the side of the sewers that you guys happen to be on, in the wall off to the side, there's a crack where it looks like the ooze seems to have at one point in time gooped from. Let me make this a little bit clearer. For Mikhail, it looks as though the goop is continuing to pour from the wall. So as you're like holding up the torch, like, oh, that's where it's coming from. There's a crack in the wall and the goop seems to be pouring out of there. And it filters in and it kind of like takes over and takes the whole width of this. And there's still water running through here at a much faster pace. Probably runs through underneath where the goop is, rather than, running over or mixing in with the goop. So the goop seems to like blanket the surface of the area there, but you don't know how much, how thick it is or what have you, but you can see at least where it starts, not necessarily where it ends. However, Koa, you see something slightly different. Yeah. That's where the goop came from, so on and so forth. But it doesn't look like it's still flowing out, which is what Mikhail's seeing. You can actually see, it looks as though at one point in time it did flow out, but maybe prolonged exposure to air or whatever, it actually hardened over time. And so the crack that's in the wall right there that it would have come out originally is kind of sealed up at the moment. So there is no more flowing out. It's just kind of crusted. Kind of like if you had a leak in a glue bottle, and then some glue was pouring out, but then over time the glue just kind of sealed itself by drying up by where the crack is. So that would mean that whatever's goop is down here, whenever that crack took place, let's just make up a number. Let's say it took place 50 years ago. That means the goop that's here has been here since it sealed up 50 years ago. It could be way shorter. It could be 5 days. It could be way longer. It could be hundreds of years. You don't know. But that goop, the amount that's there right now, is a stagnant amount of goop, aside from whatever you seem to remove from it.
Another question. I don't know if my 25 would cover this or not. Are there accesses to the sewers from like above?
So there are, in the sense of how things get dumped down here, like grates in the street, or over by very old buildings would have chutes that would drop down. I guess
to specify, what I'm looking to see is, can I figure out whereabouts we might be in Haudh-Gwenn?
Oh God, no! You wouldn't have the slightest clue, because you could very easily still be underneath where the ruins are. You don't know. You can imagine where the water comes from at some point in time. If you head back towards the closest river, there's going to be some sort of a manufactured schism from the river to send water this way to allow for.
Yeah, I was more so trying to see like if there was an access or something where it's like, okay, we can figure out what might be above where the original source of goo was.
There might be, but not one immediately where you are. You'd have to explore further, which you're welcome to do, of course.
Okay. I guess we can take it to RP then.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Mikhail, you see the source, yes?
Yeah, there's a crack in the wall there. Okay, it looks like it's kind of all flowing up over where the water is. Okay, so maybe it's not mixing.
Flowing? No.
Oof.
Not flowing anymore.
Or I guess it did.
Yes. Hardened and... What do you... If all of this has been here and it's still useful and it's been sitting here for who knows how long, and something on the other side of that wall is potentially the source of it, do you think it's worth figuring out where we are to see where we think that source might be?
That's a good point. Yeah, that would be interesting to know what's actually above here. I don't know how to find out.
Whatever's on the other side of that wall could be our curse, or it could be just the source of something great that could be very useful for the hospital. And either way, we may need to know.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really have anything that will help us get through that. Nor do I think that's a very good idea right this moment.
No, but if we can look around a little bit and maybe figure out if there's an access to the sewers, perhaps there's another way down here nearby, and we can use that to pinpoint our location a bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think that's worth looking into.
Aldo, are you all right with that?
Yeah. If we do go trying to find a way over there or in there, we got to just make sure we can get back.
Well, I think that's why we just figure out what it is. Anything could be. I don't know where we are. We could still be under the ruins. We could be under the hospital. We could be. I'm not sure how far we've been traveling, plus the stairs. I don't even know. I should have been keeping track of what direction we were headed this whole time, but I wasn't.
I have a vague idea, but no, we just don't take any one-way leaps or anything while we're down here right now.
Right. Well, then let's take a bit more time to figure out exactly where we are in terms of the city itself, and perhaps that might give us more clues as to the source of this gooish substance.
Yeah, I agree. This This is pretty interesting, I have to say.
I could try to use a sword to cut open where it is hardened again. I'm not sure if it would work, and I also don't know if we want to reopen it.
Yeah, we may not want to. Who knows what'll happen?
Yeah.
We don't want to cause anything that might be a really big reaction right now. And we're not even really sure what we're in the middle of yet.
Well, let's take a look then. But I would say continue to be on edge just in case. We haven't seen any traps down here. That doesn't mean there aren't any.
Definitely doesn't. Okay. Does the side that we're on, Scott? Does the platform we're walking on keep going?
Like I said, about 10 feet or so ahead of where you are, that's where the break is. It's about 12 feet across. You're welcome to make that jump check, but again, like, if you want to get the 10-foot running head start to keep the DC to only like an 11-ish, that's going to be an acrobatics check. And then if you want to do a standing jump, that just doubles the DC.
Yeah, that would be pretty tough.
How much
Koa
is the DC
would-
again?
To jump is because it's about 11 feet across. If you get a running head start, it's an 11. If you don't, it's a 22.
I would need a really good roll.
Koa's going to have his compass out from this point forward, Scott, and try to keep an eye on things as far as where they're going. So once they do find an access, he can try to recreate it from the surface to figure out what's here.
Wait, what do you mean? Sorry?
Koa wants to figure out where in Haudh-Gwenn they are, where this thing is sealed. So I'm saying he's getting like his compass and perhaps making a sketch.
Oh, okay.
Help keep track.
I
that way, if they
understand.
go a certain amount of distance under here, once they get above, he can try to recreate it to get back above.
Yeah, or at least try to follow along until you can get to a what's it called, one of the surface access points that you mentioned beforehand. Cool.
Yeah.
I do want to be clear. If you want to keep going the same path of where it originally came from, that is my brain's not working. Give me a second. If you want to follow that path for where it originally came from, there is the width is only 8 feet across. That would have to be a standing jump. So that is only a DC 16.
Only. Oof.
Yeah.
That's still pretty tough.
It's just a narrower margin of failure. Like you usually have to fail by 5 or more to fall in because of how narrow the field is over there. If you fail by 2 or more, you would definitely fall in no extra check. It's a narrow margin.
Is the 16 with a run, or is that flat-footed?
It has to be flat. You can't run because there's no running space to do so. So it's just a turn and DC 16.
It's like around a corner on this like narrow ledge.
Is there no way to continue the path from where we're at? We'd have to jump to follow it.
So again, like there's 3.5 foot wide pathways going up. To continue going on the path that you're on, there's a break, so you have to jump that, or you can literally just jump across and be on the opposite pathway, the one that's like literally just being on the other side of the river. DC 16 to jump that one, and you can't get a running head start, otherwise it'd only be an 8.
There's no bridges or anything that eventually cross these things so you can traverse easier down here?
Not that you see, no.
And jumping across is how we would try to get. Is how we would try to go toward where the source is.
Correct. Yep. That jumping either across the river and continuing to walk, or jumping along the same path you're on across the break in the ground.
Across the river is a smaller DC.
Mm-hmm.
Or fall in. Ew.
What is that? Is acrobatics?
I think jump is acrobatics. I think so.
It is.
Unless you guys were able to set up some sort of a rope situation, but it'd be
Yeah.
really difficult to do something like that. You know,
We have rope, but I think Koa. Well, I'll just say it. We could always fall back, try to get a couple of boards or something, and try to have a makeshift ability to bridge the gap.
Yeah, we could try something.
Don't we have those climbing things?
We do have
Can we
some climbing
attach rope
gear.
to that?
Are these the climbing gear is like where the
Kittens.
fuck is, yeah, so
And-
we wouldn't have a really easy way to go straight across. It's more so for going scaling a wall than going straight across, right?
Yeah.
Unless you put one on either side and looped a rope through, and then you can
Yeah, but we'd still have to have somebody get across.
Yeah.
Somebody has to make it. I mean, no telling what the hell is in there. I can obviously clean off someone if they need it, but it's still pretty gross if you fall in.
That is very gross. But I did allow vines to absolutely thrash me in the woods, so
Not an easy jump either.
you're really selling this, Mikhail.
I mean, but if anyone can do it, it's Koa.
Really laying on the thick there, Mikhail. Alright, so easy flat-footed, what's this, a 12-foot jump? Landing on a narrow, likely slick ledge.
I think if you're jumping across, I think you said it was 8 feet.
Yes. DC
Yeah,
16
so
is
it's-
3
Which one's the more useful one to go across? Is it the DC 16 one?
I would say
or
the
is
DC 16 because then you have a means, if you're tightening on both sides, you have a means of getting back and forth. You're effectively building that bridge you discussed beforehand.
Right. Boys, if I somehow don't make it and I die in a pouring pile of shit, promise me you will tell my tale of a death and lie through your fucking teeth for the rest of our existence.
Aldo
Absolutely.
stands up straight and he'll give you a salute.
We'll write you an epic tale. You know, I did have a thought. Do we have any idea how deep this is?
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
hope
man.
we never have to find out, Mikhail.
A folding pole would be awesome right now.
The amount of
Your
encouragement and
acrobatics, by the way.
discouragement you've given me in the last few moments, Mikhail, is next worldly. So,
Look, I do it, but my pants won't make it.
all right. Well, hand me the tightening the rope.
Got it.
Scott, it's a DC 16 acrobatics.
Don't forget, when you click it, you have a +4 to jump. You don't need to add anything. It says it when you click it.
Why do I have a plus
I'll
one?
have the.
Because of your speed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're fast, so you jump. You jump good.
Okay, so don't add it. Just click.
Correct. Yep.
I'll hold the other end of the rope, just in case.
Oh,
Hey! A 24
Yo!
is pretty good.
Nice.
That's awesome.
dope.
Yeah, you half agained it, right? That's pretty cool. I was kind of hoping you'd roll that natty 1, and then what would happen is you would go jump, and he would go to hold the rope, but then you would end up holding it wrong, and he would cause a tautness.
I
that
want
make
to
you
be
go
clear.
splat and his pants would rip.
this is the scariest roll I've made since Graf's last roll.
Okay. Well,
Dying in a
I would
pile of shit, not the way my boy deserved to go out.
I just imagine him go to Gwen and being like, "I got more at the goop for you."
It's me. I'm
Brought
the
you a
goop.
present.
Oh. Anyways, cool. So you get a 24 total, which is sexy, sexy, sexy.
Thanks, Forensic, for reminding me that Graf's was a natty 1. I'd forgotten.
I would like one fail not to just get immediately tied to Mikhail, by the way. You literally just showed your head. Oh yeah, if you rolled really bad, it was gonna be fucking Mikhail's fault.
Unbelievable.
I'm missing a spell slot because I want to be a team player. And I get fucking tight pants, and everything is my goddamn fault.
Maybe you should have pet the mule better in session 2, man.
I got bit when I tried to give it comfort in its last
Jake
moments.
gave you the tight pants. I'm sorry.
He gave them to me, yes, but he has not given them fucking micro fractures. at every turn for no reason. I haven't even rolled bad.
It's awesome.
He hasn't even rolled good. If he got a nat 20 and you punished me for it, I'd be like, you know what, that's fair. Because Aldo is giving me shit. But no. All right, I'm done.
I think the important thing is Koa made it across and didn't fall in the shit.
You know what? You're right, Wade.
You landed actually comfortably on the other side. You land on the other side, and there's a decent amount of grace to it. So you just like jumped 8 foot from a standing jump. Again, it's only a 3.5 foot ledge. So with your toes, just barely on the edge there, you have your feet there, you're swinging back and forth, getting yourself ready, you get your knees bent, and then you, and it's impressive watching the way he like launches his chest forward and then pulls his knees up as hard as he can to like get that momentum and then land, boom, on the other side. And he doesn't even like smack his face once he gets to the other side because it's such a little area. He's able to get his arms up and catch himself pretty easily. There's a decent amount of grace to it. And he's on the other side, and you guys can pull out the pythons and smack him into the walls to get that set up. It's pretty easy for you to do. I'm not going to make you make any checks for that, but ting 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 ting, get the pythons into the walls. Maybe the first attempt Koa does, he actually cracks some of the stone. He's like, oh shit, oops, and goes over and gets another spot and gets it so it's secure inside there. Once that's there, Mikhail is able to grab the rope and he tosses it over so it unfurls. And honestly, just for funsies, Wade, why don't you go ahead and roll me either a reflex or a sleight of hand check?
He rolls a 1. Mikhail just threw it really
DC
bad.
The same for both.
It is the same. It is the same DC, and it's a 9.
Anything I can do to lower that DC?
Oh boy.
Oh man, never
Didn't need it.
Never a worry, dude.
What
Mikhail
a professional.
Throws the rope poorly, but that's okay. No, I'm just kidding.
Swear to God.
No, so you Mikhail throws the rope and you're able to deftly catch it without any issues, and are even able to, the two of you, very quickly pulling a tautness to the rope to make sure that you're pretty sure, make sure that it doesn't dip into the poop sludge
I will
below.
say, I think whenever I jumped, I said I was going to grab the end of the rope as I jumped, but we can have him throw it later too.
Oh, I'm sorry. The reason why the throwing mattered, you are correct. You were jumping with the rope. The reason why the throwing mattered for what was in my mind was you weren't just passing the rope through the loops, which you obviously did. It was a matter of throwing it and then tying it off so you have the rope looped so it goes across. So you have two sides of the rope. Yeah. So it's not just like one single rope piece. It's the rope is on both sides of the python, if you will. Anyways, so yeah, you have and the reason why I set it up in my mind, even though we didn't establish this, is if let's say somebody got stuck, another person could pull the rope and give them that little extra, you know what I mean? Like a clothesline. Anyways, so you guys have the rope established, you're good to go. Koa, you're free to keep traveling forward. I don't know if you want them to climb across to be with you. If they want to, it is not a DC 16 acrobatics check. It is only a DC 8 climb check.
I can keep going. I mean, I don't know how far. I can explore a little bit on my own. I guess we can talk about it. We can always go to RP rather than meta it.
Yep, you're only 8 feet apart, so it's not like you have to yell.
Now that we've established all of this, are you two coming across, or do you want me just to take a look on my own? I can go venturing forth a little bit and see if I can find a way out.
I mean, you're just saying we got to be careful. Probably not good to go by yourself, just in case, right?
Yes, but that doesn't also mean that the three of us will be traversing this rope 5 times.
Yeah. Yep.
It
has to be climb.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't want to. I have a -1 climb.
But must it be climb?
You can jump for a DC 16, but you can use the rope like it's there for you to have something to grab onto if you fail.
Does that mean it's not a DC 16?
It's still a DC 16, but you have something if you fail by.
What if they throw something over one of the ropes and then jump, but they have something to hold them up, so they're not climbing; they're still jumping, but they have the assistance.
Something kind of got caught on their way across. Like,
As you said, it's a closed, so you can just pull them.
I mean, like, if it like. Anyways, it's you have the acrobatics to jump across, so you have the climb to get across easily. I'm sorry, didn't I say it was a DC 8? Is it half the DC?
Like a 50-50 for me.
Yeah, it's a completely different skill.
I don't know. Can we walk along this like a tightrope? Because that sounds like acrobatics. I'm just saying.
I would say yes. Yes, you can. You'd have to.
To be fair,
it's a higher DC, but you could do that. Yes.
I'm not particularly good at either, so I guess I'll climb. I
Just
don't want you to go by
rope
yourself.
And I pull them.
Can you get an? Honestly, if you just want to hold on and let him pull you across.
Oh my god.
So
Jesus.
while you're trying to decide if what you're gonna do, Aldo just kind of like, fuck it, and he just jumps across and he lands on the other side. And he when he lands on the other side, it's one of those, he does land and his foot slips behind him, but he leans forward and is able to stumble a bit into the wall. It takes a moment, like, okay, got it, and is able to stand up. He's good. He landed, safely on the other side, leaving just Mikhail on the side, deciding if he wants to try that shit. Fuck that way he just saw, or maybe if I just hold on, like for dear life, and just like Koa pull it, like clothesline me across. That could work, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna jump up and like grab it, and then I imagine it doesn't look very graceful, and he takes pity on me and pulls the rope.
Dude, your ripped pants are all I see as I'm fucking pulling the rope.
So
you jump up and we hear a.
I'll allow it. You only have to pass. I'll half it again. A DC 4 strength check to hold on while I get you across. Okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
All that fucking fuss and I roll a 19.
And,
Dude, you are flexing while I pull. You are like, whoa. You're doing like chin ups.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, Lance. I'm staring at that one right there. It's like right there looking at you.
It was right there.
It would have been a total of 1. So
hey, you would have had a chance with luck, 50-50.
Yeah.
Cool. So you are able to hold on, and he can clothesline you across. You guys are on the other side and can now continue on. Any chat you want to have, or just keep going?
Koa's focused on the compass and trying to map this out the best he can.
What arrangement are you guys in as he comes across? Like, I imagine Aldo jumped from behind to behind, and Koa, when he steps off of the clothesline, does he step in front of you or behind you?
Another question before we answer that: how do we get the torch across? Do we throw the torch? Do we leave the torch, light a new one?
He would just toss it, and it would just land on the ground by your feet, and you quickly step on it so it doesn't skitter away, and then you got it.
Oh yeah, because the ledge isn't wet or anything.
I mean, Koa can either go first or second, but being as he's using the compass and the map, it might be best that he's not the leader.
Yeah, Mikhail's fine leading again.
Cool. The reason why it matters what orientation you're in is because you can't easily switch that orientation because of how narrow the path is. Thank you. The torch is about 15 minutes left to it. You guys start walking, and as you're walking along, there's no other. You can now all clearly see once you're over by where that area is, and you hold up the torch, and the bright light is on it. Everybody can see where it did in fact harden. The description done by Koa earlier was correct. The goop somehow hardened where the crack is, and the crack does not look like a big crack. It looks like it was a small crack, barely even noticeable from this side. It's just you can see the goop that's there, and you're really examining it for like a minute or so before you choose to move on. So it must have been a slow leak that happened, or this had a bit of force behind it. Who knows? Either way, so you continue moving on from here. Travel is going to be for a little bit of time. Koa, you know that the direction that you're traveling is going to be southwest. Is where you're traveling. Not perfectly southwest. There's a slight curve to it. Sometimes it's a little bit more south. Sometimes a little bit more west. So on and so forth. So that's the direction that you're traveling, which makes sense. You are in the north. You are north of the river, and the river flows from west to east. So heading southward would get you back to the river, and heading westward would mean you're coming to the area where the river would pour into this pathway to then travel beneath the city. So while you're here, you notice that there's not just this one path. There's a couple of branches that come off from this too. Those branches that come off that continue to make the sewers here, they're not as large. This clearly was the biggest, the largest, widest, tallest tunnel here. The other ones, they're about half the width. It's only about 4 feet across, but also the ceiling's much lower. So you would have to kind of crouch down low to get to move through there. But the pathways themselves are still 3.5 feet. A hobgoblin would be able to, with a small crouch, walk along here with relative ease. Somebody as tall as you lot, well, you'd have to have a bit of a struggle to it. Maybe even just like open your legs wide, 4 feet wide, and shift, or whatever you want to do.
Not again.
Oh. Either way, you see those side paths. They don't immediately draw attention beyond the fact that they are going to continue to either flow out from the river that you're walking along or in to the river that you're walking along, either relatively clean or carrying refuse with it as it goes, acting as a flowing sewer system. Also, it's important to note that once you move past that crack, that this is water here. This is refuse water. There is none of that sludgy stuff here anymore. You will also inevitably come across a gate, if you will, like a surface area passageway that would help you find your way up. I assume you're going to, once you come across the first one, go upstairs?
Yeah, though I think maybe we'd listen. Our Koa would advise we listen, make sure we're not like... We don't want to emerge right in front of a bunch of guards, like, hey boys, Valiant Few, right beneath you. We're up to... No, everything's fine.
This is a completely normal thing we're doing.
So you guys listening, making sure that there's nothing going on up there. You don't hear anything coming from up there. Not immediately. As you start making your way over to like where the stairs are, and the stairs are what's the word I'm looking for here? Like a circular staircase that goes upwards, so like a corkscrews up. Or it's not like immensely high up, despite the way that you traveled down originally to get down here. The corkscrew way up is about maybe 2 flights worth of stairs. So you make your way up there slowly, quietly, and you stop and listen again. At this point, go ahead and make me a perception check. Whomever it is that's going ahead.
Oh, I think it's me.
You're the only one that can roll? Because I want to roll.
Oof.
So you walk up the double helix staircase, and you get up there and listen, and you don't hear anything.
In twos.
Maybe it's just like the overpowering smell from down below, knowing that you can taste ever so slightly the freshness of air up above. That's distracting, but you don't hear anything. You really want to get up there and get out for a minute. Oh my God. Like you now realize how monkey caged you are. You're like, okay, let me out. It's like that night that you cook fish at your house and your dog needs to go out. So you let them out for a second and you come back in and you're like, oh, what did I do to my place?
Yeah. Okay. Then he looks back at the other two and kind of gives like a shrug, like I don't hear anything. And then is it just like a door that I'm opening?
Yep. So once you get to the top of the stairs and you look out, it is in fact a gated, like gated door. And it's not just a gated door. It has chains wrapped around it with locks on them.
Shit. I'll go ahead and walk over to it. Can I see anything on the other side? Assuming it's like bars. So
it is bars. You can see. It does look like you are at the the area, because you guys have only traveled for so far. This is the first uplet that you came to. You're at the very edge of where the ruins are. It takes you a few, like almost a solid minute of looking. The torch down below with them is starting to die down while you're up here. It's while you're looking outwards, you can see you're at the edge of where the ruins are. And because you were traveling south and westward, you're at the edge of the ruins down towards where it like reintegrates back into the town below. So it's like, okay, you haven't traveled too incredibly far. It is a bit of a wind to it, but you're just at the edge of the ruins. Looking at the locks to see if you can just call Aldo up to fix them. At one point in time, he probably could have just picked them with his lockpicks. But these look like they've been tampered with so many times, people hitting them with hammers, probably breaking picks inside of it, so on and so forth over the years, that, and sitting out in the rain, rusted and whatnot, You don't even know if this is pickable or even if you had a key, if it's openable. They look damaged as fuck.
So
Like it'd
easy
almost
to
be
keep
easier to break
breaking.
them if you have, yeah. If we have like tools, it'd be easier almost to break them than pick them.
Yeah, of course, then you wouldn't be able to reseal it, but yeah.
Yeah.
If Koa's looking out and looking over the map he's kind of crudely drawn, does it seem like the area that we came from, where the crack was, is in the ruins too?
Oh yeah, absolutely, definitively.
Like directly below them. Okay.
Well, at least we know whatever was contained or is contained in there is still part of the ruins.
Yeah, seems to be. Unfortunately, this exit's not going to be easy to access, but...
Well, we could always go to the surface the way we came in and just walk here.
Just come around, yeah. That's an option. Definitely worth checking out from that angle. See what we can get to.
Unless we're going to try to access that area from above. I'm not sure what we were going to do going out anyway, right? We just wanted to know about where we were.
Yeah.
So now the question is, well, perhaps we don't chat right here just in case someone walks by, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little open. Start going back down.
Now, when you guys see Aldo's in sweet, sweet, ignorant bliss of living in the monkey cage. Sure, it smells, but like he's accustomed to it right now. You guys coming back down are just keenly aware of how nasty it is down here. You're hit with it all over again.
Very tempted to use magic, but I'm not gonna.
You guys all right?
Yeah, just made the mistake of getting a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Fair enough. What'd you find?
Everything is in the ruins. Which is not too big of a surprise, I guess, but we're still looking to be under them, yes?
Yeah.
Meaning that the area with the crack in the wall is also in the ruins somewhere, which we could try to pinpoint from above now that we have a gist of where we would come out to this point.
Yeah.
But
and there was that area that split off from the stairs up a little bit higher than this. Unless I heard that wrong.
Yes. So at this point, we can either keep exploring the sewers, or we can go back either to the locked door or to the split above.
I think now that we're down here and we're already on the other side, maybe there might be another way around to find out how to get to that place where the stuff's coming from.
It might be.
We're already here.
Well, if you break the lock, it looked in rough shape, didn't it, Mikhail?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I think, I mean, you guess you could try to pick it, but it looks pretty abused.
But that just leads to the surface, right?
Yes.
Or if we go back out the way
level.
we came in, we could probably find this area with relative ease.
Yeah.
Alright, okay.
Well,
there's got to be other ways to go down here.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth messing with those locks. So
best leave it be for now, I think.
We do have, again, I've got a crudely drawn map, so I could kind of figure out about where. It's not the largest area in the world where that wall is, but we can worry about that later. We still do have places to find, and we want to find the room with the guy.
Well, let's get back to it then, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, to Aldo's point, is there anything else down here we could be missing? I'd rather not have to come back if we don't have to.
Yes, we're in a very large area with a lot of little places to go. There's a good chance there's something we could be missing.
I mean more in how to access the area with the crack. Sorry.
Oh. We can head back over there and see if there's one of those side paths. Maybe one of them, maybe it's a square around it, or maybe there's access somewhere else. We kind of skipped a lot of those and just followed the main tunnel.
Yeah. He looks like on his face is like he doesn't want to do that now that he's said it. But yeah, we could check those. They're kind of small too.
Here's the other concern. Everything goes perfectly well. We go down a side path, we find access to the room, and we see the source of this goo. Then what?
Depends on what we
Guess it
see.
Depends on what the source is. Yeah.
But if it's a curse, we can't do anything about it. We could break it for what, a short period of time, and it would just come right back.
Right, but
Well, if that
we then
happened, at
know
least
that's
then
where
we
it
would.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I suppose that's true. But what
Kind
if
of
it comes back
change.
stronger and becomes more of a
Uh,
nuisance? At least now it's contained. If we open it up and release it, what if it gets worse?
I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but I don't think that's going to go away. You know,
No,
if
I'm
we're
saying
planning
the
to break
opposite.
it eventually, right now we just don't know where the source of the curse is. Right?
We never even found it in the mountains. Whatever
We
the
didn't,
stone replacement thing was supposed to be.
and that one was contained in a way that, even though we accidentally tried to release it, we couldn't. Not saying this one will be the same, but I don't know
Let's
if
go
there's a
take a
way
look.
we're gonna know if we stumble on it or not until we do, right?
Right. Well, let's take a look then. I'm not sure. Whatever
Would
it
you
is, we will
rather?
face it, and we will either flee or kill it or whatever we have to do.
Certainly. If you'd rather approach it a different way, I'm open to that.
I'm just trying to not make life any worse for the people of Haudh-Gwenn than it already is. If we unleash some sort of goo-spouting creature or thing that is no longer contained, then I guess it gives Beltran something else to keep him busy, but
All right, so we don't go breaking down any doors or anything like that. We'll just look for now.
we'll encounter and deal with it as we approach. Perhaps it's nothing. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's the goo itself has good properties to it, so it's possible this is either unrelated or maybe it's a positive. Maybe breaking this curse would actually be bad for Haudh-Gwenn or something. Maybe that's the curse in and of itself. It has to be broken to fix the curse, but it's actually a good curse. I don't
Yeah.
know. Let's go look.
He just starts walking. So I guess we'll go back to where those side paths were.
Sure. You head back
Okay.
that way to the side path, but not just any side path. You're going to choose one that's closest to where the crack is, yeah? And heading in that direction?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So, small issue. You can absolutely do that, and you can go to where that side path is. But remember, where the crack is across the way from where you are now. So to get back across to, because remember, you cross the river with the ropes and the pythons that you set up, and now you're on the opposite side of the river of the crack. So if you want to go down one of those side paths that's on the same size as the crack to try to like hug that way as much as possible, you're welcome to do so. You can either go back to your little bridgey thing that you set up, cross, and you still have to jump that stupid crumbly way that you avoided last time. Or from over here where you are, you can, because it's perpendicular, like the paths are perpendicular, you can actually get enough speed to run and get a proper jump check over here, which is only a DC 8. But again, if you fail, there's that like fail by 2 or more is bad. So you don't want to get lower than a 7. It's a DC 8 jump check. Wade
Okay, so it's
can
still a much
almost
easier check.
Yeah, it's a
from
much
over
easier
here.
check. Yeah.
Okay.
Because of the fact that it's an intersection, so you have the space to gain the momentum to do it. Wade, I
Gotcha.
don't even know if
Okay.
you can fail that.
I have a +4 from speed.
+4 from speed because it's jump, yeah.
I cannot.
I didn't think so. I think you have a +7 total, so even if you rolled a 1, you'd pass.
I have a 4, so it'd be a +8.
Cool.
Thanks.
So you don't even need
I
a
can-
roll. You can just pass.
I could definitely fail that.
See how our luck situation is. I thought you had a decent dex. Do you not?
I have a decent dex. I just have no training in acrobatics.
Oh, that would do it.
And
I've got at
I have
least
a
rank in
+1
acrobatics.
dex. That's it. So
Oh,
yeah, I need to put a rank in it. I just didn't get a chance.
Oh, nothing
That was-
motivates quite like landing in a pile of shit.
Yeah. Mikhail has definitely been really thinking about how he needs to work out more. Like, okay.
I guess we can discuss it. I'm pretty confident after the last jump I can make this one. Do you want me to jump and take a look, or do you all want to jump, or should we retreat back to the ropes? At least here we have room to get a nice sprint.
This looks like a much easier jump.
Yeah.
I could probably make that.
Excellent. That's a 14 with the +4.
Nice. Same,
not that
almost the
easily.
same margin you passed by last time. You run and you jump, and you land easily on the other side. You know, it's you land and you have your hand on the low ceiling that's over there. You catch it, and you're able to kind of crouch and go that way. I imagine you do in fact do that. Like you crouch down and like go in a few steps and like squat down and just wait for your companions inside there to be out of the way for their jump. And also maybe you can even leverage and grab a hand if you need to, should somebody fuck up horribly. Aldo is the easiest check here, but I think he just kind of like looks at Mikhail and says, "You first." Yay!
Dude, I saw the one again and I thought you were on it.
Holy
Next
shit,
time I
it's the
see
other.
it.
The next roll you're going to make
It's
is
the
a
other
7.
side of the one.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, you get the rest of the triangle around it. Oh, that's
Ooh.
awesome.
I know it's probably not lethal, but it's so fucking scary. I don't want to fall into this bullshit.
You can roll for Aldo, I think, Scott, because I don't think he can fail it based on his last roll.
I don't remember if he can
Yeah.
fail or not, but I'll roll for him.
He gets
Jack.
a
He
bonus
can't.
from his
He's got a
speed, too,
+7.
doesn't he?
So I can still
No,
roll
he has
91
regular speed.
and rip your
Yeah,
pants.
that's an 8.
And rip your pants.
But doesn't he also? Do you guys get a bonus from speed at all whenever you're making this jump?
We're at regular speed. So at 30, you just have a regular check, and we both have a 30-foot speed.
Okay.
Your bonus is from being. What the hell?
What? Oh!
How did you roll a 4?
He took away 5 of Aldo's.
What are you doing?
I put a temp mod of -5. Sorry.
Fuck out of here.
I was like, he's so much better at acrobatics than me. There's no way he can roll a 4.
So
I'm looking at his check. What the fuck?
So yeah, he gets a 9 total. So he jumps across, and he jumps across, and again, it's not a super graceful landing on the other side for him. And luckily for him, Mikhail is right there. It's kind of like just put a hand on his shoulder quickly. So as he like jumps and he hits the wall with a bit of force, he probably wouldn't have slipped back in, but Mikhail grabs his shoulder and keeps him in place. He grabs so quickly, you even hear some stressing of the pants, but nothing happens that anybody sees. Okay. Who's leading going down the short pathway?
I don't know that I'm still mapping at this point, so Koa could.
Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah,
It almost makes sense at this point with just how the jumps went.
Yeah, Koa will take the lead.
Okay. At this point, you guys light up a new torch. It's just getting too low. You're gonna light up a new torch.
You want to take one off? You want me to, Keegan?
I've got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got the sheet open.
We should have 3 more after this one burns out.
That is correct. Yep.
Cool. Where are we? Yeah, so you start heading down that way, and again, it's Mikhail leading the way because you're taking the notes, so on and so forth. Wade, at this point, I'm going to describe.
No, it's Koa's leading.
Oh, and with the compass though,
because he's not mapping anymore.
Oh, he's not.
I'll probably have the compass, but I'm not messing with the map as much, just keeping track of directions.
I mean, if we start going more than just a straight line, you would probably pull it out and start making some notes. But at this point, we have a point of reference on top, and we know where the crack is.
Let me describe it. You can choose whether or not you end up wanting to make notes or not. So you start walking down that path, and it is effectively, it's not a perfectly straight line. These aren't straight paths. They're mostly straight paths. There's a bit of curve to them as they're trying to make sure they line up because the streets overhead aren't perfectly lined up, right? Or at least the ancient streets that were there once before aren't perfectly straight. But as you're going down this path, 2 things to note. One, the drop downs here from above are only the smallest style ones. They're not like large areas for large volume of water or refuse or whatever to drop down. It's definitely much smaller. Oop, oh shit, 1 second. Good, glad I put that on type. I almost spilled coffee all over the carpet. Okay. And then the other thing to point out is that as you're going along the path, all of a sudden it comes to an abrupt stop. Like, you didn't expect it to stop where it does. And it clearly is designed to stop there, which is fun because, like, when you're thinking of engineering of how you would design this, you need liquid to be able to get in and out, because you have to have water that gets into here to then wash away the refuse to get back out. This is one path, and the whole time that you were walking up this path, you were seeing liquid coming out of it, that is slow flow coming the opposite direction of where you were heading. And now you get to a sudden wall, and there's still a flow, but there's a wall here. So you're like, so then where's the liquid coming from? Maybe there's a grate underneath the wall that allows for some pass by, but God, if that thing ever got jammed up, which could totally happen instead of a sewer system with refuse, right? But you don't able to see what it is. You have not come across anything like this yet in any of the pathways you've looked down, walked down, or anything so far. This just seems strange or abrupt.
You think this is a like the wall in the other ruins where the boulder went in, where maybe this is protecting something, but there's some kind of secret switch?
I guess it could. It could be. I don't know a ton about sewers, but
well, this is the mole. Perhaps we don't think of it in the terms of sewers, and more so just as something is being contained in a room, and we need to access it. And now there's a wall that I don't think makes sense. We've not seen one like it, and why would you wall this off whenever it's still doing the same thing as
yeah,
the sewer is?
It's pretty abrupt. I'm gonna tap on the wall a couple of times with the stick.
You tap with the stick a few times to see if it's like an illusion or if there's any weaknesses to it or any like depression points or anything like that. It just seems like a wall. Go ahead and roll a perception check because you're searching.
Can I also look or assist?
Yeah. Cool. So we'll say that you assist. You give him a +2. He's rocking at 18. It's up to him if he wants to modify that. There's several ways to do so.
Do we still have both +4s or just one?
You have both +4s. You have luck dice. You have EP. The +4 has expired this session. Nothing else does.
That's true. That would get us to 22.
You can do that in luck just to see how much luck we have. I mean, if it's a hidden thing, 23 usually is good to find some stuff like that. So, like,
yeah, we had 7 the last time luck was rolled.
Did we roll luck today?
Yeah, rolled on earlier.
Yep, 1.
Yeah,
got it. If this is leading to what we're looking for, it's like we might as well get there, right?
It could be a wall, or it could be something magic. A magic wall.
Either we're going to be so convinced that this is a wall that we're never going to have to worry about this shit again, or we're going to find something.
That's true.
Or questions.
Maybe there's another pair of pants on the other side. It might be worth looking.
Okay, I want to use the +4. But for real, do you guys think we should?
I mean, yeah. I think
do that in a luck and just
we're looking for a hidden
rule out as
thing
much as we can on the wall.
Like, this is still a mole dungeon in my we're in a sewer, but to me this is still a mole dungeon. So I would say finding.
So what about this wall is different to the others?
There hasn't been one like it. Like, there hasn't been a wall blocking off. There's still flow coming through, but it's like walled off for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and do it.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that, and then I'll also roll luck.
So you're currently at an 18. You added a 4 to make it a 22, and then you added luck to turn it into a 25.
Yeah.
It's a really good roll. You were poking with the stick to see if anything was there, but with your poking with the stick, you just weren't getting any distinction. Nothing was standing out at you. Then at one point in time, when you pulled the stick away, just kind of like thinking about it. You're just like thinking, staring at the wall because you're like, I don't know, it just makes no sense that there's to be this abrupt stop. Your focus falls away from the wall at the edge of the stick, and you realize the stick's pretty gross. This whole place down, it's fucking sewer. It's been here for countless years. You get an idea. Instead of poking with the stick, you start scraping with it. For a little while. Scrapey, 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 scrapey. And then you notice something that catches your eye. A little glint coming off of the wall from the torchlight behind you. Scrape a little bit more. This wall, definitively, is the same kind of mole stonework that you had seen in so many other places. It just was hidden behind the
grime.
Behind the grime that's there. Just to confirm this, you do go back quite a bit, maybe to the original intersection before you head down this way, and you scrape the wall that's there. That's not the case. The wall ahead of you is. Now, that's not magical or anything, but that does mean there's some significance to either this wall or whatever's behind it.
Yeah. Okay. Obviously, like, point that out to the others.
Is it water or sludge or both flowing through here?
Great question.
This was going to be what I was going to ask.
It is water. The only place where you've seen sludge come from is that one crack, which leads you to believe that sludge was never supposed to leave wherever is over here. Wait. Turn 90 degrees. Scrape there, to your left, like the wall that you walked along to get here. That also has this kind of texture. Wherever that sludge came from, it's behind these walls that are here, and these are that kind of mole stone. You just don't know how to get in there. Maybe there's no way to get in there from the sewers, or maybe you just haven't found it yet.
If it's just water coming through, Mikhail, may I borrow your stick?
Sure. I hand it over.
If I put it down into the water, Scott, and feel where the water's flowing out of, does it feel like it's hitting a grate, or is it open underneath?
Yeah, it's a great question. So you smack around for a couple of seconds. There is, in fact, on this, there is no grate. It is open over here. But to be clear, when you announce this, Koa wouldn't think of this. He's not stupid. It's just he's never been in sewers before. He didn't grow up in a city. Whereas Aldo would very quickly be able to realize, well, yeah, if you have flow going underneath a wall, you would only have the grate on the side where the flow is coming from, not on this side. Otherwise, how the fuck would you clear the grate if it got built up? You know what I mean? You would want to stop you want to catch whatever debris on the other side, not on this side, because then you're literally catching debris between two
I
grates.
assumed he leaned over and really just felt the whole thing.
Yeah, you felt the hole here, but you can't feel the other side because you don't know how deep that is. That could be 50 feet deep, you don't know.
I don't feel any kind of grate whenever I swing this down there. It's possible we could go underneath the wall?
I don't think so. Generally, these things have their grate on the entry to where the water's coming from, not going through.
Oh, this is just water. We could check.
I mean, refuse water, I guess.
It is water, certainly, but it's still coming from a very unclean place.
I'm not saying we have well, okay, then you want to go down another path and see if there's a door?
I think we'd have to. I mean, it's...
This wall here is of mole make. Like
both of these are, yeah.
Other place we are. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I guess this... Is there any other ways we could go to kind of circumvent this wall here? Maybe find out what's on the other side?
There might be a path on the other side, but it might lead to the same kind of thing. We could go look. Alternatively, if we go back up the stairs, perhaps one of the other paths we didn't explore lead to an area above this, and there's an access from there.
Yeah, it could be either one. Pretty much what we've confirmed is just these walls are the ones that seem to be containing the sludge, the ooze, whatever we want to call it. Okay.
Perhaps opening up things down here wouldn't be the best anyway. if we release something into the sewer system and it can backtrack to the rivers or something and get into the water supply, or whether it's an ooze or whatever's making this.
Yeah. Excuse me, Scott. There was one other alternate path we could take down here that we haven't looked at yet. Right?
Not only one alternative path. No. This is a whole.
I mean, around.
We're assuming
I mean,
it's
more
like a
around
rectangle.
this.
We're assuming there's one other, the right side, for
Like
example.
another side.
Oh,
to-
yeah. So you guys came up along the. You actually haven't even investigated the crack itself. You haven't even walked directly up to the crack, which you could do. But so you walk down to the edge of this, and you're like, okay, this wall has that. Immediately to the side that I walked up, this has it. But if I turn all the way back around and go to the edge, that did not seem to have it. So it's not like this entire wall does. It seems like this wall has it, and at least some of this does. So whatever's inside it, who knows what the dimensions are, right? But it doesn't.
If we
run
test
entire
like the
length.
ground beneath us, is it normal ground or does it also have it?
The ground is normal.
Okay. I suppose we just keep testing this, walk around and see if we can find another entrance. At worst case, we get back to the crack itself, or we can see if there's another way to go around that way. But our options may come down to either testing the nasty water or going back up the stairs if we don't find a natural entrance.
Yeah. Let's go around and see if we come back to the crack.
One of you can lead the way back. I'm going to sketch this out just so we know which part of the sewer is the mole stone.
Smart. Okay. Aldo, you want to lead this time?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna have you roll a survival check, Wade. It's not the same thing as craft cartography, but you don't have that skill. So survival is gonna take a penalty, and that'll be what you do. So you get a 10 total unless you want to, because the penalty because you're not using the correct skill. 10 total. It's not bad for what you're trying to do. You're welcome to modify it in one of your many ways. This is still considered part of your EP stuff.
Yeah. I feel like I'd like to get closer to like a 13. You guys mind if I at least? I don't know if I want to use I can use a +4 and or luck, but I don't know if it's important enough to use both.
You can also use a reroll or get one of those +1s, +2s.
Reroll's 50-50 from what I rolled. I mean, I rolled a 10.
Probably luck it.
Yeah, it looks smart.
You know what I didn't? I wanted to check this.
Exactly 13.
Does edge points work like advantage, where you keep the better of the two, or do you replace your roll, which is pretty standard for Pathfinders? You replace your roll.
From what we found, no clue.
We never found the page you found.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought I sent it to you guys afterwards.
No, you just kept telling us to Google it. We're like, this doesn't say anything.
Sorry.
It was like totally different rules.
Give me 1 second. I don't see it here. I deal with it later on. It doesn't matter. All right, so you're going to go with the 13 weight. Is that what you're hoping for? I believe that's exactly what you were saying. You were hoping.
Yeah,
for.
I felt like I was comfortable at least with a 13.
Cool.
That seems like decent for trying to map this out.
Cool. Sounds great. So yep, you got a 13 total. So you sit there and try to map that out while the two of them go back the other direction and stick together to look at where the crack is that's over there. Cool. So you guys go walking up to the crack, trying to check it out. I imagine you do not immediately touch it. 100% eyes only when you get over to the goopy stuff and where it's like crystallized or what have you. Okay. An important thing to note: this whole place is gross, right? Like that's very obvious. Even though the ground is not wet, it still has a bit of a mild slickness to it because of the dust and just mildew or whatever it is that's kind of like amassed over the many years of being here, right? But that all being said, when you get to the hardened goop, where it's like crystallized, if you will, it does not look like it is amassed any form of slime or mildew or anything like that on there. It doesn't even look like any dust has amassed onto it, giving you the suggestion that maybe if it's even slightly acidic or very, very alkaline, to allow for its maintained cleanliness.
Mm.
Well, that's neat.
Well, so we're back at the crack where it's coming from, are we?
Yep, you're standing directly at the crack. Are you investigating that yourself, or I have something else for you to do? If you are not, you're welcome to investigate it yourself.
I wouldn't know anything about it, so it's
I think
Mikhail thing, right?
I think Koa and Mikhail be well. Koa's I've got some knowledge nature. If you can count this as natural nature. But
yeah, Mikhail's definitely gonna investigate it. But
sure,
yeah, I'll probably follow Mikhail's lead on it.
Well, Mikhail's. You're separate. You're doing your own thing at the moment while he's doing this. So back to you, guys. So Aldo, you're just letting him do it. You're not assisting him.
How would I assist him? Kind of thing. If I could, I would, but I don't think I can.
You just roll to aid another.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that. What role is it?
Cool. So back to you, Keegan. How do you want to investigate this? Do you just want to do a perception check to see like the finer details of like the crack or so on and so forth? Like what kind of investigation are you doing that Aldo can assist you on?
Okay. Can I get any additional information about that like might help me figure out how to investigate it if I do like a knowledge engineering or dungeoneering?
Dungeoneering would help you with the ecology. Engineering would help you with maybe the crack, maybe how it formed or a way to properly patch it, so on and so forth. Neither of those would necessarily help you with the ooze itself, like the goopy stuff itself.
Yeah. Okay. Because I can technically roll any of them.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Keep throwing ideas out there. I'm sure you understood what I meant by those other two. Like, you know how the rules work. Yeah.
Or shit. I mean, we're in a mole space. What about mole alchemy?
That is a good one. Do you have the book?
I don't think I would have brought it with me, but I think I still have the bonus, like the little +1 to it from having studied it.
Correct. So the reason why I asked if you had the book is because it allows somebody else to reference the book over the course of however many minutes, and they can roll as though they had ranks in it, and so they can beat the max of 10. The reason why I'm asking is because then Aldo could be more of an assistant than just hoping to get you a +2.
Yeah. I don't know that we would have brought it.
I don't think it even makes sense for me to assist here. So I think I'll just kind of keep a lookout on anything that's around while you do your thing.
Perfect. I'm gonna have you roll me a perception check then, and Keegan, you're welcome to make that roll if you would like.
It's not quite as high as my perception, but I'm interested in what it could get. Oh, yeah.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
So you have a 21 to start. Obviously, this is something that's incredibly important to you. What do you want to do instead?
That's already a really good roll.
Did you say you don't have the book on you? Why wouldn't you have the book on you?
Safety.
I don't know that. I don't know that I'd want to bring it in here where.
I guess, but we knew there was a goo substance, and we knew we were going into mole ruins.
If Koa would have suggested we bring it or something, because he probably would have. There would have been a like. I don't think I'm going to bring it. We don't know what we're going to get into, kind of thing. But
I don't know if we would have thought it would help with this stuff or not. It was just one of those things where it's like we knew that this stuff was in here.
I don't think we would have brought it because not only do we have to go through bandits, we're also going. I don't.
We didn't know we were going to the
wrong,
sewer, I don't think.
Yeah, we didn't know we were going to the sewer.
We didn't know we were going to the sewer.
I guess, because we didn't know we were going... Like, the sewer is really the thing that's making me like, I wouldn't have brought it to a sewer. But would I have brought it to mole ruins?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would have done.
It might have changed our thoughts on you jumping across things with it.
I mean, you guys do have things to like. You have leather pouches or whatever.
It's definitely in its own bag.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Like I feel like,
and I can repair it.
Probably would have brought it. It just might have changed our thought a bit about you risking it over the sewer itself. But like we didn't know we were coming into a place where we might get wet.
Yeah, that's what it is, and I can repair it.
But either way, he doesn't need it for this check anyways. But good to note for moving forward, Wade.
True.
Good call out. All right, so
I think I'm probably going to end up rolling luck. I don't know that I want to use the other +4.
If you use the other +4, automatically gets you to a 25, which is generally the next tier. But I tend to play with DCs, so
yeah.
What is this? This is to investigate the crack itself, like the substance.
The ooze crack area. Yeah.
Well, last time I thought we were finding a secret entrance. We didn't, so I'm not gonna give you anything on this one. I mean,
I was behind you on that too.
This feels like the kind of shit we're again looking at, but I don't know. 21's already decent. You want to just risk your luck if you want a +4. We do have the EP. I mean, if you want to add a +1 or 2 before. So we could have 2 rerolls and a +1, or we could have a reroll.
Yeah, don't reroll that one. Don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna go ahead and keep that.
Like a +1 or +2, and then
I might do. Maybe I'll spend 1 EP and then do the luck, so I get a minimum of a 23. So 23 is potentially another tier, depending on how.
I see what you're saying. Because then it's a 50-50 to get the 25.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. And
or you could just +4 it and guarantee you have a 25.
I could.
I mean,
I just don't know what. I don't know what's coming after.
I would say
there might be something else, right?
I would say just go ahead and +4 and/or luck, and that way the EP is reserved for like an emergency situation.
Yeah, because
I agree. I think you
rerolls are sexy as hell because you can even use them in combat.
Yeah, we can get a max of 2. We can get a max of 2 rerolls because we have 7 EP, so we can get 2 rerolls, and then we have
that
a
one
leftover.
on a like a saving throw, which is an automatic failure, and you can reroll, which is nice.
Yeah. I'm not thinking about disturbing.
If you're
that
happy
at all.
with a 25, I would take the +4. If you want higher than that, +4 and a luck guarantees you 1 over that 5 threshold.
I mean, 25 is huge. So
25 is huge. Okay, I'll take the other +4 then. I think we just take 25 at that point and save the luck.
Yeah.
That's it. 25.
Okay. It's the season with double the luck limit when you.
I know that's what I'm like. If you guys want to luck it, it's like the most stingy you guys have ever been with it.
Well, yeah, we went crazy last time. we were out for a while.
I would argue that we might have gone crazy with it, but we also had the expectation of like 12 sessions, and we went close to 25.
All right, I'll luck it then.
Oh, you're good either way. I don't care. I was just teasing.
Dude, you're using all of our luck.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm that guy. There's a 3, which I'm happy with. So
cool. So you're 28 total. All right, going up and checking this out. Let me get you some details here. So
it's a DC 29.
Yeah, it probably would be for me.
So unfortunately, it was a DC 29.
Oh, gotcha. Luckily, he's wrong. So the DC 28, you're able to determine, first of all, this is rather alkaline. So that's why things aren't able to easily grow onto it. Things aren't sticking in here very easily. So it did get that way. Look at the crack that came from the from the wall that's there. You can see that it must have come out at a very slow pace. So your assumption is this must have globbed out at a slow pace, however long ago it was. A very long time ago. And then ever so slowly, a little bit would just kind of like gather, because if something's coming out, it's kind of like gathering around the rim. And just looking at the way that it formed, gathering around the rim that's there, it just kind of like solidified from whether it be oxidization or some other reaction that happens. Slowly like sealed up a little bit more, eventually sealed up the gap that's here. Looking at the way that it's sealed, looking at how much came out, your assumption is, God forbid you ever opened up that crack or broke this, whatever that sludge is, there's probably more inside of there. Whatever it is, there's probably more inside of there. And it's just trapped or severed at the moment because or sealed off because of the way that stuff is formed. You don't know exactly what this material is because you haven't had the time to do proper research with the books or do experimentation, so on and so forth. But you are, now that you're checking it out and doing a little bit of testing and studying with it in the, say 5 or 6 minutes while Koa's over there sketching things out and getting ready to start crawling back, maybe 10 minutes, whatever it is, you realize this is, in fact, like Koa said beforehand, something that is going to affect your magic. Like, the idea of even casting a spell around all of this stuff is now currently you realize the ignorance in making that decision. Moreover, moreover, interacting with it directly with your magic. Like, let's say you cast like dancing lights on this. Holy shit, that could go bad. That could go very bad. Or the opposite direction. You felt that beforehand. Hell, if you wanted to get pythons inside the wall, you probably enhanced that mage hand so powerfully, you could have grabbed a python and just slammed it into the ceiling, with a rope attached to it and, Indiana Jones to cross if you wanted to. Like, you could definitely feel there was some sort of enhancement that happened from this chemical here. Whatever its base material is, however it is they made it, you have no idea. It's impossible to know. This is unlike anything that you've ever encountered beforehand. But again, you can feel that there is more on the other side, because you can feel it almost like vibing with your magic that's inside of your person. There is an immense energy that's happening there. What I would say is, now that you've rolled so high, feeling that energy as you do, you're able to kind of, as Koa is starting to, okay, 1 more, 2 more markings here, and starts to fold up his paper, his book, or whatever as he's making his markings into, and getting ready to pick up his pack and start heading this way. You start walking along the wall, running your hand along it, trying to feel where this is. And you end up walking towards the path of where Koa is. So you end up like, oh, excuse me, Koa, he can't really step around you so easily, so you guys end up going back to the wall where you originally scraped away and saw the coloration.
I crouch down and make him step over me.
Okay.
I cannot possibly. I can lift my heel only 3 inches. These pants.
Fine, I'll assert dominance. Go into me.
Koa's crack.
Just don't look up.
That requires I bend my knees, good sir.
Dear God, Mikhail, no.
So you guys make your way. So you make your way back over there. As you feel the stuff before, like, you lose the connection that you have, trying to like really feel the way that it's vibing with your magic inside your body, you realize it does in fact stretch behind this wall. It does, but also shoots upwards and off to your side. So like up to the up above where you are vertically, but then also back more to your right. There's something up there, and you don't know how to get to it. There's some other pathway. You think maybe you'd be able to reestablish connection if you were close again. So maybe at other points in time you could stop and try to like feel it out, and maybe you can feel if you're getting closer, almost acting as like a magnet to metal or like a dowsing rod. But
okay,
you're not 100% positive you can do so. Something about this suggests this place, this sewer, it's not meant to interact with this. It's very unlikely there's any entrance to that down here.
Okay. So after he kind of finally gets to the point where he's traced it for a long while, he'll say, guys, I think it's either coming from above. There's more of it above us. Up more, like, kind of gesturing vaguely this direction.
That's an unsettling thought.
I can sense it now that I've
tasted it.
Gotten close enough to it. No, Koa, I'm not gonna taste it.
Just making sure, because all of a sudden you're very sure of yourself. So
I've been examining it, and I didn't taste it. He's like facing him.
Right. Well, then I guess thank God we've spent so much time down here. Let's go back upstairs, shall we?
I mean, it's still good to know. I really don't think it was supposed to have gotten down here in the first place. I think I can find it. I'm gonna have to keep my hands out,
Excuse me.
I'm sort of using them to detect it. It's faint. It's not the easiest thing.
Well, I've been mapping out things a bit, so I'll try to keep track of where this is relative to the staircase. At least we'll know which path leads to the goo. The question is, once we get up there, do we want to follow that path right away or go check out the other things, leaving this for last?
I don't know if I can pick this up again if I lose it. I'm not sure.
All right, then goo it is.
All right, I'm gonna try to be a goo detector.
I mean, with those
So
pants.
Aldo, Koa will be
That's being a goo producer. That's easy.
Can we get hot
This takes
pants
it wrong.
in Discord, please? I think we need a whole bunch of hot pants in general chat in Discord.
to Aldo. Koa will say, he's holding out his hands and sensing the goo. Do you think he tasted it?
Definitely tasted it.
Is
I mean,
not
he
as
said it.
demeanor?
You know what I mean? At the start, like, I'm not tasting it. Like, you know what I mean? Ever since then, he
So
definitely
perhaps
did.
we'd be careful in case it overpowers his mind.
I didn't think of that. We should watch him.
It's still
Fucking
important that we're
water
supposed to
area
follow
all
the
over again.
right path, and the sensation of someone watching you is always there. And I don't know if we've had that yet, but perhaps if this stuff is sentient in some way, worth keeping an eye on in case he has.
Yeah.
Right behind you, Mikhail.
All right. I'm gonna follow my senses.
We got Scooby sniffing out the path to the ghost.
Yep. I
Well,
don't know what
obviously-
direction that takes me.
Dude, if this is
Obviously, you-
ectoplasm, some really pissed off spirit, it's gonna suck.
Oh yeah.
You're not going to be able to do anything while down in the sewers. You're
No,
definitively
we're making our way out.
going to have to
Mhm.
leave. So, are you going to
Yeah.
leave out the stairs that you originally came down?
I would
Yeah, the only ones we
imagine.
found were the locked ones. So yeah.
Don't get me wrong. There are other ways out to the surface. There are other ways out to the surface if you want to stay in the sewers and find them. That was just the first one you came across. It was the first one I gave details towards.
Yeah, we'll take the one that we know.
I mean, the
I
stairs back
Right.
into the ruins were relatively close to the crack, right? We weren't that
Yeah,
didn't go that
yeah,
far.
yeah.
to
Yeah,
found
it was like what 100 feet away from the crack.
Well, Mikhail's trying to maintain his sensing of it anyway, so I think the easiest way to get to where we imagine the access would be the T section above. Pardon me, above us, right?
Correct. You were not wrong there, Wade. The only thing to point out is if you are going back the stairway, you either need to slide past the crack, which should be relatively easy to do, and then jump that 11-foot gap where it's.
I thought we already jumped to get back to the right side.
So remember, I mean, I could try to draw it out for you if you would like, but when you first came out of the door, you turned left and you were walking towards where the goop was, where the crust was, but the ground was broken. So instead of doing that long jump, you did a short jump across the river. So you didn't jump straight; you jumped to your right, went over, and then jumped back.
Okay,
So
so
rather
the
have to
easiest
jump-
way to get back would it be to jump across the long jump that we just did, and then take the rope back?
You would want to do the DC 8 that you just did a couple minutes ago, and then take the rope back. That's the safest way. So 2 jumps instead of 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
But I guess we would do that.
Because I'm not confident in Mikhail's ability to survive the other way.
Yeah, no. I'm not either.
Well, thank God we still have those DC 4s for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So who's going to do the DC 8 jump first?
That's another 4, which makes it 10.
I was like, you make it. Okay. Because remember, if you roll a 6 or lower, it's bad. You barely get across, but Aldo jumped right behind you and was able to, as you're like, Aldo jumped right behind you and kind of is like, well, got you, and was able to hold you steady. So I had it. I had it. And
Yeah, I'm definitely not going first because
Be careful, Mikhail. A bit trickier coming back this way.
it's time for hot pants. I mean, yay! So you're able to make the jump across and get over there. This allows you guys to shimmy along this path and then finally get to where the clothesline, if you will, was
I'll
set
go
up.
across first. It's a 8 climb.
8 climb, yeah. Hey!
There we go. You made it.
That's crazy. I can't believe it.
So you start going across and you legitimately start to slip, and Mikhail reaches forward quickly and grabs the rope and clotheslines you a little bit and gets you there right as your hands slip, your feet get there, and you're able to land safely. However, Aldo hears like a as it happens and literally sees seams popping right on the side of his thigh.
Oh,
Like,
God
Can
damn
you
it.
just let me be helpful? Can I just be
You
a
were
fucking
helpful.
hero?
You saved him.
Not-
You saved him.
Oh my god!
I knew that if I went first, I could at least help shimmy you guys back the same way with just the strength check. And I knew that with I was like, if I roll a 1, at least the luck guarantees it. What are the odds of a 1? My third one of the night.
Everything's a goddamn monkey's paw, man. Like,
All right, no, it's all good. He made it. You did it.
yeah, but I had to close.
Don't you love when he makes your character do something and then punishes you for the thing he made your character do?
All right, who's going next? Is it Aldo or Keegan?
It was a DC 4 strength check, a DC 16 acrobatics, or a DC 8 climb.
Yep, perfect way.
We're doing the strength.
Hey, you hop up and you just hold on while he goes.
Yeah.
We hear the noise of rope ripping, but thank God it's just Mikhail's pants.
Oh my god! Oh, Aldo! Oh, I thought that was Mikhail. Sorry,
I didn't know Aldo
it
was
was Aldo. So then you hop on right as Aldo's getting off, and it unfortunately the rope has been hung on 3 times at this point. It's getting a little saggy, so you're like curling your legs as you're getting over the goop there because you're just getting close to it because it's been there. It's like we should probably retie this rope to make sure it's safe, but you easily are able to get across. They get you across quick enough. And then you guys can spend the minute to untie the rope, pull it tight again, retie the rope. And one of the pythons seems like it's getting a little jiggly in there, but it's still got some strength left.
I don't think we need to leave the. So do we lose 1 python from this? Because one across the way.
Yes, if you did not, you can pull this jiggly one out if you'd like, and then grab the rope as well.
I'll take off a python. We're not going back across for it.
So about the rope. You can untie the rope and then pull it, but there's no way to guarantee it doesn't,
I'll clean the rope.
Okay.
I won't, because it's gonna land in the goo. I'm not gonna cast prestidigitation on it. We'll have to wash the rope in a mundane way
All right,
with
what's
regular
the
water.
roll to
eventually.
try to pull the rope without it hitting anything? Super speed pull the rope, Scott. What's the roll?
Let's make this insane. Let's give a DC 20 strength check.
Why? Why would that be what it is?
Because you have to pull a rope across that whole gap without it flopping anywhere.
But it's got guiding pythons to help. You just.
No, but as soon as it comes out, as soon as you pull it free, there's that whole gap for it to go. As soon as it's pulled free from the python, it goes. Oh, I see what you're saying. Is it still on the python on this side?
Yeah.
My apologies, Wade. I did not see it the same way in my mind. I assumed you pulled it from the python on the side first. I see what you're saying. Let's make it a DC 10. That's much more fair.
Okay. It's still gooey. Unless I luck it, but I don't think I want to luck a
Guys,
rope.
just the tip.
Nah.
Yeah, I'll just leave it.
Okay. So a little bit of the rope gets a little goopy. And you pull it up and just kind of like, at this point, it's only like maybe half a foot of rope. You can just cut it off if you want to and just leave it there.
I think we could-
Sounds good.
Okay.
losing a foot of rope.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, as we cut the rope with our magic infused weapon we didn't know was magic, the goo erupts all around us. And Mikhail's pants go flying into it.
Just burst into flames.
The goo also doesn't want their pants and retreats.
Runs off. All right. So anyways, awesome. Cool. So you cut that bit of rope and it flops on the ground or whatever. I imagine you don't go fucking kicking it into the water. You just leave it there on the ledge to the side. Cool. You guys get back inside the door. Oh, it's funny. I forgot about Aldo's perception check earlier. How too late now. So you guys too late in a good way for you. So you guys make your way back to the door. You can shut the door behind you. And when you shut the door behind you, you slide the wooden thing open and you pull your talisman out, or your token out there, Aldo. And you hear the door about a second or two after you pull it out, it relatches.
Okay.
Cool. And that allows you guys to head back up the stairs. Now, when you get back up the stairs, Koa, roll me a survival check. It's built in, but you get the +2 from using the compass.
Am I able to assist him?
You don't need to. He got it. So he gets to the top of the stairs, remembering his orientation of where he was downstairs, and then he gets that to where that T partway down the stairs that we discussed before was. And he stops and he turns, to the direction where he believes is correct with the compass. And he's like, Mikhail, if you go down that way, that's towards where you were saying the goop was. We can explore here before we even go upstairs back out of the ruins.
Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely do that.
Sure. So you do break off of the T, heading in that direction from here, as previously discussed. And you head over, and there's when you go down that hallway that's there, it looks as though there were other doors at some point in time, but some kind of destruction happened where it like collapsed in one of the rooms. So you can see a doorway, and one of the rooms have been completely collapsed in. You can see another one of the rooms that were over here. The door is there is no door there, I should say, and you can look inside, and the room has supplies. Do me a favor, roll me a perception check as you guys are like poking in there and with your torch real quick. Okay. Probably a good thing. Aldo goes to look, and he ends up tripping over Mikhail.
No, god damn it, dude. The one session that ones mean that Mikhail loses his pants is the one session we roll 6 ones. Whatever it's been.
I couldn't.
You were Donald ducking it out of these ruins.
I'm gonna have to cast fucking mending on my pants. That's what's gonna happen.
They'll be like, I thought Porky Pig was a cartoon, but no, it's Mikhail.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so anyways, you go walking in, and Aldo is just
extensions.
Aldo's distracted. He's not very interested in what's going on inside there at first. He's keeping an eye out here to make sure that nobody's kind of gonna come your way. He knows what these places are like. If there isn't a guard posted down here immediately, maybe he's on rounds or taking a piss or something. So yeah, just best to keep an eye open. You guys go in and look around. This is a supply room. Like, this is where the guild, if you want to call them that, down here, keeps some of their supplies. There's legitimately shitty short swords over there, a bunch of daggers, some like really shitty, what are they called? Bucklers. There's some cudgels. There's crossbows and bolts, but again, not in very great shape. There's a whole bunch of just like equipment down here for giving their crew, because not everybody wears armor or carries weapons every day. But there's enough stuff down here that, they could easily, suit up like another 24 people. Like that's saying something.
Are there any spare pants? He would be looking. Just in case.
I got a 22 on perception. You're fucking abusing it for pants.
I will defer to my 16. Just if we just run into some,
Okay.
If you happen to trip over
the worst subplot of any D&D game ever. Thanks, Scott, for making this a memorable experience. I'm glad we spent all of this session with goop and ruins. Our first exploration in 30 sessions worrying about Mikhail's ass cheeks hanging out.
Oh, okay. Well, if you weren't so dummy thick. All right. So anyways, yes, there are in fact the trousers part of, say, studded leather or quilted armor or so on and so forth. Yes.
Good. I just want to know in case something happens to mine. All right, I'm going to set them aside.
But it's like when you go shopping, you're like, nope, That's the wrong size that way. That's the wrong size that way. That's
currently wearing the wrong
those
size.
pants are even tighter. That's what that is.
Mikhail, I see you're eyeing those, but the colors would completely clash. However, that might be fine.
It is. The only reason I don't put them on right now is because I will have trouble getting these off. So we're just going to continue doing what we're doing. I do set the extra pair aside for myself.
You don't put it in your pack to make sure that you know where they are inside this room if you came back. Understood.
Yes.
Cool. It's one of those things where like you take one of the pant legs and you just fold it up slightly. That way you know it's like that one right there. Like something that's pretty nominal that most people wouldn't even notice. No, I understand. Cool. So you get that prepared for yourself, and you're able to so that this room has a bunch of supplies like that, like legitimately like weapons, armor, basic equipment for God if they got into like a war, between like a guild war sort of situation. But there's some shit down here, which is I guess cool. So that's what's inside this room here. And then you go over to the other room, the third and final room that's here. This one, I'm going to say it has a door, but like the door is so fucked up, busted up, and old that you can literally just kind of like, push it and it would squeak open. Before you do so, whomever is going to walk up to it first can roll me a perception check. Or actually, better yet, Aldo, you went over and checked it out. You rolled me the perception check while they were looking at pants.
I do not want to use my 22 to look at pants. I want to be clear about that.
Oh, no, you know what you found? You found that inside there were also other supplies. Like, because again, it's supposed to outfit the guild. There are a couple sets of like thieves' tools and, some kits or whatever it is for items that they would need for, again, outfitting their crew. Nothing like potions, nothing so like over the top like that, but definitely like full on lots of equipment. Wade, Aldo, you happy with your 8? You walk up to the door. You can see, like I said, it's all fucked up and looks completely ruined. And if you were to push it, it'd probably scrape on the floor a little bit, but otherwise, open.
It's very bold to assume that in a mole ruin, we would ever touch a door with our bare hands.
You touch them with your turkey hands instead.
Matt Mercer, I once again implore you, if you ever, for any reason, find yourself in the depths of horror that leads you to this channel, please get me away.
I've seen him slum around worse channels.
I am Rapunzel, and this is my tower.
I just don't email people. I never ask anybody. Like a lot of those people. I
don't have hair for you to climb up, but I'll find some way.
Oh.
All right, so we going through this door?
Every time you talk about being Rapunzel, I just think of the Eminem line where it's "You're as pointless as Rapunzel with fucking cornrows," and it just makes me laugh every time. But anyways, so yep, you push open the door as they're coming in, and the door does creak and kind of like grind on the ground as it opens up. And inside, you see that there are 2 people sitting there playing cards with one another. You didn't hear them with your 8 perception check because the room is kind of large. There's a whole bunch of like beds and whatnot inside of it. There's a whole bunch of beds that are inside there, so like layered next to each other. These are not super comfortable looking. They're more mattresses on the floor / on a frame-ish. It's kind of like the sadness of a guy's room in college years, of a guy's apartment in college years. So a whole bunch of that set up there. A couple of them here and there might have like a trunk or like a small chest or whatever it is for their belongings. But there's also a table in the middle of it. Could probably seat like 5, 6 around it. Currently 2 people playing cards. When the door opens up, they both, like one of them is literally about to throw cards down, and their attention turns over to look at you pushing the door open.
Okay, I just walk in.
Okay. You walk in.
And sit down at the table.
So like literally just walk across and sit down at the table?
Yeah.
They're just staring at you incredulously. One of them's like, "The fuck are you?"
It's just me in the room, right? The other 2 didn't come.
Yeah, they're over there checking pant sizes and looking at thieves' tools.
How much money is like on the table?
Great question. With your perception check, you unfortunately aren't able to see a quick count. There's a good number of slivers. You definitely see a copper there. You're not sure. Not a ton of money though.
I'm just gonna, like, as he just says, "Who are you?" I just like kind of get out some coppers. I just look at him and be like, "Are you gonna deal me in or what?"
Diplomacy. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Even if they were unfriendly, that would almost definitely pass and bring them to indifferent, right? So, you say you're gonna deal me in or what? And one of them like gives you like they screw up their face, like they more rather stab you, and the other one's like that copper.
Yeah, it is.
He finishes throwing his cards down on the table and goes, "Well, I won this one." Kind of like, smiling, and you can see he's missing a few of his teeth or whatever. And he grabs the pile and brings it over to himself, like, because he won whatever hand or whatever it was that he was doing. And then he's, chuckling as the other guy's like, griping or whatever it is. He picks up the cards and starts shuffling and dealing you into the game. The other two finish doing what they're doing, and they walk out the door, and just kind of like, it's one of those things where Koa, you see that he's, making sure the pants are positioned in a way that he knows exactly these are the right ones. They're a little bit too big, but I got a belt. It'll be fine. And you go to step out, and as you step out, you hear somebody like make some joke or whatever it is, and you swear you almost heard like a laugh that sounded like Billy's for half a second. And you stop in the doorway and look over, and you see three figures sitting at a table playing cards to your right, where there's a door that was previously closed, but you heard it open just a few moments ago.
Can I make out who's all sitting there?
Unfortunately for you, your friend's back is to you, but you're also not an idiot.
So I can assume
that'd be
one of them is
fortunate.
Aldo.
You can assume, yeah.
Mikhail, looks like Aldo's made some friends.
Oh. Is he playing cards?
I think we just give him a minute to sort it out.
Yeah. Just gonna back up.
Okay. So you guys do exactly that. You're gonna kind of like go back into the room with the pants and hang out there for a few minutes while he's playing his cards. Unfortunately, the room that you wanted to check out was that room in accordance to the compass. So maybe you'll need to find your way in there, but for now, what are you doing, Aldo?
Well, I'm gonna play cards, but I want to check out this room. Is there another like exit out of this room? Because, that's why we came in here.
Yeah. No.
All right. I guess I'm gonna.
Normally, I'd say lose the copper and like get us a better standing, but we're broke, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
thinking. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to start cheating, I guess.
Let the Wookiee win. I mean, we can afford a copper. Aldo, do whatever Aldo. I don't know if Aldo could ever intentionally lose money, but
Yeah, I'm gonna play cards for a couple of hands.
Okay. You are going to play cards for a couple of hands, see how it can go, so on and so forth. We're not going to have you, obviously, playing this entire thing out. The question is, are you going to cheat?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're going to cheat, there's a couple of different ways that you can do it. Predominantly, what you're going to do is, shit, what was I going to say? You're going to use sleight of hand. So you like look at the cards, like, okay, what can I play in here? What can I like, maybe lose the first hand, whatever it is, but then when you deal the deck, you're going to try to sleight of hand, stick the cards where you want them to be oriented for yourself. Those kind of like basic details, right? So why don't you go ahead and roll your sleight of hand check for me? It's opposed by their perception, of course. Shit, It's a really good roll.
That's pretty solid.
Koa's going to talk to Mikhail in the meantime. Like, there's going to be like this scene back and forth of Aldo making friends. Koa's like, oh, he's made friends. Meanwhile, you're cheating to win. And Koa's gonna talk to Mikhail about how they can potentially turn these guys into allies against Beltran that already have like a hideout in the city. It's like, if we can make them our friends, this would be a great place to hide people or equipment and have a little space to retreat to or attack from. Now we can access the sewers and pop out here and there. What a great place to have allies.
Yeah, you really think he's going to be able to turn the whole group? I mean, if anyone can flip him, it's Aldo.
I mean, he's fitting right in right now. Why not?
So your first bit with the sleight of hand, because it's like rock, paper, scissors style, if you will. First bit with your sleight of hand, you originally set up because you want the pile to not be small. You don't want to just win, right? You want to make sure that the pile on the table is absolutely worth it. You know, you can win them over, either take the coin for yourself or use it as leverage for your benefit afterwards, so on and so forth, right? So you're playing with them for a little bit, and you have it set up currently that you're in the hole a bit. Nothing much, copper piece, because they're mostly working with slivers. Copper piece, maybe 2, getting them to really bed into the pile and work it up. And you succeed so far, right? So now the second round of this is you get to once again roll a check of your choice. You can try to bluff to try to convince them that way. You can try to sleight of hand again, which is the preferable way because it more or less stacks the deck to your benefit. Or some other means you can use to do this.
Sleight of hand again.
Okay. You go ahead and roll your sleight of hand.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay. I don't think I think it's almost impossible for me to beat that. Roz gave me a daddy's dice. So I have to open roll and oh god. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. I rolled a 4 on a d20 and a 1 on a 6. Oh god, a 30? You got a 30? Okay. So, you play the cards long enough to get them to put down enough that eventually you finally play your last hand, and you're working through it, and then there's that moment where everything kind of plays out, and then you're holding your set face or whatever. Maybe you have too obvious of tells. Like you're smiling, you're a little too excited too early. They think you're bluffing, but then when you put down your card, it turns out you're just a terrible bluffer. And from their perspective, you're just a terrible bluffer. You actually did have good cards. Like what? No, what? And because you weren't just bluffing the whole time, you were actually legitimately giddy, and they thought you were bluffing. They can't even get mad at you for it because they're the ones that misread the situation. Anyways, you end up cleaning up the table and walking away in total with, let's say, 1 silver, 3 copper, and 2 slivers.
Thank you.
I can go again if you're going to keep rolling 20s.
As a matter of fact, Mikhail gets so excited, he jumps, he goes, woohoo! And mid-free...
He thought that he had everybody by his side, but then he went and blew it all sky high. Now the bandits won't even give him a passing glance. All just because he ripped his pants.
Well, they just took a chance.
All right. Well, the others haven't come in yet, have they?
No, they've been waiting in the hallway trying to watch you play cards, and eventually you cleaned it up. You know that they're back there.
Yeah.
I mean, to be clear, at this point in time, you've been playing for 40 minutes. It's been not a short period of time. They must have, once they saw that there was other people, and they probably put up the torch. Snuff it. So there's still a solid 45 minutes left or whatever on that, or a half hour left on that torch or whatever. But yeah, you've been in there playing 40 minutes or to build up to this point and then crush them.
Aldo will just get up at this point. He says, all right, lads. Thanks for the beer money. And he nods at him. He says, same time tomorrow?
One of them says, double or nothing. And the other one's like, I can't afford that. Who the fuck are you?
You don't have double. Same time tomorrow.
You just get up and go to walk away?
Yeah.
Okay. Do me a favor, because obviously you know why you're in here. Roll me your perception check.
Yeah. Nope.
Unfortunately, all you hear is the sound of tearing threads.
How many ones have we rolled tonight, dude?
Do you want to re-roll that one? Do you want to...
Oh, there you go. Do this reroll.
Well,
Okay.
You don't actually want me to roll it, right?
I don't think so, because I don't even know really what that was for. Other than if it's to actually find something in that room, that might not be a bad thing.
I've got a feeling there's like a hidden door in there or something, right? But
could be.
I can't see one in there, so until these guys.
Because this is the room we're trying to get to.
Yeah. Aldo just like kind of exits to where you guys are, and he says, "Doesn't seem to be anything in there, so I don't know."
You
if
don't want to
there's
use anything on this? That's fair.
He says, "Yeah, I don't see anything, but it doesn't mean there's not something hidden." They'll probably be coming out in a minute though, because I don't think they have much money left.
Did you learn anything about them? Anything worth knowing?
They're bad poker players.
Could be worth knowing. I guess we just need to get out of here and wait for them to go past. Or,
I mean, you could sleep
we could
if
just
you
walk
really
in.
wanted, but
Oh yeah, they wouldn't even
Up
know
to
that
you.
you did it because you're so far, you could cast it far enough away they even hear you cast the spell. That's funny. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I could. Give us a little bit of time. If they manage to resist it, though, we might have a little bit of trouble, you know?
I was more so hoping we might make some allies in here, being as I doubt maybe they're happy with the way things currently are. Some parts of the town are more accessible than before, but
we want to go back in there and talk to them.
well, as security, I could protect you as you do.
I mean, yeah, you're the one with the rapport. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I just took all their money. I don't think they're going to be real happy to see me walk back in there.
You took all of it? Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
How much was that?
1 silver, 3 copper, and 2 slivers.
Normally I'd be disappointed, but that about doubles our money, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Huh. Well, I don't know what the heck to say to him.
All right, I got an idea. Follow. And we walk back in there.
Okay. So you alone or all three of you go walking back in?
We're following Aldo's lead. Does he
All
want to follow?
3.
Okay. You guys start go walking back in, and he's like, and the guy now sees the one that was like, "Who the fuck are you?" And they're like, "See you tomorrow." You come walking back in, and you have 2 people with you, and they don't recognize any of you. So now he's a bit antsy. This is the one that wasn't super friendly to begin with. He's a bit antsy and immediately, reaches over to go grab his sword, which is not on his side. It's literally has to walk over to his bed where it's sitting on top of to pick up the sheath and draw it. So as you're coming in, allowing all 3 of you to comfortably come inside the room and walk most of the distance over to where the other person is, they've turned and ran over to where their bed is, picked up the sheath off the bed and drawn the sword to then turn back around towards you. So there's a bit of a bigger gap between you and them, but that gave them time and gave you time to come in. Whereas the other one, he sees the 3 of you guys coming in and he's like, "Would you bring more?" And then turns to look at the other one pulling the sword out, and he's like, and looks to the 3 of you and goes, "All right, what are you doing down here? We don't know you. Do you have a pass?"
Yeah, Aldo, like, he walks over to the table, and as he does, he's taking out the token, and he sits down, and he just, like, kind of slams it on the table, and he says, "What is wrong with you?" And he says that over to the other guy who's grabbing his sword.
Yeah. The guy he starts coming towards you with the sword, but, like, not super aggressively. He's like, inching closer, like cautiously, like a squirrel that sees that you have a treat for it, but definitely doesn't want to get there too quickly. And so while you do that, the other guy, ignoring him, picks up the thing and like looks it over in the hand and then gives it back to you and says, "Oh, so you're new coming down here. What you do?"
Let's just say I need a break. I've been down the sewer for a while, and it ain't too great down there. And
It did
like
smell
as
like
he's saying
shit,
that,
says the other guy.
yeah, he's pulling out like a wineskin at this point. You know, I need a break, but these fellows do too. So we thought we'd just take a minute.
Oh, wait. So you went down to the sewer? Like,
Yep.
you obviously you do smell, but I just, not everybody takes baths, you know.
Yeah, I can tell. And he looks over at the guy that is saying it.
He'll chuckle for like a tiny chuckle, but then he gets back to the seriousness. He's like, "Ugh. Hey, listen, I'm the one supposed to keep an eye on who's coming up and down, keep an eye on things. You lot didn't like go rifling through our shit, did you?"
No.
Aldo,
No. Why would we?
yeah, his eyebrow raises and he goes, "What? You got something to rifle through?"
He's like, "Yeah, I won't lie. I'm supposed to be the one that's watching this shit, and I don't know you. Yeah, keep that out for a second. You guys wait here. I gotta go check and make sure that you're on the up and up." And he's still holding on to your token. But he walks past you. Doesn't go upstairs or anything. He literally goes into the room where you guys were before. And he spends like a minute inside there. Do you guys wait for a minute in silence with this other dude that has a sword out, or do you say anything?
Unless one of you
Aldo would drink his wineskin.
Yeah. Okay.
I just look slightly uncomfortable.
The guy says, "I don't think those fit you."
No, you don't?
The other guy ends up coming back into the room. Again, like a minute later, and he goes, "All right, everything, nothing's missing. Everything's good." And it gives you back the token. So
Yeah, what are you arming up for anyways? Is this just in case the god comes, or is this the change of regime up top?
it's in case we need it.
Koa won't say anything else to that. He'll kind of leave it open.
Yep. So
Aldo just makes small talk, and as he does, he starts like he'll tell a story or something. He's walking around to the walls, you know what I mean? Like he's like leaning on one of the walls, and he's like walking over as he's getting animated and puts his hand on another, like he's just looking around, but like talking to them and engaging with them while he is. And he like looks at the other two at some points and is like, "You gonna fucking help?"
Yeah. If he's drawing in like enough attention, I'm going to try to see if I can spot anything in the room. Just kind of look like I'm like idly glancing.
Perception, please.
Mm-hmm.
And you can assist Jake, because you're obviously over there doing the shit too. Koa,
Yeah.
I think you're just kind of like standing there playing security.
Probably, I guess. Yeah, making sure.
I don't want to put words in your mouth if you want to.
There we go.
If you want to.
I think it makes sense that if these two are both putting on a bit of a show, then he would kind of hang back and try to keep up the tough guy look.
Okay. That's a 27 right there.
That's pretty
What
good.
Mikhail ends up noticing is you notice there's a bunch of cracks or whatever along the wall, and maybe you make some sort of like a RP comment about this, like a wow, this wall is pretty cracked up. But then Aldo is the one that's like, it's real bad over here. And when you go over and you like check out that spot where he's talking about, you realize he's not wrong. There are more cracks against the wall here. Again, the whole building like collapsed. You lost like 2 floors and part of the second floor. This is the basement, but the whole building collapsed. There's lots of damage done. Even one of the rooms in the very hallway where you're in, the rock, the ground itself collapsed in on it. So a lot of movement happened over the course of hundreds of years. Anyways, so you notice that the cracks there are so bad that actually a bit of stone over there even completely chipped away. And that's where it gets interesting. Because where it completely chipped away, there's of course more stone behind it, but it looks funny. Because it chipped away, they're like rock chips, it chips off in chunks. It doesn't look like it chipped off in chunks. It looks like chipped off in almost like plates. Like larger surface area, but not so deep, flat chunks have come off of this. Going over and taking a moment to like rub your finger on it, you get the idea. Lick your thumb and rub a spot for a second, and you see a little gleam. There was a fascia put on this, showing that this mole stone was behind the base stone that's here. You can spend a moment and see if you can connect yourself to what you had felt before. Go ahead and roll a will save.
Oh, okay. That's a little scarier.
Will is just to give yourself the willpower not to resist something. To be clear, you're not resisting something. You're putting out your will.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll keep that.
Cool. With a 14, you reach out. You think you feel it. You're not 100% sure. It's not as strong of a connection that you had before. You think you feel it on the other side of this wall. Yeah. You think you do. However,
Okay.
looking at this wall that's here, the structure of the room, so on and so forth, again, you don't think this is an entrance. You think that whatever it is, it's again, you're facing the direction as as Koa had suggested beforehand. You believe that's the right way. You think you feel it that way, but you don't think there's a door here.
Okay. Okay.
Hydrate.
That is not hydration.
It's liquid.
And
It's liquid. Probably has less sugars than what you're drinking.
it says no sugar.
Mine used sugar to ferment. I don't see any nutritional
My
facts for.
God, this is 900 grams of sugar in this water. Sugar.
I
in
wish
water.
they had nutritional facts for
More.
alcohol. That'd be pretty cool.
More.
Yeah, literally the opposite of hydration.
I mean, to be clear, I have drank since the stream started 2 1-liter glasses, and I have a 750 to move on to.
But they redeem hydrate, and you do alcohol. That's
I also have coffee, which also hydrates you.
You're making a worse case. You intentionally chose not to honor the redeem. Okay.
No, but
All right, so Mikhail
for less
felt
than 5 hours, I drink
ish
2
in the
liters.
wall.
Water.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no entry.
But there's no entrance here. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Mm.
Could we see the way upstairs when we first came in?
Oh no, but that would be above ground, as opposed to below ground.
Right. Part of the structure was still standing.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm wondering is if the upstairs, the door that we didn't go check out, if maybe that leads to an upper entrance into whatever this stuff. Maybe this stuff is stored in a vat below, and that's where the entrance
Is that the
up
door that
there.
nobody can open?
Yes.
Mhm.
But I'm trying to figure out if the location wise it would make sense that could be above this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess we need to figure out where that staircase is to figure that out.
Yeah, because we haven't seen it, I guess. Yeah.
Well, then we leave this room and head back up.
Yeah.
We're gonna finish. We're kind of mid conversation. Could we just leave? You think?
Oh, we definitely finished the story, right? And then we
Roll me a bluff check for you convincing them that this is all perfectly normal.
Yeah.
And only you have to roll.
Okay.
That's solid. Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
Definitely passes.
God has a -20 to convince people he's perfectly normal.
That is a fact. 100%. And that's why I fucked up my
You've got
last
the
interview.
2012 Markiplier Frohawk thing going right now too. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why.
All right, we go up.
Yeah. So you
think so,
finish
yeah.
interaction. You
Oh,
break it
thanks,
off with them.
Forensic. I didn't even see that.
And so you are leave the place and just go upstairs. When you guys get to the top of the stairs again, you go into that main entrance where it's no longer just that one person that was working on whatever they were working on before. You can now see there's 3 people up there. And one of them looks over and goes, "You still here?" Look, kind of screwing up their face and confused that the 3 of you are still here because you came in like 2 hours ago. It's one of the ones that let you in the room originally. Like, into the keep originally. My apologies.
Aldo's like, yeah, we are. Sorry, it really stinks down there.
Yeah, one of them's like,
yeah, it sticks to you.
Yeah, you fucking reek. All right, get out of here. Go bathe or something.
Do we know how to get to the upstairs thing?
Not at the moment.
We just don't have any idea. Okay.
Do we wish to go straight up there to take a look and try to figure out the slime connection, or do we see what's across the way first? This was a T junction, yes?
You guys already went upstairs and
Sure.
interacted with people at the top of the stairs. I think you were distracted when we were describing. You see, they were
Oh, I
saying, "Let's go up."
100% was.
And
Forensic
then you
was
went up,
talking
and then
shit.
people, yeah.
Our note taker
there
was
was
trying to
people up
talk
there.
shit, while in fact, you remember that quote by Obi-Wan Kenobi where it's like, who's the bigger fool, the fool or the one who follows him? And I was kind of like, Forensic is the one following the fool, so like... so it was an important distraction. Okay, so we're trying to go upstairs to the door? That's fine.
Yeah, and the person that originally let you into the keep, or one of the two, they're like, "Ugh, you smell. What are you still doing inside this place?" So on and so forth. But go ahead, guys. You were saying.
I'm just trying to think. Who did we find out about the door that doesn't open?
The guy who
Who
got
did we
the
find that
slime.
out from?
The guy who was gathering slime for Gwen.
Oh, and we don't know who exactly that is. Just that is a person.
He had free access to this place to go in and out to get the supplies, so I would assume someone's part of this group. I'm assuming, Scott, we haven't seen that particular person around, right?
You have not.
Yeah. But from what I know, I think he was a part of this crew, if I remember right.
Who was the one that gets the goop and sells it?
Yeah.
Not a part of the crew. They have a token like you have.
Okay.
All right. I guess as
I
we're
don't know
going
if-
past this guy, I might
Philip
just be
probably
like,
would know his name. I do not remember his name.
I'll just say, hey, we heard something about a door that doesn't open. Is that true?
He says, "Don't believe everything you hear,
I'm asking.
but you can listen to this. Time's expired. Why don't you scat before you expire, huh?"
It's not very polite. As I'm like walking away.
Aldo just says to the guy, "Oh, you really like watching him walk away." Gives him a little wink.
He's like, he screws up his face. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? Then looks over, sees how tight it is around his ass. And it's one of those things where he's like, he wants to react or say something, but it's like a train wreck. You can't stop watching. Like, you're like, where's it going to tear first?
Aldo, I think you're right.
I'm leaving the area and the campaign.
I guess we follow him out.
Yep, you guys are able to walk out the front door, and
We're actually leaving?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was like basically kicking us out, so I'm at least walking away for now.
Yeah, I think it's better for us to leave now and come back. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure. I was hoping to stretch this season out as long as we could. We leave. We come back tomorrow. All right. Can we resume now?
You guys walk out the front door. As you guys head out, people just kind of like watch at you as you're leaving. It's 2 hours later, so it's just very late in the middle of the night. As you guys are heading away from this this place, staying inside of the currently inside of the ruins area. At this point, do you guys immediately head back to say where you're staying before? Do you want to do more scouting out over here in
Is there a
conjunction with the
curfew in
compass?
this city?
There is no curfew. No.
Okay.
At least not
Even-
in the areas where you stay.
I think, just out of curiosity, Koa would want to go to find that one grate and follow it into the ruins to where he thinks that maybe that would lead where that crack was.
Sure. That would be a survival check.
Any
Because we do want to figure
bonuses
that
from
out.
having the map that he's drawn out?
Yeah. Well, the compass gives you the assistance. The map is what you're tracking it all on.
That's true.
Okay, I thought I was going to go to the 1.
Can I have assisted him, by the way?
That'd be a 16.
How would you have assisted?
I have survival, but I also have that. I don't have survival, sorry, but I have the thing that's Heart of the Slums. So I don't know if I could be like, oh yeah, like, you know what I mean? Try and think of knowledge of like cities and the way sewers work and things like that.
Give me a second. Yeah, go ahead. You have to roll survival, but yeah. I take your argument.
Okay, I don't know if I'll be of any help.
Sitting
but
at a
we'll give
16
it
right
a
now,
go.
I think if we are kind of the compass is helping. So, well, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or-
maybe. I don't know.
All right, cool. He
Nice.
gives you a +2, so you're at a 16 +2 at the compass, 18. Wait, what
Nice.
did you actually roll? What was the raw number you rolled? A 9?
9.
Yeah, probably not worth a reroll. There's a bunch of other ways you can modify it though.
I mean, I could luck it if you guys want me to. I don't know how important this is.
You're an 18 currently.
What are we trying to do again? We're trying to match
This
up where
is-
things are above ground.
Yeah.
So we're trying to
for the
figure out where this slime thing, the
Yeah.
crack in the wall, like we're trying to figure out where it is above ground.
I think you should luck it, and then we might be able to see where that entrance was in that counselor's house, where that may line up with things.
Okay.
Yeah,
29.
so
Nice.
21 total is absolutely sexy. So you go over it and it takes some time, but you do eventually find where you think it might be. To be clear, you're definitely being watched a bit. Like, because you're spending some time doing this. You got the number, but it's not like you blew everything away, right? So
We've spent a lot of time in the ruins before, anyway. So maybe some of these people even recognize us, right?
Well, you're out of your
We're in
in
disguise.
disguises, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just mean like before when we were here with like Casper, and then we spent a lot of time in the ruins.
Correct. So
times
you're
with
not
Yeah, but we don't
unfamiliar
look
with
like
this.
ourselves.
You don't look like yourselves. Yeah, you're in disguises, so nobody knows who you are. But,
I forgot we're still
but
wearing
that
those.
aside, don't worry. You're not like in danger. You just know that people are watching you. So they might report back or might find it funny what you're doing or whatever. But nobody's interacting with you. That all being said, you do walk around and you spend some time. It's a bit of time. No torches needed. Just using the way that the star and the moonlight is reflecting off of the light-colored stone with the metal worked through it, right? And so with the metal veins through it. And so as you're walking around figuring it out, you eventually come to a point where you're like, okay, I'm almost positive this is where it is. I mean, we're pretty high above ground compared to where it was. If Mikhail really wants, he could try to like get down to the ground and do like a whole Aragorn listening for the running of the Uruk-hai, and see if he can feel that pull. He's welcome to try that if he wants. But otherwise, you guys are piecing together where you believe this is, and so on and so forth for which direction it was kind of all lined up. And you get to the side of the building where you believe it to be, and you do kind of like turn, and you're like, well, if there's a way to get into this, and it's not from upstairs, which it might be, you haven't confirmed, but where you're standing right now is not within the building. It's outside of the building by like not a huge amount, but by a bit outside of the building into the west of it, right? And then where you're, where you lined up there, so on and so forth. And then Aldo's like, I wonder where this is in conjunction to that noble's house or whatever. And you just literally, it's one of those like, I'm pretty sure it's over that way. You look at where the building is behind you and where you believe the noble's house is. You're checking on the compass. You're like, if that has an entrance, it is possible that is the same direction of the building. You can't confirm without actually going over there. 21's pretty solid to be like, I'm very confident it's over there, but you don't know exactly where the house is lined up. So maybe the next thing for you to do is to walk to the house and like mark that on your paper as you go to see how far it is and so on and so forth. Mikhail, did you want to try to Aragorn the ground?
Yeah, let's give it a go.
Cool.
Worse.
Do you want to modify that? Last time you had a 14 and it didn't feel as connected as you wanted it to.
Nah, I'll he's not that concerned with it from here. Like once we walk out to the other area, he's gonna try again anyway.
Sure. I just realized
To the house.
I have a sauce or something on me. Cool. So kids, yay! I'm gonna blame it on my 6-month-old and not myself. So you are So you're unfortunately, it's like maybe it's too much stone, maybe you're too far removed, maybe you just can't do it anymore, maybe you lost whatever that connection was that you had. You can't feel that it's here. I don't know if you want to RP before you start walking towards that house.
I can't quite feel it here.
Remember that, Lance.
I might. I'm gonna try it again when we get over to the house. Maybe it'll be easier.
Perhaps.
All right.
The house, if my sense of direction is correct, it should be directly this way. So I'll map it out if we want to make it our way over. I guess you two keep the lookout while I mark things down.
Yeah, sounds good.
So you can't walk a straight line to the house, unfortunately, because the ruins have rubble and shit like that everywhere, and spots where you're like, I'm not going to walk through that group of people. We're going to walk around them, because could we win that fight? Yeah, probably. But, like, also, there's no reason to bleed, for just because we wanted to walk straight. So you guys, it's a bit of a path that's there. Wade, go ahead and roll me a survival check, just for the sake of marking it onto your little notepad that you're doing there. Great roll. So even with the -5, it's only one less than what you were doing before. So that's awesome for adding on for a pretty simple thing. Remember, the house is right outside the ruins area. It's like right there. When you were there beforehand, so you can like turn and see the ruins. Just you weren't like on the border, but you were very close. When you walk over to the house, holy hell. I mean, your map isn't perfect. You did it pretty quickly. You're not a cartographer or anything like that, but it is a pretty straight path from where that house is. But anywhere can be a straight path between A and B, right? Like you can make a straight line anywhere. But it is a straight path towards the side of the ruins, towards the corner of the ruins where you are trying to get to. Okay. It does make sense.
I'll show them the map. From what I can tell, if we want to forego the other side of the T-junction and the upstairs door for now, and we think we can figure out something with this substance, this may be the way to access it. I know it's not very definitive, but things look like they line up.
Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out for sure.
Yeah.
If you wish to go in this late, I mean, cover of night's probably our best bet, but
yeah.
Aldo looks at the moons to check the time. It does look like you're at the tail end of that window. You can get in now, and you think you can get in now, and you'll be safe.
Well, it seems like we're actually at a rather good time. Pretty sure the guards changed around now, so might be the best time to try. I don't know about coming back out, but I wanted to go for it. Now's a good time.
Well, if fate has willed it, then perhaps Mikhail's parents can survive one more adventure.
Yes, they must. Are we out in the open right now, or are we kind of out behind that house where we're gonna naturally be trying to go in?
Let's say like a couple houses away from there. You guys would have gone up, confirmed, and then step back because you're not stupid. You know there's guards that pass through this area. Before you go in, it's something I had to retcon because I entirely forgot to do earlier with Wade's 22, but keep going.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I actually want to use prestidigitation on us and clean us, so we don't fucking smell horrible when we're sneaking through a house.
Is prestidigitation strong enough for you to do one casting for everybody?
No.
Okay. You can bloop it for me?
Yeah. Because technically I can clean 1 foot of material, so that's like,
Yeah. So probably 3 castings, right?
Mm-hmm. Leaves me with 2 cantrips left.
Yeah. Okay, you got to do it. Cool. I imagine you do like one of those things where you touch Aldo, even though you don't necessarily have to. You touch Aldo, so it completely cleans Aldo plus a little bit extra of you. And you do it to him, completely cleans him plus a little extra of you. And you can do it on yourself just to make sure you get a deep cleanse. Make sure you're really good.
Yeah, I deserve it.
Cool. Yes, you do. You haven't cast the magic. All right, so I'm glad you do that. Thank you, sir. Pause. So you, Wade, I entirely forgot earlier, when you were in that stock room, you actually did find with your 22 something that would have been of interest. And I entirely Forgot my brain. There were a couple of so of all the supplies over there, like I said, there were weapons. There were like some kit stuff, like climber kit and like thieves kit, so on and so forth. There's bits of armor, bucklers.
Oh yeah. Does Aldo already have a thieves tools or whatever? Because
Yeah, I have a masterwork one.
Yep. All that stuff. But then there's also like a shelf with a whole bunch of books on it. And so when you would have gone over and been looking at the books while he was like, sifting through pants or whatever, right? And you would have gone over and looked at the books, and you actually would have found a copy of the Mole Encyclopedia.
That would have made it into our possession.
Yeah. So that's one of those things where I entirely forgot to say that earlier, and because I forgot to say it earlier, I'm not going to retcon. And they're like, you took something. You actually get that as a freebie because I fucked up. So you actually do get one. And an important thing to note is that when you look at the filigree that's on there, it's green.
Okay. What kind of condition is the book in?
It is very meh. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely looks like it has gone. It has been passed through the hands of people that don't know how to properly maintain a book. Looking at the condition that's in, how broken the spine is, the fact that one of the covers even folds slightly inwards, the whole thing has like a curve to it. You're just hoping that all the pages are legible and none are missing.
Could Mikhail mend it?
Mending would repair some
Takes 10
aspects
minutes,
of it. Would repair some aspects of it. It's not the same as make whole, but it would repair some things. Like, it would rebinds the spine. It would rebind the spine. It would de-warp the book. But if there's missing pages, or if the pages are completely like washed out with water, or like that won't fix that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll fix like the damage, but yeah. Which it takes 10 minutes to cast that, though.
I wouldn't have you do it now, just in general.
Yeah, it'll be a later thing.
Okay.
Green filigree. What volume is it? Or is that? Oh, do we just get that later?
Green is what it is. And what does green stand for? Sorry, you know that is Emperor's Court.
Yeah. Do I know which number it is? Which volume?
Oh, I did not write that down. I'll tell you later on if you ask me after stream.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So, Wade. So my apologies. You would have grabbed that earlier. That's on your possession, so on and so forth. And so there you are. You guys stop. You step to the side. You look around. I don't think anybody's here. Okay. Vita Mortis. Sorry. And you get rid of the stinky, and you can go and head back in.
Alima. Okay.
So,
I'll follow. I think we'll follow Aldo's lead on getting inside.
Mm-hmm.
Aldo.
Yep.
You did a lot of prep getting you here. Go ahead and roll the group stealth check.
We know that Mikhail's pants will not sag to hit anything.
Bro, that stealth check is insane. That's so good. You time it perfectly. You're like, all right, the window of perfect safety going in has just passed. But luckily, is just passed. But luckily, the first round is going to go by, and they do a pretty wide sweep. So this gives us a good amount of time to get our asses inside there. You guys let the first pass go as the other crew's leaving their watch. The crew that's now on watch goes by, and then you guys quickly make your way over to the window, and you pull away the gate. Pull away the gate to have Koa do it, and you guys rest it off to the side, and the window has a little flappy to it, so you can get in. As I said beforehand, if you are not a particularly beefy person, if you ain't a thick boy, and you're not wearing armor, you can slide in pretty easily. With a show of hands, who's wearing armor? So can I get some acrobatics checks? I imagine Aldo wants to go first, or does he want to go last because he's more easily hide?
probably better for me to go last then.
Okay. Who wants to roll the acrobatics first? I think Wade is a good one.
Maybe I go in first and try to help pull Mikhail in if he has any issue. But if I get stuck, just gently.
Yeah, that might be the best way to do it.
Oh!
Oh! Oh!
Fucking crushed it. Jeez.
Cat burglar, Koa's previous life.
You slide in so smoothly, you don't even feel your pants tighten around you. Like, I mean, it is so comfortable of a glide getting inside there. You are easily able to just kind of like drop in, no problems. You land in, and the focus is to get him in there, but you know that he's got like a tight thigh thing going on. So you've got a minute for him to orient himself while you can look around. Looking around inside here, you can see that you're inside of a basement. How fucking exciting. But more importantly, taking like a step or two away, just kind of like looking around, allowing your eyes to settle in with a very fucking dim light that's down here because of, there's no lights that are down here, but there's a little bit coming in from outside. You take a couple seconds, literally with your eyes closed, to orient them to the darkness, open them up, and you can see, okay, there's shit inside the room with me. It's hard to make out what it is, but over there's too many tiny little glints that are popping up for me, like too many little glints over there for me to not notice what that. And oh, I smell that. That's the smell of cork and wine. There's a wine cellar over there. And you believe that might be where you need to go because somebody had said something about that beforehand. Okay, that's where it is. Oh shit, the thing's flapping open. Bring your attention back. And you go and you're going to try to give him a +2 by assisting him. You can go ahead and roll your acrobatics to assist, and then I need you, Keegan, to take his modifier. Oh, he almost gives you a +3, but he gives you a +2. Go ahead and apply your modifier and roll your check for me, sir.
I rolled poorly.
I so wanted that one. As he's making his way in, unfortunately...
Do we... Okay, I was going to say, do we know what the DC is?
No, don't do this. I'm at the wrong end of him for this.
He goes.
Hey, I haven't decided if I want to luck or not. Dude, do we know what the DC is?
No.
Koa is trying to grab him to help him. Do you want to luck?
That's no moon.
I don't know if I want to luck it. Do we know what the DC is?
No, you don't.
Oh, God damn it. Rolled a 2.
Okay, and does that include his +2?
That's an
yes.
11. Oh, that's
okay.
a 9.
So this is what happens. Unfortunately, I don't get to take the pants. So you go in and you start going, and what happens is as you're dropping down, Koa reaches forward to try to grab your leg to give you like a stability, but you were started kicking your leg a little bit too much too soon, so he wasn't able to get your leg in time, and then you start just like getting your legs out wide to try to like brace against the wall so you can like slow your way, like I mean, you can grip against the wall and push against it to like drop yourself in, right, to walk down. Unfortunately, as you go to do so, you literally hear a split happening inside of your pants, and hearing that, Koa quickly just goes up and hands on the ass, just hold you there nice and steady. I got you. And he can slowly lower you down. It is not graceful. There is a noise because once you get through, the flappy window does smack backwards and hit the frame on the outside, which has poor Aldo like jumping as, not literally jumping, he's like jumping like, fuck. Like there's a noise that can call the guards over. He needs to get in there as quickly as possible. You're luckily lowered down to the ground. It's kind of like picking a cat up and helping it down from a precarious location. And the cat does not like fucking being picked up. That was kind of how this all played out. There's definitely a pull along the entire seam of your pants, but they haven't fully split yet. I have had this happen to me during a long work shift before.
This is the biggest fucking liability.
God is just taking out all of his frustrations on you tonight, man. I'm sorry.
What? No.
I can tell.
No. I did not give you the tight pants. Okay, so
he is the mule that you can't give an apple to, and I don't know why.
You could have conveniently forgot about them, but no.
Aldo, you heard the bang. You have two options: run and wait until maybe you know it's good again, or fuck it, slide in there quickly to make sure that it's just done, it's over with, and not here yet. Even if they did hear that and they came running back, you can just get in there.
Yeah, we're just gonna try and hurry up and do it.
Okay. Acrobatics check, sir. Oh, if you're sliding in there quickly, Wade, you could attempt to assist him too, but it's going to be a reduced assistance. You give a +2. You jumped up quickly to help him.
Yeah, I'll roll the acrobatics, but can I, as I like get in there, try and also sleight of hand to not let the same thing happen. So as I'm getting in, kind of trying to lower it.
Oh,
quietly.
if you don't roll shit, you'll be fine.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah, because you didn't happen to Wade.
Yeah, I got a 9 total.
Ah! Oh my golly gosh. For a different reason, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand. I'll explain in 2 seconds. You're easily able to slide yourself through there very quickly, drop down, brace yourself against the wall, and then you grab the grate and you try to move the grate back in place, so even if they came by, they wouldn't see that the grate is there. Are you happy with your 11?
No, I'm not.
Do you want to re-roll that?
You can't do worse.
I want to re-roll.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go ahead and re-roll. You spend 3 of your 7 EP.
All right.
Oh, I was so hoping it'd be another natty one. All right, so 13's definitely better. Do you want to luck that or something to try to at least? It looks like your target is a 15. I'm not telling you that. This is what you look.
I know you're not telling me that, but we're gonna try and luck it.
Huzzah! 17.
All right.
I want that grate back on.
Okay. So you go to slide down and you try to brace yourself that last second to like get that in place, but then your fucking foot slips. But literally, Koa was right there and just like drops his knee because he was already bracing you a little bit. Drops his knee just beneath where your foot was, so your foot lands down on his knee because he put it there right in time. Like he had you, gave you the leverage you needed to grab the grate, rest it in place properly, and then drop down. And you can literally see the guards coming back over to look around in the area as you close the window. You guys all stay very quiet. Huh. Must have been the wind. And then they go walking off.
Nice.
I feel a tickle on my thigh from a string from Mikhail's pants.
Makes you sneeze.
Gucci Gucci Chew.
Aldo, these pants are the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
Shh, not now. All right, we're in the
No,
basement.
right now. Especially right now.
You can fix them later. All right. Anyway, let's find where we need to go.
It's
Focus on that, Mikhail. All right.
very dark down here.
Deep frown. I'm not going to light a torch in a wall or whatever we're in.
Wait, we couldn't hear you.
The wine cellar, I believe, is over here where we think we need to go. So I can sort of see, so follow me best you can. If you need to touch my back, that's fine.
Yeah, one hand on the shoulder.
Yeah.
You'll have to do that because it is pitch black down here. Wade, you have a very, very big penalty. But go ahead and roll me a perception check. See if you can see something in the dark, in the mostly darkness. There's always going to be an amount of light that comes in. 13's not a very good roll. Okay, 14's unfortunately not a particularly good roll. You don't roll low enough that you like kick anything or cause any noise like that. It is clean enough around this area. You're not like kicking over a barrel and wine glasses are smashing and Mikhail's pants are breaking or anything, right? Like like you're fine to get over into the room, but you just can't see shit. Unfortunately, without any amount of light, even just a quick flash of light, you guys are literally walking
once
blind.
before? Didn't we come in here once before to see the trapdoor? Like we physically came in, didn't we?
No, we just came to see the entrance. We didn't actually go in.
So we never came in to look for the trapdoor. Okay.
Hmm.
Or the entrance.
We have
I
a.
know the entrance is in here.
Twigs?
Somebody told us where it was, but like I don't know how much they told us where it was.
Yeah.
You guys are in the darkness trying to find out what to do, and all of a sudden you hear the creepy sound of a flute being played. So you've made it, says Flute Dude as he lights a cigarette. No.
Don't give me hope that I have something to take my frustration out on.
Sorry, I was doing it.
Okay, we have tinder twigs, which
That's
are
not bad. Tinder
basically matches.
Yeah. They work like they're cedar.
Oh, that's
like
great for me.
If anybody here smokes cigars, you know how you like light a cedar branch and you light your cigar from cedar as opposed to like from a match or something shady like that, or like a torch you light it from a cedar plank. That's kind of what it is. It's like a small cedar plank.
Yeah, that's actually more accurate. I think
probably
does
not a bad idea.
it work like a candle essentially?
Yeah, very, very short lasting, but yes.
Yeah. We have candles, but I don't think we would have just brought candles.
Okay. Is it a different check to try to listen, Scott, to see if the guards are investigating like right around the window still?
You believe the guards already walked away.
Okay.
Yeah. Like you heard it push them in the wind.
So yeah, I'll say we can light a torch briefly, maybe just to get a quick glance.
It's awfully bright.
Yeah.
Helpful,
We could get a much smaller light though if we use one of the tender twigs. Just won't last long.
How many of those do we have?
4.
Do it. I would say go for that.
He'll just hand you one since you're in the lead.
A couple of sparks of flint and steel. You're able to get the tinder twig lit up almost immediately. Looking around because Koa, your eyes are just very much situated to the darkness. So you're holding the tinder twig. You probably close your eyes as he's striking it, so the spark of the strike doesn't blind you for a second. And as soon as you hold it up and look around, first of all, you are in a wine cellar. I'll describe it in a moment. But secondly, you notice that there are, in fact, candelabras, if you want to call them that, like on the walls around you with candles inside them. Maybe half burned, maybe 3/4 burned, but literally like little candlesticks in the little candelabras on the walls.
Are there any windows in this room?
No windows are inside this room. No, you would not want light on your wine. That would be very bad for it.
Just making sure.
Yep.
I can light one of the candles.
So you can go ahead and light like 1 or 2 of the candles that are over there. You can even get the ones that are away from the doorway to ensure like
that's what I was going to do is get one further away.
Yep, no problem. So if you want to do only one, that's fine. 2 would obviously give them more light because their eyes aren't as keen as yours.
If I have time, I'll light one far away this way and one far away that way to give us.
Perfect. Yep, and you do. Because it's not like this thing burns up instantly. You go over, you quickly light the candle, you go over, and right as the thing is dying out on you, you light the second candle, and you're good to go. And now that you have light inside here, it's like, oh, thank God. First of all, this place is... Yes?
Is there a door to this room?
Doorway into this room, not
a door we can close.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, this place is stocked. So there are shelves of wine. The shelves have on them 8 rows across or 10 rows across, depending on where it's situated. And then it goes, 8 to 10 columns across. And those each go down 10 rows. That is a lot of wine. That is 80 to 100 bottles per rack. And there are several racks that are here. On top of that, there's even 2 barrels that are nearby with the smaller barrels, not large ones, but smaller barrels nearby where there's wine actively, cask, like fermenting right now in a cask. Like there's a lot of wine down here. It looks like a good vintage. Like you can see that some of these wines are very old, but somebody comes down here fairly regularly and dusts them because the wine bottles only have the thinnest layer of dust on some of them, and some look fairly new. Like it doesn't look like they've been caked on. So somebody maintains this. Certainly not in the middle of the night, thank goodness, but somebody maintains this. So this is an interacted with place. And there's a lot of fucking wine here. Hundreds and hundreds of bottles. Aldo is seeing some good shit. Like one of these bottles of wine can sell anywhere between like a few silver pieces to a few gold pieces, depending on what it is. That all being said, what you were told before was that they were down here, they were getting drunk, and they had seen something in this room. You guys can start any RP you want to do, but then once your RP is over, you're welcome to roll perception checks to start searching.
We should look quickly and get these lights extinguished.
Yeah, agreed.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll your checks, boys. Okay. Hey, Aldo! Aldo's like, I know wine racks. So you go walking around looking for a bit, and the DC was in fact 21, so you got that there, sir. You go looking around for a little bit, and the DC being 21 is important, because that's why likely nobody had found it before. You go over to where one of the wine racks is, and as I said, there's a different number of columns, depending on which rack it is. Well, there's one rack here, Aldo, that the wall, the section of wall that it's on, the angles for it definitely could have had 10 column wide section against this wall, but for some reason it only has 8 bottle wide section. Like it's formed slightly differently than the others. And honestly, the grain of the wood on this wall here is different than the others. This is a much, much older wood. You're not sure if you can identify what it is. Maybe Koa can when you point it out to him, so he can roll a knowledge nature check. But either way, so you're actually, I think technically Mikhail can roll that too. So they're welcome to roll knowledge nature while you're looking that over. And so going over and checking out where that rack is, you check it out and so on and so forth, and you are find a spot where the wood seems a little bit, again, off by a smidge, and then kind of like checking it out, trying to examine it. By wiping away at the wood, you see there's a small silvery filigree inside of it. And you're like, hold on, that literally looks like mole colored kind of filigree, but inside of a wood grain. By depressing onto it, you hear the click, which is louder than you like. Whatever gear is inside of this, whatever like latch that's inside of this that pops open. It's like when you were back in the mountain ruins before. You hear like a clonk inside the door that drops into the floor below. That's loud enough. It may have woken up people inside of the house. It was quite the clonk that happened. But when that happens, you're able to grab the wine rack and pull it, and it does pull open. And it reveals on the other side the mole stone that you're also familiar with, including right on the other side where this wood is pressed against the wall. So even the door itself is that kind of stone, as well as the walls on the inside going into a short hallway, which I can describe in more detail momentarily. Koa, Mikhail goes to look at whatever this is, this type of grain that was mentioned to by Aldo. And he goes over and he's like, oh, I've seen this before. And Koa says, oh, it looks like, and you say some colloquial term that means like abso-fucking-lutely nothing anywhere outside of where you grew up. But when you say this like weird colloquial term, all of a sudden it sets off like a fucking flare inside of Mikhail's head, where he remembers seeing that word. And it takes him a couple seconds, but he remembers, oh, this is the more modern phrasing for it would be darkwood. Like that's why it looks different. It has
we
a
found
slightly
darkwood before, haven't we?
You have not in this campaign that I know of.
I swear I thought we did. I think I've identified darkwood before. Phil's cart. Yeah,
Phil's cart.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's funny. So that and
Lance.
back then I said the colloquial term as well. So you said the same colloquial term as before, and then Mikhail knows exactly what it is, and he's able to. He's like, oh, it's the darkwood, and Aldo's like darkwood, Koa's like darkwood, trying to remember, but then it's like, oh, it's almost as strong as steel, or it's about as strong as stone, but it's way lighter than typical wood, and like you guys remember what it is. And it's like,
yeah, because this cart was like hell of expensive because it was made of this.
Yeah, exactly. And this is old as shit. This here. So this is clearly has been here for whomever had this house. That means this house, this foundation of this house, has been here since before modern Haudh-Gwenn has been here. This was originally a mole foundation of a home. So when you realize, when you put all that together, you can stop and look and be like, you're not sitting here and rolling architectural checks yet, but you're like, this is a rather short ceiling. The door's opening up. Holy shit. Let's go inside. And I don't know if you guys, how you want to handle it from here. Wade, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, so I'll have those two go ahead and go in and light a torch. I can see my way through dim lighting, so I'll turn out the candles, run in, and we can try to close the door behind us in case someone comes to look.
Absolutely, of course. The upside to candles is that they are able to cool down fairly quickly if you didn't use them for very long, solidify, whatnot. The downside, or maybe this is just modern candles, I don't know. You blow them out and the fucking smell of burning wax takes over the room for a while. But luckily, it's a basement with a lot of cubic footage, and there's literally a window that's slightly open over there to air the place out. So hopefully if somebody does investigate, they're not able to smell that or know what's going on. Cool. So you guys run into the door and you grab the door from behind for where there's literally an area to grab it, and you pull it shut behind you so it closes.
As long as there's a way to open it from this side, that it looks like.
Yes.
Okay.
So, it's a wheel.
Before we close it the final bit of way, I'll touch it with like my sword or something to see if it's a spiky wheel.
Okay, just try to feel if it's like tick 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 tick, or if it like it does not seem to be spiked.
Cole will very slowly touch it.
Like poke poke, caress caress caress. Nope,
Spikes just lance out of it.
It seems
Never
to
go again, please.
It seems to be okay. It seems to be okay. You can pull it shut
Close
by the
it.
wheel and then clank.
I don't know that we need to
Relock
clank it because if they don't know it's here, we don't really need to lock it, do we?
Locking it would make it so they can't accidentally come across it, open it, or it doesn't slowly open on its own or anything like that.
But it also means making the noise a second time to where they would definitely be able to pinpoint the location.
Opening it back up would make that noise, not necessarily closing it. Because you can control the spin, closing it back up. You're setting it back up into place.
Basically,
I will
we
leave
can be
that to
careful
Aldo.
enough to.
Aldo can try to slide a hand, close
Yep.
it slowly.
Yeah.
It was actually, what is he even going to sleight of hand? I was going to say a strength check.
To close it slowly?
Yeah, to have control on it. Yep.
Oh,
that means
so it's
that-
heavy. Yeah.
Yep.
That probably means me then.
Yep.
It definitely means you. You're the only one with a positive number strength.
We should have made Keegan roll. That way, if he rolled a 1, he'd be like, "Ah!" Sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't going to do it. I was going to say.
How
no.
good is a 6?
Why-
6 is not very good, so you are able to spin it, but you're not able to like slow it down at that last second. You're able to get the turn, the momentum to it that you need to make it so you can spin it without fucking shitting yourself because of how it's like no power steering. But you can't slow it down at the end. So unfortunately, the piston, when it does lock back into place, is way quieter than when you first opened it. But it definitely made another clank noise. So had the first one opened somebody up or alerted them to it and they were listening, they probably would hear it this time around. Had nobody woken up in the first place, this isn't going to be what wakes them up. So,
Okay.
yeah. Cool.
He'll shrug. He won't say anything, but he'll kind of shrug and be like, maybe we should move.
Yeah, we just keep moving.
Cool. So, where you guys are, you are inside of a hallway that walks for a while. It's a hallway that walks in a straight line.
Following on my map and compass.
Pretty much perfectly along your map, that straight line, heading back in that exact direction. You guys walk that path for as long as it takes to take a straight path back there, which is pretty quick. Good news is it's not as cold in here. It's not warm, right? But it's also not, sub temperatures as it is up top, freezing temperatures, no wind or anything like that. So it's not warm, but it's not as cold as upstairs, which
Are
is
there
nice.
any signs of anything? Like, is it dusty? Is there any signs of moisture? Any signs of slime? Any signs of anything?
There is dust because it's likely nobody's been here in at least decades, potentially centuries. It'd be impossible for you to tell, but there is dust. So as you are walking, you will see, trail behind you.
Okay.
I imagine you light a torch heading through here.
Yeah, because we have 30 minutes on that other torch.
Yep. So you light that one back up, and you guys start walking. It's not a crazy long walk, but it's not only like a couple dozen feet. It's like, a few 100-foot walk that you guys go to. And eventually opens up into not a large room, it's a fairly small room, but it opens up into a small square room where in the center of the square room, there is simply a single stairwell that goes down. This stairwell that you have here is, in fact, another one of those winding double helix stairs.
What is a double helix stair?
Oh, they were showing it inside of a Discord chat earlier. Literally imagine as the stairs go up in one side, they go up opposite spine to it too. Like if you look in general chat and scroll up a good bit, something maybe 2 hours ago, not the super wide set one before the hot pants, the one that's above that. So this is at 11:12 p.m. our time, Wade. By Forensic.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yes, Keegan, thank you.
Oh, neat.
So like 2 people could walk down side by side if they wanted to. So I say side by side, but like opposite side by side. A stairwell like that only works when it's a very tall staircase. A typical staircase doesn't have that kind of a rise to it. So like it would be like squishing you on your head, the opposing stairwell, right? But this is a very high, like it's a tall staircase. It's like
as fancy as that looks. Imagine having to walk that shit every day, dude. I hate walking like 10 stairs, much less, what is that, 20 or 30 at least?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck that. I don't care how fancy it looks.
And
for the mall, that's like 5 stories.
When you guys,
right.
When you guys, you know, kind of like go down just a couple of steps, whoever goes first, who is it? Probably Wade, because he can see better.
Mm-hmm.
Wade, when you look down below to see what you see, at the bottom of the stairs, there is a room. The stairs open up into a room. Like the stairs go down to a room. The room itself is octagonal shaped. So 8 sides to it. Each side is about 30 feet across. So it's an octagonal shaped room with 30 feet to a side. So a pretty large room. In the center of the room, there is a well that sits there. A single well. The well is circular in shape, and it seems very ornate. Not it's like a well or a fountain or whatever it is. It looks very ornate. Not like ornate where it has statues on top, but definitely has a lot of design to it, around it, and so on. Like I said, the well or fountain is circular, and it's probably about 12 feet across in diameter, in the center of the of this octagonal room.
So 30-foot sides octagon, and you're saying the diameter's how big?
Of the circle is about 12. So the room itself is about what, 60 feet across?
The longest point would be close to 80. In an octagon with 30-foot sides.
Well,
the longest point would be about 7.
Yeah, if you're going from a corner to a corner, you could have like 70 feet.
So,
but if you're on a side to a side, it'd be about 60.
Sure. Okay. And then there's a circle in the middle that's a bit smaller?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Is the circle itself elevated or down, or is it just what makes it a circle in the room?
Sorry, what makes it a circular room? I'm actually going to show you in 2 seconds. Okay. I have this as a map, and I just got I forgot to drop your tokens onto it. So give for me 1 moment, please. Oop, shit. I'm clicking the wrong stuff because I'm a dummy. Awesome. Put this here, and I gotta drop your characters onto it. Where are your characters? I got you here. Mikhail here. Aldo here. And then we have stairs just to put.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what?
I'm just looking over at the chat and everything, and I just got an ad, and it is the most cursed fucking AI image. I was trying to take a picture of it, and I was too slow.
Change layer to map, and now I'm good to go. Okay, so we'll have, Wade up is on the stairs currently. The other 2 are not. Oh shit! Apparently,
I hope it comes back.
So let's put you back here. I'm glad I checked my lighting layer before I dropped you guys into it. The lighting was off, and now it is not. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys into it for a chat to see too.
Random question while you're loading this in: have we ever seen a double helix staircase before in a deer anywhere?
Literally just earlier this session, I described that.
All right, but only in these locations.
Correct.
So far in just ruins. Okay.
Just something worth noting. It's just a unique design.
Okay. Oh, ouchies.
Jesus, fuck.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I don't like that.
What? Hold on. Fuck. It didn't load correctly. Give me 1 second. Lighting on.
Loaded correctly.
Oh, yeah, now I can see nothing. There we go.
Yeah. And then you have a torch with you. Sorry. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
That was annoying. The dynamic lighting did not load correctly. Torch. There you go.
I mean, it's
So
not-
so Wade, I imagine your character's actually downstairs. You can see this. The other characters cannot currently.
That's fair.
The other characters cannot see it yet because they're upstairs. Oh, Jesus.
Well, the staircase down here leads to a 8-sided room with a there's a circle in the middle. Can I tell why the circle is green? Does it look like the slime, or does it look like?
It's hard to tell from. The distance where you are. It's hard to tell from the distance where you are. The coloration of that, but you do think that it's green. It's just again dim light from the distance. I feel like you're going to sneeze a fourth time.
What color is the ooze that we were messing with?
It was green with slight bluish tinge. Yep.
Okay, I forgot.
I think maybe we found. Well, I guess come take a look. Just this could be a trapped room. So Aldo, perhaps take a close look as you come down.
Yeah, okay. Careful where you step.
Yeah,
I've already missed one today.
let's hope that's the only one.
I just worry that perhaps if this is the room where this stuff is accessible from, or loaded into, or whatever it is, there might be a thing to keep people from coming in and messing with it.
Could be.
Why would this be accessible from a house?
Well, also, Aldo, you said you don't think that that the owners even know about this.
Hi,
About
Raiders.
this passage and everything, right?
I don't think so.
And there was a lot of dust up there. Didn't look like it had been traversed recently.
And this room doesn't seem to have any other entries or exits. It's just this thing, whatever it is in the middle.
Yep. Well, luckily, no corpses either. So.
Okay. That was very uncomfortable. Okay. Hi Raiders. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we would come down.
Just sneezing. Okay, cool. So everybody goes downstairs?
Yeah, we're gonna, I think, hope to roll to
We're
look
just being-
for traps and stuff.
Yeah,
we're
of
being
course.
very cautious.
Go ahead and roll to look for traps. Everybody can roll their perception checks.
There we go.
Awesome. So you guys roll and you don't find any traps. However, there is something about the stairs that strike you as being a little strange. This is to it's Mikhail that notices it. The stairs all have a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for here? A bit of a travel to them. Travel being like the term you use when you like press a key on a keyboard. They'll have a bit of a travel to them. They'll feel like they move like maybe 0.5 millimeter as you walk on them. But no traps seem to be triggered. This guy's alert you guys at first, but this doesn't seem to trigger any traps or anything like that. Nothing happens as you guys are walking up them, down them, anything like that. And again, it's a double helix staircase, so it doesn't matter which side you're on. You know, if you guys are on the same staircase, separate ones, nothing seems to happen with a very quick, test of that as you go.
Weird.
Ugh, God. I'm usually a one sneezer, very rarely a double sneezer. The idea that I've got 4 and I feel like there's a 5th one that's about to happen is very weird.
Well, we're trying to play D&D and you keep interrupting with it, so you're kind of an Ebba sneezer right now.
Damn.
Can I give him disadvantage on his next roll for that? Like, is that allowed?
No.
Can I
Only
punish
if it's
him?
fine.
And what is this green sludge? Are you Ebba sneezer splooge?
Oh, Jesus Christ. That got even worse. That was so bad. No.
Oh.
Oh, okay. So as you guys get down the stairs, you don't notice any traps. That's just the one thing that you notice because the 25 is insanely high, so you did notice that. When you guys finally step off the stairs, something strange happens. The double helix starts to spin and remove itself from where you are. Literally, as it spins, one of the staircases goes up into the ceiling that you just came from, while another one is going down into the floor beneath where you're currently standing. So the double helix starts spinning and almost like unscrewing itself in the opposite direction, with one staircase going up and one going down. As the stairs are doing this, because obviously you get ideas in your head, as the stairs are doing this, the stairs go from being, straight to having a slant to them. So they don't even give you something that's easily held on to.
Flashbacks to the boulder. Should we watch out for something?
Oh, shit. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to move away from the fucking stairs.
Don't worry about it, because the stairs, my good sir, have moved away from you.
I'm less worried about the stairs being the problem, and what if whatever's down there starts to be here?
Yeah, we need to find a way out. So,
yeah.
Spread out.
Okay. You guys start walking around, and like I said, there's a very ornate well in the middle with that stuff. I imagine you do try to check it out. And I don't know if is this bright enough that all the characters can see the whole room?
Almost.
Almost. Dude, I can see the whole room twice over.
Yes,
Koa is making sure that the walls aren't closing in, the ceiling's not shrinking, the ooze isn't rising. We're looking for anything going wrong right now, Scott. Any sounds that are weird?
Sure. Walls aren't moving. Ceiling's not dropping. Ground's not raising. There are no spikes. There's no gas, tss kind of noise. The only thing that you hear is the creaking of Mikhail's pants.
Okay. So other option is we are the mice being put in the room with the python, and then the little door just closed behind us. Our staircase is gone, and now we're waiting for the feeding.
That is very possible. The only other thing in the room with you, aside from the three of you and the torch you're carrying all your equipment, is the ornate well that's in the center.
Yeah. I'll go check out the well. Yeah.
Cool.
See, I'm going to look at the well. I don't know if you want to look for exits or not.
Walking over to the well, almost immediately when you walk up and check it out, as you notice that these characters look familiar. It's the alphabet that all of you guys are familiar with. It's the mole alphabet. But specifically, it's written in tall. Walking around.
Can't speak it, Scott. Do you have your book so you can translate?
I'm 5'11". Most people would call that tall.
At your age, I'm very impressed that you survived 5 sneezes. So
I'm only 39. I can see the hill, but I haven't climbed up it yet.
Oh, you're over that.
It's his knees. That's why.
I won't lie. My knees do hurt. My knees legit hurt. Oh, my daughter's favorite thing to do, 6 months old, is to have me support her and give her balance and let her walk. She loves it. She loves walking. She can coordinate her feet one at a time in front of her and get the locomotion going, but she has no balance and no knee strength to actually hold it. So I rock around on my knees, and it's fucking awful. So I'm like, ow.
In your household, it does seem like you'd be the one on your knees.
Yep. You saw it here, folks. Scott was speechless for a second.
There was probably a compliment and an insult somewhere in there, chat. You're welcome. All right, so
I'm sure
time.
if you clip that, somebody would like to show it to Brittany. Anyways, moving on. So, where were we? You read the language. The ancient mole language is tall, and read what it says. Walking around, it takes a minute to translate it because you speak it, but it's not by no means a native or a fluent language of yours. You just understand it, right? It says, "Protect that which is out protect that which is out from what's within, and protect that which is within from what's without." You also see that there's a whole bunch of runes around the table here. There's a bunch of runes that's sketched in. The issue is the runes that this is written in, tall language that it's written in, the characters are strange. Almost like they use a different font, but intentionally use a different type of fonts to write this. It's very, very strange looking. There are checks that can be made But before we get into that, I'll let you guys RP or ask questions, whatever you want to do.
Says protect that which is without from what's within, and protect that which is within from what's without. Wonderful.
Excellent. What does that mean?
Well, it's a riddle.
Riddles.
Yep. And Aldo hates riddles.
And
so
if
do
we
I.
go in, we need to be protected from the stuff. But the stuff needs to be protected from what's out here.
Yeah.
There's nothing out here but us.
The whatever goes in can't, I guess, otherwise contaminate what's outside of it, and vice versa. Or maybe that's just what's necessary. I don't know for sure. And this is all that's really in here that we've seen.
Now that we're looking down, Scott, does the ooze look the exact same as the stuff that was downstairs, or does it look like a slightly different variation of it? Exact same?
It does.
Well, if we had Gwen, perhaps she could answer more questions about the substance as she fiddles with it, but appears we're not going back to get her right now with no stairs.
Doesn't seem like it. It's definitely the same stuff. I don't really want to use magic on it. We're gonna have to figure it out another way.
It can be a catalyst, a reactant, or what's the other word? A reagent?
A reagent and a reactant, I guess, are essentially saying the same thing. Accelerant, I think, is the other thing you said.
Accelerant, reactant, and catalyst. Those are the three. Yes.
Yeah. Sure is a lot of it. Let's make sure there's nothing on the walls around here.
Again, checks can be made about the words there. I just was letting you guys RP first.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah, they can totally check out the walls since they can't really help out much with the letters at the moment. The two checks that are around the letters are, I would do it in this order: linguistics, for whoever has that skill, discuss amongst each other for who's assisting who, and spellcraft.
Okay, I have linguistics. I don't know if either of you do.
I will say this to you guys: both of these are important roles as they give you guidance.
I have a +1 in linguistics, but I'm not trained, and it's not a
linguistics is a skill that if you're not trained, you can't even roll it, barring extreme scenarios. I believe Aldo.
Our lives are on the line, Scott. This is pretty extreme.
Yeah, extreme being like scenarios where it makes perfect sense for you.
So yeah, Aldo, you're trained. So, see, I have a 7 is my check.
Do you have spellcraft?
I do have spellcraft.
So I mean, can I assist you with the linguistics and then you roll your own spellcraft, or is it like an either or?
Scott,
say that one more time.
Can I assist Mikhail with linguistics?
Yes.
And then he can also make the spellcraft check. Okay.
It's not either or.
Well, then you got
two separate checks.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah,
we have 4 EP left.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have whatever luck.
We have luck. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So linguistics.
Do you want me to roll to assist first, or do you want to roll for it first?
You go ahead and roll to assist first, just so I know if I'm getting the modifier or not. Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Should have let him give you that roll. Okay.
Okay, and then a +2. Ew.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yeah, that's the word. It's funny because there's actually a ruling that I allow after you've traveled enough time together. Your characters have known each other less than a year at this point, where you get to take the better of the two roles, and the worst of the two roles becomes the aiding one. But
yeah,
there's an investment to unlock that ability. But for now, so your work is that with the +2?
That's with the +2, so
okay.
I can roll luck.
You can luck yourself.
We
also have the other things. If he rolls luck or does something else and makes his a 20, he can technically get you a +3.
Sure.
Different ways to stack it up, right? But go ahead.
We also have one reroll we could use from EP if this is the one you want to use it on.
It's a 5, yeah.
Yeah. And then we have one just other EP outside of the reroll that we can get a +1 from.
Yeah.
Jake can choose to use his luck first before you make decisions on yours, because he rolled before you. So Jake,
if you get a 2, that's +1 for me.
Yeah. Come on, let's go. Okay.
There you go. So you have a plus. So you're actually at a 15 currently before doing anything else.
I'm at a 15. I think I'm going to take the 1 extra EP to get that extra +1.
To get you to a 16?
Yes, think. To get us to a 16, then I'm going to do luck.
Okay.
So
can you do luck and then decide?
Luck
No,
you said luck has to be last.
Luck's last. Okay, yeah. Then do
But you
that,
want to keep the 5?
Because there's a good chance I can roll higher, but it's like
he has
you
another
also have
roll
another
after
check.
this too, and nobody
Yeah,
can assist him
fair.
with that roll. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I mean, a 17 is not terrible anyway, though.
Yeah, 17 is the minimum
what
that
we
you're
can
going to
go.
go with.
19.
oh, there it is. I just didn't hear it. Yeah.
Okay. So with your 19 total, you're looking this over and trying to see what this is, and you realize the font is written in a strange way. Why is it written in a strange way? Well, it's a combination of not just written in tall. There's another language that seems to be hidden inside of this one. It lets you know, oh, this is this other language. It's like a dialect of the tall language that they use on the rare occasion that they have marked down magic. When there's magic literally written into a spot, they have this other dialect of their language that they use, right? And that's what's written here. So that's so almost immediately you realize, okay, these aren't just, words that are some sort of riddle or warning. You believe these are magical inscription runes. You think there's magic here. You pass the check well enough that I can give you a +2 on your spellcraft check when you roll for what the runes are.
Would it also help if I use read magic? Since these are magical inscriptions.
Yes, it will. What read magic will do will give you for your spellcraft check. It'll give you, what is it, a +4? Is that what it says? It says a plus.
It does not have a specific bonus.
The spell glyph. Oh, no. So any spellcraft check is DC 10 plus spell level. It's a warding, glyph of warding with, okay.
Yeah, that's to decipher war,
10
wards
plus
and stuff.
spell level becomes your spellcraft check instead, which is way better.
Okay.
Yes.
Sweet. So a +2, and then that adjusted the DC.
So hold on, let me just be clear. So you got a 19 total. So I told you what I told you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. I got you.
That's accurate. So +2 to my roll, and then that has adjusted the DC.
That has absolutely adjusted the DC. Let me get the DC for you real quick. Hold on
Okay.
1 second.
Wait.
I have that answer for you. So that is DC 10 plus. I have the DC for you. It is, you have very much adjusted the DC.
Sweet. And I'm on the wrong tab. Here we go. Okay, spellcraft, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Okay.
Does that include the +2?
It does not include it. I forgot it after saying
24?
It's a 24. Got 10 plus spell. That probably crushes that. Do I look at it anyway?
We have 2 left.
I don't think I
I'm
need
not
that.
saying that chat's been wanting to give us luck for months, but
I'll be transparent. 10 plus spell level, you would have beaten a 14th level spell.
That's what I'm like. I don't think I need it. That's really high.
unless like Snaga says the crit success matters, which I don't know if it does.
Yeah, I don't know if it does either. I think we just keep 24. That's crazy high for this.
Yeah.
The DC was 23. Except you cast
Holy
a spell.
shit.
You cast a 0 level spell that brought it down to 13.
So we still beat it by 10 plus.
So you beat it by 11 points because you dropped it to a fucking 13. So yeah, I'll give you the ins and outs, the ups and downs. Yeah, that spell that's inscribed here, it's a spell that the easiest way to translate this into the way that you understand magic as somebody who's trained with the Arcane Congress is you're familiar with the spell Protection from Evil. There's a spell, it's protection spell that goes through several iterations. A protection for evil, good, chaos, and law. What that spell does is it more or less makes your skin act as like a barrier that fully protects you, your physiology from being like possessed, your mind from being overtaken, literally your flesh from being harmed by creatures opposing or identified by the spell that you did. So protection from evil makes it so evil creatures cannot hurt you as easily, cannot take over your mind, cannot possess your body, so on and so forth, right? That's what protection from the protection spell does. But then there's a higher echelon spell called Magic Circle Against. And this is going to be choosing the same kind of concept. And the way the Magic Circle works is instead of protecting just yourself, you make a ring. And those creatures cannot come into that area. They cannot affect anybody's minds or bodies or whatever inside there. They literally cannot even walk into the area. The cool thing about the Magic Circle is it has a way to be inverted on itself. So instead of just keeping evil, let's assume evil was the thing that was denoted, instead of just keeping evil out, you can actually flip the ring and make almost like a prison that keeps evil in. Again, this could be evil, good, law, chaos, depending on what's cast at the time. So you can flip it on itself. However, theirs is written very different from what you did. This is where the critical matters here. Theirs is written very different from yours. This has nothing to do with law or good or chaos or evil. This is something else, something more primal, something more base. This feels like it more is impacting something of the inner planes rather than something of the outer planes. Okay. Which makes sense for everything that you've researched about the mole so far, right? So you're looking at this and you're like, okay, this is a protection from, let's say, elemental, I guess, circle that is currently turned in such a way to keep it in. And the circle is, in fact, intact. To confirm it, now that you know this well enough, you're confident enough to touch the runes. To even go so far as to quickly give them a stroke. And when you do so, the runes light up.
It's the pants. They got a little excited when I touched them, you know?
Jesus Christ. The runes light up. And then you can see the details that are there. You absolutely annihilated that roll. The other one, you got... Okay. This one, you annihilated the roll. Feel free to ask any clarifying questions if you'd like, if you feel as though any details about the spell I may have missed that you would think are important. I actually do have one more element, but I want you to ask questions first.
Okay. So it's meant to keep... Do I know if it is a specific element that it's attuned to?
Unfortunately, this is outside of the wheelhouse of the magic that you would know because you're Arcane Congress trained. This kind of magic doesn't even exist in the Arcane Congress. You just understand the fundamentals of the magic well enough to know the purpose here. But if it's designed for, say, a fire or a water elemental or something like that, you wouldn't be able to identify that.
Okay. I don't know if you said this already. Do I know if it is keeping things out or holding things in?
I did. It's currently oriented to hold in.
Okay. I thought you may have said that, but I was like, did I make that up? Cool. So it's keeping this inside. None that I can think of unless you guys can.
So another important detail is the way that the spell works, the Magic Circle, whether if you're doing it the Arcane Congress way or whatever, is it requires literal physical runes to be etched for this to happen. You can't just cast this spell. And so in a pinch, what you might do is like if you're in the dirt on the ground or on a beach, draw it into like dirt or sand or whatever it might be. But the problem with that, while it's quick and it gets the job done very, very quickly, the problem with that is it's soft. It's easy to manipulate. The person trapped can't manipulate it directly, but they can do so indirectly by, like, say, I don't know, picking up a rock and throwing it at it to smash some of the runes. And by doing so and breaking some of the runes, that would break the spell and allow them through. So one of the things that you would typically do when you do these kind of circles for, like, the kind of people that would craft these things, because you would have like a set location, you'd carve it into stone. Or in the more extreme cases, you would carve it into metal and have like a metal plate, like a thick, heavy, hard to manipulate metal plate. And you've even heard rumors, but you know how it is with students, that supposedly one of the most, one of the best colleges in all of the Arcane Congress back in Eustis, supposedly they have a metal plate made out of adamantine with these kind of runes etched into it for experiments that they do. But again, that's one of those things where it's like, yeah, the moon is fake and we live in a dome. It's a projection. It's like, okay. Do you really believe that kind of shit? Is Aurorum really flat? Come on. Either way. So you, that's the last detail I have. Does anybody else have more questions? Are we good?
As of right now, my only question is, so our understanding is these runes are forming a sort of lid that's keeping everything down and in this circle. That's kind of the...
Effectively, yep. Assuming that what you're seeing inside there is elemental, and that is what is holding it, that would be what's holding it in place. It cannot leave while that spell is in place.
Except for the fact that there's a big crack in the wall in the bottom where it was leaving.
Unfortunately, there's a big crack in the wall on the bottom where it was. Assuming this is all the same liquid. You have a strong reason to believe so. You just haven't proved it yet.
Yeah, which we seem to think it is. Are all of the runes intact?
All of the runes are intact. You guys are welcome to examine and look around if you'd like.
Are these stone runes?
This is made out of stone. Yep. So let me describe the well for you. It's actually similar to, like, say, a fire pit that you might buy a kit for at like a Home Depot or make yourself or whatever. The runes are actually made out of it's a big circle of what looks like almost like pavers, right? So it has like those like trapezoidal shaped stone slabs are what make up the top of the well that's there, and it's carved into the runes along those trapezoidal shaped spells. So as long as all of those are in place and they're likely cemented in, that's usually mortar it in place, then it should be fine. It would only be like if you either literally broke a stone or removed one of them that you would break the runes, the continuation of the runes.
Okay.
Because even if you did something goofy, like I poured sand into the rune so the rune is filled with sand, yeah, it's still etched into the stone, dummy. That wouldn't do it.
Yeah, you'd have to actually like chip it or break it or something like that.
Yeah, or do something more permanent, like pour wet cement into the sand and wait a day. That's like, okay, well, that fundamentally changes the stone,
Okay. I have thoughts. Did Koa find anything checking the walls, or were you actually doing that?
He didn't roll a perception check, I don't think.
I will gladly roll one.
So you're checking the walls specifically. Cool. We'll find out what Aldo's doing momentarily.
There are 8 walls.
Koa was trying to check the walls out, but unfortunately he saw nothing of interest anywhere, and they're obeliskian, like just flat stone. It's that same kind with the veins running through it, but just flat stone. You even try to be like, wait, maybe if I step back and cross my eyes for a couple seconds and then like slowly uncross them and stare at the veins running through the walls, does that make shapes? Oh, that looks like Mikhail's pants. Nope, nothing here.
Always catching strays, man.
Yep.
What's Aldo doing?
Aldo's examining where the stairs were and seeing if there's some type of mechanism or somehow to re-trigger them.
Sure. You go ahead over and roll your perception check. Then you guys can reconvene and we can talk about more rolls. Okay. 16 total. You happy with that?
Yep.
Cool. Unfortunately, not only is the answer no, the floor where you rub your foot across it and the ceiling, as far as you can tell from where you are, is flush. Like, the craftsmanship to do this is really good. Like, you know that there was stairs here before, and you're looking, and you're like, I can barely see a crease. Barely see a crease. It is like, have you ever seen, like a stress fracture from like stone or like tile heating up too much? It makes a hairline fracture that you can't even notice. You can't even see it until you like apply pressure, and then you're like, there it is. It's like one of those.
Yeah. Well, no luck with the stairs.
I don't see anything on the
Cool.
walls either.
Excellent. Well, this is definitely designed to keep something inside. I assume this goo.
Well, it's not doing a very good job on the other end. There was a giant crack that this was leaking out of, or something was leaking out of, that looks oddly similar.
Yeah, which must be outside the range of the circle. I wonder. I don't know what we're meant to do. Obviously, this should be containing it for some reason.
When you were looking at the crack earlier, could you tell if it looked like it was broken into from the outside or the inside, or I didn't even think to look at that?
Unfortunately, no. And the crack broken into is almost has a connotation to it. You have no idea what caused it, and you don't know which direction it came from. Remember, literally buildings collapsed. Plus, winters have gone by, and blah 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 blah. You know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It could have been anything. Maybe rogue piece of stone that fell on it when everything else collapsed, or there's no way to tell. At least not that I could.
They went through all the effort of this magic up here to contain it, to keep it from what coming up, but just assumed that their stonework would be enough to contain it down below.
Yeah. Oh, Scott, can I do my Aragorn thing here and just to make sure this is where the sense was coming from?
Great. Yeah. Sure. Will save.
Try to. Yeah.
Unfortunately. Did you end up using the reroll, by the way? Not that you want it for this.
We have three EP
we still have
left.
3 EP, yeah.
Oh, good for you. Oh, wow, that's super cool. Awesome.
Thanks.
No, that you need it for this. I'm
not waiting for this. Yeah. It's probably coming from here. I've lost the thread of the sense I used to get to it, but I feel like it's most likely this. Okay.
Well, currently we're trapped in this room with Okay, let's rewind a bit. Let's think this through. There was some sort of structure, a castle or a keep or a dungeon or who knows what, that stood in where the ruins are.
Correct.
There was a separate house next to the ruins given, but a separate house that a door in a basement led to this room, which leads to where this shit is contained, above where there is a sewer. Why? Why is this stuff here? Was this built around the stuff to contain it? Was this brought here and dumped in for some purpose?
Well,
what's the point of it?
This is a well.
Oh, well, that answers my question.
Well, it should have some answer in it. It means something was coming up from below. This is meant to contain it and be an access point. So this spot, I don't think, is the source. I think it's from deeper.
So do we think that we're above where that crack was?
Looking at the map, Scott, if I look at the map again.
It's hard to tell, like, exactly. You know how, like, in the old days, if you ever did geocaching back in like the early 2000s, you know, it'd be like, you're there, but like you could totally have been off by like 100 feet. It's like one of those scenarios. Like, you're pretty close. You know you're close, but like you could be off by 100 feet in any direction. You know.
Sure. I would guess the answer is yes, but I mean, how precise have we been with counting footsteps and measuring exact on the compass, you know? Ish.
I mean, the logic holds. You know, we know it's escaping down there. You know, so
So what does the magic do then exactly? Stop it from
overflowing in this case. I mean, I'm operating on the assumption that this circle was meant to keep in this material. It's possible it could be something else that was contained in this material or is contained in it, or even a creature that where this is its habitat. It could be anything like that. I just know it's elemental in nature, whatever it is.
Let's assume all that is true. There is literally a hole where this was leaking out of, and the hole, for whatever reason, has sealed itself back up. So why would they need all of this here to contain it if it would only leak out a bit and then eventually cover itself back up elsewhere? Is it because this hole's so big that whatever's in here could escape through it? Is it fish in its weird green oozy water? Or
Maybe.
why even keep open access to it at all? Why not seal it in more stone? Why would they want to be able to access it? Obviously, we know that
Good questions.
the substance itself has some uses, as Gwen has shown.
Right. They didn't completely seal it off from everything, but he like gestures over to where the stairs were. They obviously had a failsafe. They didn't want whatever it is to actually be able to escape. But you're right. They didn't completely cut it off. So it was clearly used as a resource.
Is this the curse, or is this just a weird coincidence?
I don't know. I think we should all taste it.
Koa looks to Aldo like pale. Mikhail, did you taste it?
No, of course not.
Are you still Mikhail?
But now might be the time to do it, you know? We don't have many other options.
Yet. Your first thought is to go to taste?
When you look at it,
first thought,
you don't see refuse floating in it. It does look like pure goo.
It's not my first thought, Koa. I've been thinking through a lot of different thoughts. And at least here it's clean. You know?
Well, at least we know there's a sewer below, so if we eat it up over the next century or so and shit it all back out, at least we know it'll be dumped back in the sewer.
We won't live a century unless we consume some. He's actually laughing in character now.
I hope this is laughter that is a joke and not laughter of some villainous scheme from the goo man that was once our friend.
It is a joke. Because you guys keep saying that I ate it and I didn't.
I'm not convinced at all anymore.
At some point, we will be out of ideas, and then I might eat it. I'll admit that. But we're not at that point yet.
Well, perhaps I missed something looking around. I don't know.
I'll take a look.
I don't know these letters. I don't know these rooms, these ruins. They make no sense.
The runes are in tall, but they're also they're somewhat arcane script. It's almost like not a dual cipher. Almost like they're writing two things at once. I'm actually I'll look at the walls now, I guess.
Sure. While he's going to look at the walls, do you guys want to do anything else? So if he's turning around to search the walls, do you guys want to look at like the well or anything like that? Anything that maybe you would have overlooked? Obviously not magically, but what's up?
Focusing specifically around where the well is.
Sure.
Yeah, that's my thinking too. Is I check the stairs, probably check the walls before. This is the only other point of interest in the room, so I'm going to check out the well itself.
Okay, so you're going to look at the well. He's going to look at the ground around the well, like the area around it. Okay, wait. Okay, so you guys, all three of you, roll your perception checks. I know what they're all for.
I'll wait and see how they roll. One of us might luck.
Okay. Let's start from the
luck
outside
left?
and work our way inwards. Keegan, you currently have a 17. This is to look at the walls on the outside. How do you feel about that 17 before I tell you if you find anything of interest?
Not particularly confident, but I'm gonna keep it anyway.
Cool.
Last roll was a 9. So you're
You
a lot
look
better
around
than
at the
it.
walls, and again, it's that same mole style of architecture, if you will, where it's of that stone that has the filigree that works through it. That same filigree that you were told is a type of electrum, which is insane. Like it's their own unique blend of metals that make that electrum. But that would be insane. Like taking a step back and like thinking about it, you're like, how much? Like electrum is not inexpensive. Electrum is literally made out of like what I can't remember off the top of my head now, but it's like platinum, silver, and gold, or something like that, and copper. It's like copper, platinum, and gold, or something, right? Like it's like a very valuable material. You take a step back and you're looking at the wall, and you're like, this wall and all the metal that runs through it. Holy shit! How much is that worth? Just these walls here. Okay. Swallow down. Ignore that.
You can retire off one wall.
Check out these walls. Walk along them. Look at them. Nothing stands out. No places for depressions. No hidden latches. No place to shock yourself while wearing a ring and a key. Like nothing stands out as being there. That's what you're 17. That's what you get. Realizing that you're literally standing inside of a treasure room. But all mole ruins are treasure rooms. People just don't realize what they're looking at. And then you have Aldo. You're up next. You're the next space in. You have a 15 total. How do you feel about that 15 and looking at the floor around where it is?
I'm looking at the thing. I think Koa's looking at the floor around.
Oh, my apologies. Rewind. Koa, you have a 14 total. You look at the floor around the well. Just kind of like checking out the base of the well, the floor around it, so on and so forth. You have 14 total. How do you feel?
Obviously not great, but I mean, we have what, 1 luck dice, or we have. I could try to
2.
luck it. I mean, we're talking about the highest I could get is an 18, 15 to 18. Do you guys want me to try to get to that range? But I mean, the floor around the well, I don't know how good that's going to be compared to what you two are looking at.
I mean, we've already got some information from like a totally, like, you know, all the stuff that I checked out for the well, but it wasn't just looking physically at it. So the fact we have some info on it might be helping. It might be worth looking, honestly. Might not be looking at anything that has like a super high DC.
Right ahead, sir. All right. With your 18 total, there's only one thing that stands out to you because the floor is very unimpressive. It's, again, same design, same stone, same everything that we've discussed a billion times. The thing that stands out to you is that you didn't notice it before because, you know, you were going down a stairwell that flew away on you and there's all this shit going on. The floor is clean. Like, there's no dust down here. Not like everywhere else that you just walk through. The floor here is clean.
Okay, I'm ready for eye surgery.
The closest thing to dirt is whatever you guys tracked in yourselves. So a couple of footprints that belong to you guys, and even those eventually, whatever dirt.
Can I ask you a more specific question? Does it seem like there's any trace of dust closer to the wall versus closer to the well, or is the whole thing just equally clean?
Equally clean aside from the stairwell and the walls and whatnot there because you guys track shit down.
Okay, so it's not like it gets cleaner the closer you get to the well. There's the whole area is clean.
Correct. Yeah. Cool. All right. That's a pretty solid 18. That was good. That was good there. Awesome. You found that. And just so you know, to realize that, I know it sounds silly because it's just dust. To realize that with everything else going on, that was a 15. So you did need that luck.
I want you to point out, Vicelor would have only needed a 1 to figure out if there was dust or not.
Oh, okay. Well, Vicelor's dead. Jaaek, you have a 15 total to examine the well itself. Are you happy with that 15? Do you want to modify it in any way? There's several ways to do it.
Probably try and luck it, I guess.
Want to do anything else aside from luck, or is luck all you got?
I don't think you have anything else other than luck.
Look at that, or a reroll. I don't know if it's. I don't know what you rolled for the natural die. I don't know if it's worth a reroll. 15 is a pretty good place to start.
I rolled like a 9, so it'd be almost
yeah. It's not worth it.
No. I'm gonna roll the luck then.
Yes, sir. All right.
Okay.
Wrong with
18.
18 club.
You notice something on the well
Thanks,
itself.
man.
Like I said beforehand, it's made out of a whole bunch of stone around, like almost like the trapezoidal paver style stones that are set up, and they are mortared together, which seals them up and everything. Mortared together, which sets them up, except the top stones, the very top ones that have the inscriptions in them. Not all of them are mortared. You can actually tell by how some of them have some scratch marks on the edges of them, like a little bit of scratching, like chipping that's happened there, as not on the actual characters, not on the actual runes have chipping, but the stone that the runes are written on have chipping along the edges that show. Not all of them either, just a few of them, like 3 or maybe 4. You're pretty sure this one too. Have this, like, it shows that, and then you go over it and you're like, just to test it with your very careful hands. You can test and see if they actually move or not. It's a sleight of hand check. Just to be like, I'm not going to break the plane. Just want to test it. He chooses to do it. Okay. Oh, he does so good. You go over and you're able to very carefully test all 4 of the stones you thought might be movable are not. Only 3 of them are.
Okay.
One of them, you're like, okay, no. The mortar's just worn down, but it's still there. This is not movable. Okay. The other ones, you move them. We're talking like 1/10 of a millimeter. I don't even know what's smaller than a millimeter. What's after milli? Pekka? I don't know. Pika?
Daelric.
There it is.
A Daelric meter? Jesus Christ, Wade. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He can't even be mad.
I'm going to tell Brittany about that. I'm like, so Brittany, I was like, what's smaller than a millimeter? And Wade's like, Daelric. Daelric meter.
Seeing this, a thought comes into Aldo's head, and he says, Mikhail, this thing here, you said functions like a spell or something, right?
Yeah, it is a spell.
Well, these are interchangeable.
What?
Is there...
I'll come over.
Come here. Yeah, and he points at the blocks, and he says, there's 3 that are interchangeable. So moving them without touching them, because it'll set off whatever seems to be doing. But is there a way in this makes sense by... I can't read it. So
yeah,
you understand what I'm saying? Like,
you're
if we
wondering
interchange
if
some, what makes sense?
Adjusted into something else. Okay. Well, my first thought is that they can be adjusted to change the direction of where the spell is focused. It can focus either outward or inward. Right now, it's focused inward.
Wait, does that mean that the stuff that's below us would then be spelled? And then would that leave the room below us where the crack was empty? Would we need to go through this stuff?
I just want to point out before we go testing this theory that if we're in here and we expel all the stuff into here to empty out down there, that would leave us in the stuff that we haven't touched yet, and only Mikhail has eaten.
I haven't eaten any of it.
That has not been proven, Mikhail.
I don't have to prove I didn't eat something. Why would I even hide it?
All right, let's go with that's true. Then it still would leave us being covered in some unknown goo that sure Gwen works with, but to what capacity? Does it have to be mixed with something to become safe? Is it safe as it is?
This whole thing is a riddle. We need to solve the riddle. Mikhail, read it and rearrange it in your mind. Find something that makes sense without touching it.
Protect that which is without from what's within, and protect that which is within from what's without. So, protect that which is without from what's without, and protect that which is within from what's within makes no sense to me.
Well, let me add another wrinkle to this. The only thing I got from looking at the floor is that the floor is clean. No dust like there was in the hallway above. We know that where the crack was below also wasn't accumulating muck or grime. So perhaps to the point, if that stuff was brought up here, it keeps this room from accumulating dust or grime or mold or anything like that. So perhaps that has been done here.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it could have been, but
Can you make sense of the individual runes? Do you know what they say in this order versus if we were to move the ones that are movable?
that's what I'm going to try to check.
You guys can roll another linguistics check now that more insight or details or what have you have been brought to the table. Again, you're gonna have what's his name assist, and then you're gonna roll.
I guess I'll fuck myself in I'd say the corner, but I don't know which of the 8 I would choose.
Alright, so I'm rolling the assist first.
Yep. So you rolled that 20, so he can get that one.
Koa can look at the ceiling. Oh.
Okay. Hold on, Aldo. Do you want? Well, I guess there's only one luck in the pool. You'll have to choose if you want to
worry, guys.
To get him the +2.
I got this. I can afford a couple luck.
No, you're not allowed to luck.
Okay. Can I end scene?
No, you're in this campaign. I'm gonna do like a 1 session mini, like I'm gonna do like a single session, like a one shot, and Wade's gonna just walk in at the beginning of the session and scene, and then the PC's gonna be like, we killed a boss. Okay, well that was our one shot, everybody.
Belly flops into the sludge. All right, guys, and scene. Give me back.
All right, do you want to luck to? You have a 75% chance of giving him a +2.
I don't know.
He might need that +2.
It's basically like either give the automatic +2 or
it's either he has a 75% chance of giving himself the +2, or you have like it's the same number either way, whichever one of you rolls the luck.
So he should
potentially get higher.
roll it.
So I would say it's better for Mikhail to have it.
But you should see whether or not you're going to modify him first before he rolls.
Yeah. I think
we only have one luck,
luck.
We're not using the last luck. Is what I mean.
But you might get more. Maybe someone will see you use that last luck and they'll feel bad, and so they'll give you one more. Why don't you put your faith out there? Oh, that's right. Your character's an atheist.
You're acting like a bone devil right now, Scott. That's all I'm gonna say.
Me? No. Nah, man. I just want to get them souls. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Devils make trades for souls.
They do.
You know what?
Go ahead.
Do it.
I hope he rolls a 1. Not Keegan.
You actually want me to do it? I think we should save it.
Let's save it.
The term is fuck it lucky. Come on, Jake, let's go.
Jake, if you say definitively no, then I'm gonna just roll. I just need to hear a definitive yes or no.
Yes.
That was Wade.
Mate, I say yes. Why not do it?
Woohoo!
Right. Oh
no! I wanted him to roll a 1. That would have made me so happy after all of that.
I did not know there was another there.
I didn't either. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. It's a +2. I'll take it.
Oh, hey, there's 1 dice left.
Yep.
Okay, so you get a +2. And
just don't roll 2. I was pleased to love a fucking.
Do you want? Should I just re-roll?
Use the reroll. Use the reroll.
I'm gonna use the reroll.
You have to.
I almost feel better if I roll a fucking 1. I can't stand 2s. I'm so sick of them.
Roll 1. We get to have chat roll a die for no reason.
Okay, let me just take off this last EP.
We would do anything for love.
Fuck's sake. All right. And
used our EP because we suck.
Right?
If we die, we don't get.
There it is. There's fucking Natty 1. Yep.
Oh, I hate to say it.
At least it's not a 2.
Doxy, roll me a D100, but before you do so, tell me what's bad, high or low.
At least it's not a 2.
We have rolled so many 1s this session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Doxy. Doxy's gonna roll real low.
And I've rolled a lot of 2s.
Real low.
That's an 18. That's
pretty
bad.
low.
He's bent over looking at the trying to look over the stones.
It is.
To see the significance of them. And at one point in time he goes over and he bends just to get like a really good sight and see if he can wiggle the stone the same way that he saw Aldo do earlier. And as he's just like
Okay.
D100 was for his asshole.
yes, I said that 6 hours ago.
I've not listened to you 6 minutes ago.
That's true. That's a fact.
So
So the
So I have
bad thing
one
that happens
cantrip
is
left.
now that fucking Porky Pig is Porky Piggin.
You
I have one cantrip left.
You have a 10, to be clear.
I know.
A 10 is not.
If I use read magic, I know I set the DC differently. I can hit a 13 or a 14, technically.
This is a linguistics, not a spellcraft.
Okay. So that doesn't matter.
Because there's a significance to it. Spellcraft does something else. Linguistics was
Yeah.
for me to give you a different detail, but unfortunately, you're at a 10, and you have ways to modify, like luck or whatever. But
That's
nothing
it.
that's going to lift you higher.
What a use
It's
of
just
my
luck.
CP.
I know, right? That
It doesn't
fucking
even give us
reroll we
advantage,
were
right?
sitting
So it
on.
doesn't. We don't even get like to choose which one. We just. We
I
have
honestly,
the-
I didn't have enough time to look it up. Even if it did, you have an 11. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
that's-
So,
well,
because
We'll
one's
just
not
luck anyway.
in Pathfinder, a natural 1 on skill checks is not a critical failure.
well, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
It's
what I'm like, do
only
you guys want me
attack
to luck
rolls and
anyway?
saves.
But one gives us a chance of hitting a 15, and one does not.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
super
I'm
right.
fine with it being that way because I'm not. It'd take me a few minutes to find where that fucking page is because it doesn't show up. So you have a 25% chance of getting a 15 if you think a 15 might help you. You know, I don't think you guys have any other skills, abilities, features, or anything to give you a bonus higher than
Not a
that.
chance in hell Koa has anything.
Yeah.
No.
Is it particularly rocky or hilly here? Can I get a stealth bonus?
You are inside of stone.
Okay, I will hide my shame.
Perfect. Dwayne pops out. Hey, where'd Koa go?
Ugh.
Can't
Luck
find
or
me.
no, guys? Do we just take the L?
I mean, what DC are we gonna hit with a 12, 13 on average? Like, you could hit something. You could not. You could
Yeah.
not fail by something. But I mean, I don't. It's a linguistics check, so I don't know if there's a particularly high risk of something. We're just not gonna learn anything.
Misinterpreting is usually the risk with linguistics, is in interpreting it wrong.
Well,
Now,
we
granted,
don't want-
I speak the language, so I imagine that risk is much lower. Like I speak that and Glenn and Canaan.
Just
like, I
use
speak
the
all
luck,
this
I
shit.
think.
But
we've got it. Use it just to get us
Yeah.
hopefully somewhere else.
I don't want a critical foul or anything, so
okay,
So we got
It's
12 or
12 now.
13,
Well,
depending
13.
on which
Yeah,
one.
13.
or 13 now. Yeah.
So with your 13, you're looking at the letters, and this is all I can give you. I can't just lay it out for you. It's not a high enough result. As I said beforehand, there is a very specific fonts that they chose here for this. The fonts look strange to you, and you try to just piece it together, but you don't know the purpose of the font yet. Maybe it's because of how they're layering in the arcane runes. You're not entirely sure, but there's something about the fonts that really stands out. They chose this for a reason.
Comic Sans or Times New Roman?
Actually, they went for Arial Bold.
Oh, boring. Wow.
Yeah, like typical.
These guys suck.
internet.
I'm done studying them.
No, they went. What's that? What's that fun one? Papyrus, right?
So yeah, he's studying it. His fucking pants ripped, and he just doesn't react. And he's like, "They definitely chose this font for a specific reason."
It's
I'm
like
gonna
you're
have to think
holding a
about that.
pole because every time you swing, Koa is swinging to not stay behind you.
And he just turns and like walks over to one of the corners and
We turn the other way.
very angrily just takes the pants off. And, like throws them on the floor and starts casting mending.
Didn't you grab another pair of pants from the last place?
I reserved a pair of pants, but then we got caught, so I didn't want to take them because they would be mad if we rifled through their shit.
You think when that dude went out to look, he's like, I wonder if they stole anything. The first thing he would check is pants? There's weapons and books and all kinds of shit.
Well, because technically, he said the pants were like the bottom part of armor, so they weren't just like cloth bundle that I could just easily grab.
So I wouldn't have grabbed them. He would not have checked for pants. That man would have had to roll a 20 and had like a plus 10, and there was a missing pair of pants.
He didn't notice the missing book.
That's true. That book that we knew we had at the time, he didn't notice.
Yes.
Gone.
All right, well, that's my last cantrip. I'm going to repair my stupid pants that I hate.
As you're casting, Aldo's like, didn't you say you're not
They're very poorly
magic
repaired.
around this?
That's why I walked all the way away from it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why we all went to the corner.
I thought you did it right there on the well.
You guys,
no.
You guys have 10 minutes. I don't know if you would even do anything in these 10 minutes. But what we're going to do here is your characters
it's going to take more time to look.
Are sitting there trying to figure out what to do. They have no idea what to do. They have some hints. They have some clues. They know what it's said on there. They know what the spell is. They know it can be reversible. They know some of these a spell effect can be reversible. And it's 3 of the stones can be moved in some way, but you're not entirely sure what the purpose is yet. You don't know where things are. But what we do know is that Mikhail is sick and fucking tired of these pants. And so he grabs a little bit of extra fabric, from his bag, and then he starts casting mending to repair the pants so they're not too tight on him as they're working. And as the session comes to a close, as we fade to black, we see poor Mikhail sitting there casting his mending spell over his pants, frustrated with the whole scenario, trapped in an octagon with a couple of morons and torn pants.
Okay, we didn't eat the slime. Who's the real moron?
But it is 2:32 a.m.
All of us.
We've been going for 6.5 hours at this point. So
I thought you liked 8-hour sessions, Scott.
I like 12-hour sessions, but since I didn't get the new job, since I got the rejection letter today, I do have to make sure I focus at work and try hard and be a good laddie.
Starting Friday.
Friday I took off.
Well, let's treat Thursday like Mikhail's pants and take those off too.
Spike them on the stone floor.
We should put the rest of the adventure no pants.
All right, chat. You got what you wanted. You thirsty fucking weirdos.
All it took was a couple ones by you in a row.
Right, who's going to draw the scene of them in the octagonal room and Mikhail with the pants with the big split? Who's going to draw it?
We're also in disguise still, so like we all look different.
Are you blonde?
Yes.
What color is my hair? Red.
Red.
And are you still a brunette?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. There you go. You gotta have one of each. Well, taste the rainbow.
I just imagine Koa looking like a mixture of not The Rock. What's the other? John Cena with like a Goldilocks wig.
Oh.
No, he's not Goldilocks. That'd be Redhead.
Okay.
Raggedy Ann, John Cena.
Yeah, it's an odd visual, but okay.
All right.
Well,
I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Oh, that was quite the session, boys.
We used all of our EP, and we definitely are here.
Yep.
This is where you are. Here.
You guys remember whenever we really wanted to examine that wall in the sewers, and we put everything we had to that wall? Good times.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was important.
Yeah. We learned.
Legitimately.
Now we know.
Legitimately, we know that wall. Mole.
Yep. Important. That's
In the mole ruins, we found a mole wall.
Mall.
Yeah. Probably worth a lot of money. We learned that too.
This is the scene of Gamora going, "What did it cost you?" and everything.
Right.
Like, okay, all we need to do is EP +4 luck, and this wall we will know for a fact is a wall.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
I felt that natural one. I
you
knew.
willed
I was
that
like,
into existence, man.
I was like,
you asked for it.
Look, dude. I went through a whole fucking spiritual cleanse over here before I rolled that die. I was like, you know what? What will be, will be. I'm not going to expect anything. I'm going to go no expectations.
You did this to you.
We're just going to roll this die and let fate decide. And it was 1.